There's something about the marathon. You keep going, you know, and going, and going. It's hard. Anyone will tell you it's hard. But it's magic.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Great to be back for another year, the 46th edition of this great event. And as you can see, the start line already, it's an absolute sellout across all of our race categories this morning. And you look at Batman Avenue with our images on the screen, and there is a plethora of starters for the marathon, which will be kicking off at 7 a.m. We are looking forward to an enormous day here in Melbourne. It is Australia's #1 marathon festival, and as I said, a big sellout of all race categories for 2024. A beautiful day in Melbourne, a little bit of early morning fog, but a top of 24 degrees for the runners this morning, so it should be ideal conditions. And they get to go through the beautiful parts of Melbourne, past all the iconic landmarks, and we are in for a really exciting day of running. The Nike Melbourne Marathon kicking off at 7 a.m. That is the big feature event. We'll have also the Nike Wheelchair Marathon, the Nike Half Marathon, the Sri Lankan Airlines kicking off a little bit later this morning, the Big M 5-kilometre run, and the Chobani Fit 2.5-kilometre walk. And we're expecting in excess of 42,000 runners through today's events. So exciting times. We are looking forward to seeing what transpires over the morning. We've got a start list that is absolutely first class, and we are going to see some of the best Australian runners, a number of Olympians taking their spot at the start line here this morning. And let's begin today's event with the Welcome to Country.
Wiminjika, Gabamalamangil, Balabunyanamu, Waranjeri Bala. Welcome and greetings and good day from the Wurundjeri people. My name is Uncle Bill Nicholson. I would first of all like to thank all the very hard workers behind this amazing event for allowing me to take a short period of your time to conduct a Welcome to Country. A Welcome to Country has been conducted on Wurundjeri country for generations after generations. And in a modern way of explaining it, it allows people to gather in a culturally safe place to conduct their business. We are the sole surviving sovereign clan of the Birrarung, now known as the Yarra River, our sacred river of mists. Unfortunately, the other family groups that resided and thrived off the Birrarung and our neighbouring river, the Maribyrnong, some of them aren't here to this day, but I'd like to acknowledge them, because if we don't remember the past, sometimes it's easily forgotten. I'd also like to acknowledge my elders past. Their strength, their resilience and their wisdom allows us to be here as traditional owners of the greater city of Naarm, or Melbourne as it's now known today. For generations, children have been born responsibilities to this land. Two of the real key factors of that I'd like to extend to everyone here today. Respecting both each other and respecting and trying your best to care for this country, because the health of the land relates to the health of the people, and that has been a Wurundjeri cultural lesson for generations as children have thrived and adults have thrived on our country. The colonial invasion on Wurundjeri land was brutal, it was tough, but my message from that is let's try our very best to learn from mistakes of the past. And I encourage people to try to eradicate the mindset of racial discrimination, which Australia unfortunately was built on. And I really believe if we can understand our history, we can move forward in respect and eradicate those mindsets. The Wurundjeri Welcome to Country ceremony in language is called Tandarabnarji. It allows you to use our sacred resources while you're here. We do a smoking ceremony to cleanse both yourself and the land, which we call Murrabbiik and Murrabbalak, and to feel truly welcome to this land. Respect of the land, its people and its culture is part of our law, which was never ceded, and I feel that respect today. So Wiminjika Waranjeri Big, welcome to Wurundjeri country. Good luck on your run today, and Nun Gudjin, thank you.
The beautiful coastline here of Melbourne, and the conditions are absolutely sublime. We're going to go down to the start line for the national anthem with Cassie Ogle.
And to sing our national anthem this morning, we have Cassie Ogle.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds with nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well done, Cassie.
So all is in readiness for the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Let's introduce the team for this morning's broadcast. And he's back after a successful year one. And I speak of Mitch Dyer. Mitch, how good is it to be back at the MCG and around the Melbourne precinct for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival?
Great to be back, Trent. The hallowed turf, it's the quietest I've ever seen it looking, but, mate, you couldn't have got a better day. The sun is out. It's cold enough where you can start this marathon and not be in too much of a pain cave early. But the walk to the G was clinical this morning, and it's great to be back, 42,000 strong. It's a privilege to be here again.
Hey, we've got a new teammate this year as well. I'm looking forward to our new teammate, Nana Owusu-Efriere. Great to have you on, Nana. You're excited to be a part of the team, and Melbourne Marathon, it's such an exciting event.
No, thank you guys for having me. I was telling you guys when I was driving in, the amount of cars and people and spectators and fluoro-coloured T-shirts, everyone ready to run. We have 987 Melburnians and international people getting onto the start line at 7 a.m. ready to run this marathon.
So let's talk about the marathon. Ideal conditions, Mitch. I don't think we could have gotten any better weather for it. And from a runner's point of view, is this exactly what they'd love to start with? Oh,
absolutely. I mean, some of them might have wanted a little bit more cloud cover potentially to block out the sun. But given that it's cold enough, you probably find yourself in really ideal conditions to begin. You can see our elites starting to make their way to the front of the line, desperate to get their toes on it. But yeah, you couldn't ask for a better one. Sometimes with that cloud cover as well, it can trap the heat. So now that it's very open and very blue, they might get a little bit of a longer run in the good conditions. But you would have woken up this morning with a big smile on your face seeing this.
And I'll tell you what, the organisers of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, they would be wrapped with the start line list across all of the race categories, especially the marathon and the half marathon. In an Olympic year, we've got so many great runners that have bounced back after those Olympics and participating here this morning.
Absolutely. We're only missing one from that Australian Olympic team for the marathon. So it's very impressive to have, we've got world-class talent in Australia, and we've seen that now over the last 2, 3, 4 years. And to have them now fronting up here at a home marathon, Australian only, it's very special. So you can see them there on the start line. You can just about play spot the Olympian, which is a great thing to say here in Melbourne. But yeah, as this unfolds, it's exciting because you're also hard to pick a winner. So there's no one runaway standout. It's a big group of great athletes. So yeah, pumped to get it underway.
And Nana, what would the runners be feeling at the start line this morning? Obviously, a lot of preparation goes into any of the events that our runners are running this morning. What would the initial feel be?
I think all these runners have done so well to get to the start line. It's very hard to prepare for something, and with a marathon, you're preparing weeks in advance. So I think trusting the training that they've done. I know there's so many running groups around Australia that will be supporting many athletes on the field, and I think it's pretty nice that they have Olympian who won the silver medal at the recent Paris Olympics, Jess Hull, starting them off at 7 a.m.
Been on an absolute PR tear this last week, Jess Hull. If there was an event in Melbourne that Jess Hull wasn't at, I refuse to believe it. So it's great that she's starting this off this morning.
Hey, let's have a look at today's schedule of the Melbourne Marathon, the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So we'll start the 42.195 kilometre Nike Melbourne Marathon at 7 a.m. The Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometre run will follow. Then we'll have our Nike Wheelchair Marathon competitors at 7:55. And then, obviously, as we know, the Nike Half Marathon, always well patronaged with the amount of runners, and a sold-out event once again, Mitch. So a big day of events. Looking forward just to see what transpires, because as you said, we've got elite fields, but I don't think there's any clear favourites.
No, there's not. And I tried to get some inside word yesterday when talking to them, and nobody could give me anything. So I was actually a bit disappointed. But it goes to show the level of respect as well they have for one another and the expectation. So it's going to be a war of attrition. The marathon always is. But, they're going to be throwing everything they have at it. A lot of tricks up the sleeves of those who are more experienced, and a couple stepping into their debut marathons and half marathons. So we saw Gregson do it last year, and he ran away with a 2:14. So a couple on debut could surprise us out here this morning.
Look at the pictures there, the start line. This event's just getting bigger and bigger. You think back in the initial years of the late 70s, the Frankston run, and obviously it was down the Nepean Highway. Now we're here at Batman Avenue, outside the MCG, running around, the CBD and out to the outskirts. It's just grown. It's such a great sight, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, look at the flood of people there and the spectators. There's people everywhere to watch this one.
Hey, let's go to the start line and catch up with our start line commentator this morning, Samantha Riches.
You still make out the words.
How exciting is it down here? I tell you what, if you weren't warm before getting here, you sure will be now. Everyone has gathered around the start line. It is electric. It's only 8 degrees at the moment. It's going to warm up to a beautiful 24 degrees. Melbourne is turning it on. There couldn't be better conditions to run the marathon here today at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So many happy people, and we saw everyone putting their hands up before. The first year people, the people that have been here for 10 years, our Spartans. There are people from all walks of life down here giving it a go, and that's what it's all about. It is so exciting to be here to start our Sunday morning, so thank you for joining us. We're going to be checking out some stories a little bit later to see exactly who's come down for a run, what's making them run, what they're doing it for. Of course, we're raising money for some wonderful causes as well, but I can't wait to see this first wave of people get underway for the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Thanks, Samantha. Really exciting buzz down there at the start line. And Nana, have you ever featured in a marathon, or is that coming to your thinking? I know that you're over the shorter distances, but it might be something that might inspire you for the next few years, maybe.
Well, Mitch did ask me if I'd ever see myself doing a marathon. I just don't think I could move for that long. I'll stick to what I think I'm good at, and I'll stick to one bend and one straight, but I do admire. We've seen in the past couple of years how running and the running community has completely taken over Melbourne, and it's good to see so many communities. You go on a Sunday, you're walking to get a coffee. There's so many running groups around Melbourne. So for them to have a goal other than being together, catching up and getting fit and healthy, it's always good to have something like the Melbourne Marathon right in your backyard.
I love that everyone's got their own narrative about what they want to achieve this morning. So we're not far away from start time. It's really exciting. And as we said, those elites are at the front, and everyone bounding together to get that start of the Melbourne Marathon.
Just for our runners as they come up, you will see our CFIC volunteers, and that will allow you through. As our elite runners get underway, then the press and the public will come through after that.
Well, it started the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2024, and what scenes, the great Jess Hull, the silver medalist, ringing the start line bell to get our runners started out onto the road. And just look at the runners filtering through that start line chute and heading on their 42-kilometre journey. Mitch and Nana, this is exciting, and it just makes you feel good seeing the start line, doesn't it?
Oh, I love the description of the great Jess Hull, because she is one of the greats now. She's the pantheon of middle distance. Look at her. She has been everywhere for Nike this week, Jess Hull. But, yeah, the Nike Melbourne Marathon has kicked off, and I could see from a quick glimpse there it was big brother, little brother, Ryan Gregson and Jack Rayner getting out there to set the early pace. So, you know, these are two guys that have done plenty of work with one another over the years in the Melbourne Track Club stables. So we can see them there. And Reece Edwards is going to tag on the left-hand shoulder there of the race leaders. So it'll be interesting. You get these first 5Ks, the greatest way to assess how fast they're going to go out. But let's take a look at this course ahead, because they're going to find themselves in some tricky situations here, Trent, I would think. Now, you've been doing this for 10 years, so you are the veteran of being able to call these. You've seen plenty of courses and plenty of roads, but what are we dealing with here?
Yeah, so obviously the start at Batman Avenue, and they're making their way up into that left that they'll heading towards Federation Square. And what I love about it is, too, that, you know, whilst it's a nice course and they go down St Kilda Road for a fair while before Albert Park, just the landmarks, it's a really sightseeing type of course in that as well.
It's a beautiful
100%.
flat course that they've got here, so we're excited to hopefully see some fast times. But as you said, Trent, we get to see the landmarks of Federation Square, down St Kilda Road, Domain, the new train stations that are getting built.
Yeah, well, it's an absolute cracker. So 5K, and then you're going to turn into one of the more scenic parts of the city. I'll call it the city because it's just outside of it, Albert Park. There'll be plenty of training that's been done by everybody here. This is such a mecca of getting your marathon training in. You're going to do a hot lap of that around Lakeside Stadium, the home of track and field here, at least in Victoria. And then you make your way out into what some describe to be quite difficult, because you're going to find yourself out to Beach Road, scenic, but hard with the wind at times. And
then obviously you're working along that long stretch of Beach Road too. So, you know, from a runner's point of view, there has to be a fair bit of planning on how you're going to attack Beach Road, because it's not an easy stretch of the event.
Absolutely not. You've got to be able to prepare and have your drink stations, have your aid stations, have everything there ready to go. Because look how long you're rolling down Beach Road, and you're just absolutely starting to question a few things here at 15K, and then all of a sudden you're making your way straight back up. So you're checking off a lot of mental demons through this opening 21K.
Looking at last year's event, obviously we had Liam Adams in the marathon. It led for such a large charge. Where was it that sort of Reece Edwards made his mark?
Started to get at it over the back end, I think. I think he made his way out here along Beach Road for a while, and then as they started to get through, and now they say in 5Ks, this is where the marathon starts. So at 30K, you get past Elwood Beach there, you can see the club. They make their way back down Beach Road. I have a feeling this is where Reece Edwards really started to launch himself and go after Liam Adams, who I think went out in about a 14:40 opening 5K last year. So you might start to see a shift in the legs, and this is where we'll see who's the strongest getting over the back end of the marathon here. 30K, Nana, could you imagine that, 30K in your legs?
I don't know if I do that in a week, let alone in a race.
Oh, not in a year for me. So they'll make their way around here, Trent, and then as they get to 35, it's another jaunt through the city, and they're going to go through the tan.
Yeah, which is not an easy part either, Nana. That's got its obstacles as well and its challenges, especially when you're getting to the latter part of the race.
I've actually done a lap of the tan, so I understand the pain that they're going to go through in 35K.
It's this little uphill section that absolutely thrashes the legs. I hear some bad things about it, but Domain Road, loop back down to St Kilda Road, so they'll become aficionados of this, and then finally 40K, you get around Federation Square, and now it's just a push for home and hope the legs hold on.
So a really amazing course, and then you come into the Coliseum, and the fireworks is there, the MCG.
To end a marathon. 42K later in the home of sport, the state of sport, in one of the biggest stadiums in the world, with family and friends around you, supporting you, coming down through the tunnel, and of course crossing the Nike Marathon Festival banner.
Pretty inspiring, isn't it?
Definitely.
So here's our leaders in the male category of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Jack Rayner. We've got Reese Edwards in there as well, and Ryan Gregson. So no surprise of the leading three. And I guess the fascinating thing with this too is, Mitch, that obviously Jack has won the last 3 half marathons. He stepped it up to the full marathon this morning. How do you sort of see this unfolding? Because we know Jack's an accomplished runner. We know Reese has got the credits in the bank and has been a great Melbourne Marathon runner. And we know Ryan Gregson has just really taken to the marathon running, a really impressive debut at Melbourne last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this group would have known that Jack is the biggest threat, right? He's a 2:11 marathoner. He's got the pedigree, obviously. He's run multiple half marathons and everything of the like. He's the 10K national record holder on the road and on the track. So they know that he's got this wide range of ability from the 10K stepping all the way through to the marathon. But they also know that Jack hasn't run a full marathon since 2019, right? So he was obviously in Tokyo, unfortunately couldn't finish that race. So even for Jack, this is a test of seeing just how far he can push this marathon preparation. So for someone like Reese Edwards, who is a savant of marathon running in this country, there's rarely a marathon that Reese hasn't run or at least had a crack at. He'll back himself to be strong over the later stages and attach himself to the likes of Jack. And for Ryan, he ran Hamburg this year. It was a bit slower than what we saw in Melbourne last year, but a 63-minute half marathon only a few months ago put the indicators out that he can roll along quickly. So for Ryan, sit in the middle, follow the likes of Jack, and if you're Reese and you're getting a sense that the pace is slowing, don't be surprised to see him try and push it and break the legs of these two in front of him now.
Hey, let's go down to the finishing line and catch up with Danny and Simon.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome down. It is the MCG. Hello, everyone. My name is Danny. It is great to be down here. Sunday, the 13th of October. You know what day it is? It is the day for the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and we are at the finish line. I say we. It's me, Danny, and it's my best mate, Simon Mallory. He's here. Simon, how are you?
Oh, Danny, I'm pumped. I am so pumped. How good is this? 43,000 people. I couldn't even get down here to join you.
Mate, absolutely sold out. Let me tell you the stats. Let me just take you through here. The Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Let me guess, sold out.
Sold out quicker than Oasis tickets.
Wow.
The Nike, the half marathon.
Sold out.
Sold out, that's right.
Okay.
Then you got the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K.
Sold out.
Sold out. We've got the Big M 5K.
Sold out.
Chobani Fit 2.5K.
Sold out.
Almost.
Oh.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of tickets left. If you're quick, you might be able to get into this one. But, Simon, that just shows how much Melbourne loves the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Oh, why wouldn't they? They get to come here to the MCG. Come with me. I want to show you something, right? I've been over here having a look at the finish line. You're going to come through that vomitory over there on the other side of those flags. 300 metres, you've got your final lap of honour through the MCG, and then you cross this awesome finish line right here.
That's right, Simon. It's not, you know what, it's so much of a big day and there's so many stories to tell. It's not just about those elite athletes. There are elite athletes, you know, vying for contention, selection for the Olympic Games and the Commonwealth Games, but there is also the Spartans. How many years now?
46. We were talking to him yesterday. Like, this guy's incredible. 46 years. 47 if you count the year he did it illegally during COVID.
Well, you'll see quite a few of the Spartans coming through. They are absolutely incredible athletes. Hey, we've got those first-timers. That's second-timers, third-timers, giving the marathon and the half marathon just a bit of a crack, pushing themselves to the limit. But we've also, as we get through the day, we will see the bit of fun sort of creeps in as well. We do see the costumes, we see the Marios, we see the bananas, we see it all. They come crossing the line. But also we see the stories, we see, you know, the charities. Oh, yeah. You know, we see those really sentimental reasons why people take part in the festival. Those people running for premature babies, Beyond Blue, and we are so grateful and thankful for the work that they do, and we'll meet a few of those people along the way today.
Yeah, they will. And look, I gotta say, all the sponsors that are involved down here, it looks an absolute peach this year.
I mean, we couldn't ask for somewhere better. The MCG, the home of it all. But hey, there's a brand new incentive this year, Simon. I don't know if you know this. The winners today, if you come across the line in first place for the marathon, how much you reckon?
I don't know, what, 5 grand?
Go up.
20?
Close. 25 grand for the first places today. There is a brand new incentive for this year. If you break the record today, which is held currently at 2 hours, 9 minutes, 0.12, an extra 20K going into your bank.
Oh, man, I love the idea of that. Well, look, that's what it's all about down here. We are loving it, but we're going to keep going because there's so much to happen
We're
this
going to
day.
be bringing you the excitement. We are the eyes on the ground, the ears. We're going to bring you the tears, the excitement, the joy. We're going to meet the spectators. We're going to see it all down here on the finish
All right,
line.
But before we do that, we've got to go to Sam. Hey, Sam, you've got someone over there as well.
Brings thousands of runners to Melbourne. We'll just do it on the fly. You'll know the answers. And I'm down here with our Lord Mayor, Nicholas Rees, who, I tell you what, #1 cheerleader is what we should call you, because just before when we were starting that race, you were fist pumping for every single person to cross that start line. How wonderful is it to be down here this morning?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant, Samantha. You know, we've got 11,000 people, I think, in the marathon today. Close to 45,000 people in this marathon festival, the biggest event of its kind in Australia. So as Melbourne's Lord Mayor, I'm a pretty proud guy this morning, and just seeing so many people living their best lives here in Melbourne, I could not be happier.
It's absolutely electric, infectious. Everyone's mood is so great down here this morning. And look at the backdrop. We're right in the heart of Melbourne. It's great to be kicking it off in this iconic place, isn't it?
It's absolutely glorious. We're down here by the banks of the mighty Birrarung, the Yarra, and of course the modern course for the Melbourne Marathon. It's much quicker than it used to be, it's flatter, and it takes in some of the most scenic sights of our city. So for the locals, for internationals competing today, it's going to be a fast race. It's also going to be a very beautiful race for them. Lots to see as they run along.
As they run around the beautiful track. Now, it does bring so many people to our city. What does it mean for our community having everyone here?
Look, it's an absolute shot in the arm for the city economy as well. Obviously, all these people out and about, that's a great thing for our city traders, and it's a great thing for the city as well. I mean, we want Melburnians to live happy, healthy, long lives, and running is just a great way to keep fit. It's a great way to have a goal as well with your training, something to work up to. Certainly I know that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the 10K in a few short minutes, and it's been a great motivator for me to keep me fit, and for 45,000 odd people today, it's done the same thing as well. So great for Melbourne, great for the people of Melbourne, couldn't be happier.
Now, talk to us about that, because 10Ks is no mean feat. A lot of people work up to the 10K as a goal, and that's where you're starting today. So what has your training been like to get ready for this 10 kilometres today?
Well, look, I should begin by saying that my beloved Felicity, she did the marathon last year at this time.
Wow.
So she's not running today. Look, I'm doing the 10K, which, look, I'll be honest with you, that it's not going to be too hard. I should be fine to do it. I'm a regular runner. I often do the tan just here on the other side of the Yarra, and the tan of the north around Princess Park.
Yep.
Both great running tracks of Melbourne, really popular on the weekends. In fact, every morning, very popular. So I'm often out on those, doing a regular run, and I'm looking forward to getting out there today and doing a gentle 10 kilometres,
Gentle
Samantha.
10Ks, and if anyone's sitting at home watching this thinking, should I give it a go? What do you say?
I say absolutely. Get up, get into it, give it a go. There are a lot of different distances today, so there's something there for everyone. And the great thing about entering yourself into a race is it gives you something to work towards. It's a great motivator, and you can, there's lots of training programs you can follow, so it's all made very easy for you. And yeah, it's just a great way to live your best life, basically.
It sure is. Well, so many people gathering around for the next start. We're going to let you go warm up, stretch, get ready for your 10 kilometre this morning. Good luck, and I promise you I'll be fist pumping for you and everyone else in that 10K very shortly.
Thank you so much, Samantha, and thanks to IMG, thanks to Nike, thanks to the City of Melbourne and all the sponsors here today. This event really has become a big part of Melbourne. It's going, I think this is its 46th year. I'm old enough to remember when this race used to start down in Frankston, when it was point to point. You used to have to get a special train down there to run back. These days, of course, it's a different course. Shorter, faster, flatter, and more scenic. And I couldn't be happier as the Mayor of Melbourne to be here today for it. Go Melbourne!
Go Melbourne.
With thanks to the City of Melbourne for their support of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Discover a city full of surprises, where every meal is a culinary adventure. Explore art and history at world-class galleries. Browse beautiful boutiques and find unique treasures. Uncover the city's vibrant atmosphere and hidden gems. find what you weren't looking for, only in the city.
It is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8, only from Garmin.
I've got this. Brace the biceps. Engage the core. No. Slow down. Not the bird!
I've got a joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart. It's down in my heart. I've got a joy down in my heart. It's down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
So our three leaders out in front, they've just passed the 5.7 kilometre range here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Jack Rayner out in front, and a couple of great runners behind him as well, Ryan Gregson and also Reese Edwards. Last year's winner, they've passed the 5 kilometre mark, guys. If they were to be on pace to break the course record set a couple of years ago by Tim Rona from Kenya, are they far away?
Yeah, so 303s gets you 209, right? So the record's about 209.18, set by Tim a couple of years ago. These guys are on 307 pace at the moment, so they're a little bit outside of it, but it's not necessarily the worst thing. It's pretty hard to try and remain on a course record pace off the gun, but that course record is also set at a pretty damn fast time. So anywhere around that 211 is where they're at the moment. If they can continue this pace, they're on at 211. That's Jack's lifetime best. It's faster than both Ryan's and Reese's, but these guys at the moment are very much so in control and seem to have worked out a little bit of an unspoken bond of who's going to be where and when as they make their way down into Albert Park. It's, yeah, Ryan, there we go. So that looks like Coles Birmingham might have dropped off his bottle for him. Reese and Jack the only one to go without. So this is the other interesting part, Trent and Nana. It's when they're going to take these feeding stations. It's when they're going to refuel, because you can't run a marathon without the gels. You can't run a marathon without the water. Reese has just absolutely just thrown that one straight down the back of the neck. But Jack at the moment looks the most comfortable, looks the most in control at that 307 pace. So 211 at the moment is where they're sitting.
12 months is a long time in sport.
Yep.
How do you think that's going to affect Ryan, Nana, in the fact that he was so close last year? Another year at it, obviously that experience of running the race in 2023. obviously puts him in a pretty good space for 2024, doesn't it?
I think Ryan is a professional and doing his first Melbourne Marathon last year. He knows the pace, he knows what he needs to do, and Ryan is not a stranger to Melbourne. He's been running Albert Park and the Tear for years with the Melbourne Track Club, so I don't think he'll shy away from staying with Jack for the majority of the marathon.
Yeah, it's without a doubt. Like, he lives in Brisbane, but he's a born-again Melburnian, Ryan. And obviously, Reece and Jack are both Melburnians. If you run through Richmond, there's a 95% chance you're going to see Reece Edwards running along the Yarra. To segue quietly, we've got an elite women's field as well currently in this marathon, and Jen Gregson is at the head of it. Now, as it stands at the moment, the course record was set in 2018. Trent, you were here, absolutely booming the MCG, set by Sinead Diver, lifelong friend, good friend of Jen's. Well, she's decided that she wants to go and absolutely obliterate that course record if she can. 16:55 through the opening 5K, which would put you on track for 2:22 pace. So she's going to leave absolutely no stone unturned. She's got a pacemaker out in front of her by the name of Brian Fay, the mayor of Dublin. Now, he's been tasked with the job to go to 30. Here she is right now on screen. So Jen Lacars, this man in front of her, Brian Fay, tasked to get to 30, never run more than 28 kilometres in his lifetime. So he's going to set out to enter uncharted territories. But, I mean, Jen, what a year she has had. 24th at those Olympic Games, and now throws the bottle away. Some fan will go and grab that, I guarantee you. But she's flying. 16:55. Incredible.
She's an incredible athlete and a really inspiring one for those that, are looking at that, competitive athletic running, isn't she?
We saw at the Tokyo Olympics that heartbreaking fall of Jen tearing her Achilles, and I've torn one before, so I understand the rehab, but Jen is just switched on and she's mentally tough, and she didn't let that set her back, and we saw her at the next Olympics, and that was only 8 weeks ago, and we're seeing her run another marathon.
Oh, crazy stuff, I know. Imagine tearing your Achilles and then going, you know what? I'll go to the marathon. Why not? Incredible athlete.
I'm going to double it, then I'm going to triple it. I'm just going to keep adding on the distance.
Hey, we better go to the start line and catch up with Samantha Ritchie's once again.
And I'm down here with Mohan, who is the country manager for Sri Lankan Airlines, and we're about to get the Sri Lankan 10K underway. Yeah. Mohan, tell us what it means for Sri Lankan Airlines to be sponsoring this event, because we're talking off air and it seems quite important and aligned with the brand.
Yeah, definitely. We have been a part of this IMG Melbourne Marathon for the last 6 years, and we are so proud to be a part of this event, great event, because Victoria is known for the sporting events, and Sri Lankan operating daily flights into Melbourne. We definitely are keen to take part in many more such events.
So you just mentioned that Sri Lankan Airlines has been a part of it for 6 years, but what about yourself? When are we going to see you down there having a run?
Well, I just told you a couple of minutes back, the day that you run, I'll be following you.
He's calling me out on air. If I run, you run. Well, there are so many people here who are super excited. It's a 10 kilometre, it's a beautiful course.
Yep.
What's your favourite part about the course of the 10 kilometre?
Well, community interaction. We take part in several such activities across Melbourne, but Melbourne Marathon being one of our flagship events, because it takes us to the world. It showcases Sri Lankan Airlines to the world as an airline which takes part eagerly on community activities. So we are so proud again to be part of this.
It's super exciting, and everyone down here this morning has been waiting. The marathon kicked off a little earlier, and we've got the half marathon later. These guys shouldn't take as long as the marathon, but I tell you what, if I was running it, it would take me almost that amount of time. So we're going to get behind them and cheer them on. Are you going to be standing up here cheering with me?
Yep, of course. And right. Let's say hooray to everyone.
Hooray to everyone. Mohan, head cheerleader of the Sri Lankan Airline 10 kilometre.
So the next event here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival about to get underway. Sold out once again, Nana, and I guess a nice starting point for a lot of those novice runners who want to get started in the running but not go too far.
It's a great goal to have for a beginning running. I feel like a lot of run clubs sit around that area for their long runs. So I think we'll see some fast times. Oh, I see a couple of track familiar faces at the front of this Sri Lankan 10K.
Hey, let's look at some of the front runners there. Who are we looking at as being a couple of the ones to look out for when the finish line comes their way?
Yeah, Riley Cox, the South Australian. Reece Langdon as well, a Paralympic bronze medalist only a matter of weeks ago. So he's certainly certainly one that will get out there. It looks like Carol there standing next to him as well in the Brooks colours, who I think ran here last year. Georgia Hansen there, who's just stepped back into running. Caitlin McQuillan-Bell as well next to her. So you'd think there'd be two leading women, but it should be a great race at the front of it. But as you've said, it's a really good stepping stone into eventually maybe running that half marathon or that full marathon distance, if that's something that interests you. But this should be quick. Josh McLeod in there as well. The Runners One singlets, the South Australian Run Club, they're very prominent. So, Lizzie Duncan just off to the side. She's I'm not going to stand on the start line. I'm just going to run on the outside. So there you go. There's your number one pick for the women, Lizzie Duncan. But yeah, good field at the start line here for the 10.
And what time are we expecting? Obviously, last year I think it was about 28 minutes, around that mark for our winners. Are we sort of expecting something a little bit similar?
Yeah, I reckon around that 29-minute marker. I think it'll be a game of chicken at the start because no one wants to lead these things for some reason. So it'll be interesting to see how fast they get out. But I would say around 29 for the men, probably 31, 32 for the women, probably more likely 32. But it'll be quick.
32.52.
There you go. So maybe a little faster. You reckon faster or slower? You can say it right now if you want.
I think bang on.
Bang on.
Yeah, I think bang on.
All right, so around 32.
Don't bet on it, but bang
What do you
on.
think, Trent? What do you reckon they're going to get out there and run?
Oh, gee, yeah, I reckon it'll be pretty similar to last year.
Yeah.
I think the conditions are very similar to last year too, Mitch. If you can remember,
Yeah.
I don't think there's much difference. It was a nice day, wasn't a lot of wind, pretty comfortable. I think it'll be pretty similar.
Yeah, I think it'll be around those markers, but just have a look at how deep this is, and look for as many Run Club singlets as you can possibly imagine out there in this 10K as well. So a little bit of a more generous starting time, the 7:30, not quite as brutal a wake up. So I think they will have really appreciated that. As you pan to the left side of the live stream here, and you can see they're three abreast now. They're all probably gearing to maybe get to a feed station, unsure. Jack looks like he's just taking the path of the line on the road, and the other two look like they're just going to jostle between one another. But I imagine they're still around that 3:07 to 3:10. Reece going to spot 5 metres of distance, but the consistency is Jack out in front, and the boys more than happy to let him be the pacemaker at the moment.
Looking at the aerial view there, Nana, I guess rhythm, running pattern, do they all look pretty comfortable from the side of your eye?
From my standpoint, we saw between the 3rd K and the 7th K that Reece and Ryan have just been swapping with 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah.
So they are really working with each other over this first 10K.
And probably no different to last year too, Mitch, with Reece. As you said, probably just hanging at the back. He knows the race well. He's placed a number of times, winner last year. He'll have that checkpoint where he knows that's where I've got to click in and start putting a bit more work into if I'm to win this event for 2024.
100%, mate. He gets referred to as the junkyard dog, Reece. So he'll be waiting for his time. I reckon he does his best work when he can sense fatigue, Reece Edwards. He's the type of operator who kind of thrives off the struggle. He thrives off that moment of everybody has it, whether it's a 5, 10, half marathon. There's a moment where you have to commit and you make a decision to really push your body maybe to a limit that you don't think it's capable of, and Reece seems to be able to push that envelope consistently. So if he gets a whiff of a little bit of struggle ahead of him, expect him to be the man to make the move. You can see Grego shaking out the neck there to try and loosen himself up. So yeah, Reece, whether it's 5, 10, 50, 100 metres, it's not going to be enough to break the likes of Reece Edwards, and these two guys out in front will know that. So it's the 20K marker and beyond to me that's going to get really interesting for this 3.
10K kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines event, not far away as you see the start line on the right of screen. Ryan Gregson's a really interesting. What lessons do you think we'll learn from last year? Because it was an amazing debut run and so close in his first go at it. What do you think he sort of really concentrated on this year to ensure that he goes that step better?
Yeah, he said it yesterday. He was, he thought it was ambitious to expect his first marathon to be at 100%, but he described it at 98. So I think he went away and he learned how to prepare best for the longevity on the road, right? He was saying that he wants to get to the finish line. You remember last year, Trent, it looked like he'd been sniped, but I think he just wants to learn the longevity of it.
They might stop running and come up.
hasn't Sri Lankan Airlines been a great supporter of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for the last 6 years? Mohan and his team, amazing support, and great to see them at the start line, ringing that bell to get our big allotment of runners through the runner chute. And there you go, there's our leader straight away, leaving no stone unturned, hitting pace pretty hard. As you said, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to take the ownership of lead, because it's one of those events where you just don't want to show your cards too early.
Absolutely. I'm obsessed with that young fella on the inside of the shoulder there who just decided to go out and get after it. He's in that blue singlet, but we've got both Cox brothers here. This is the older one, Jacob, who typically runs the marathon here in Melbourne, actually. So it's nice to see him stepping down into the 10K. Riley not too far behind. Carol on this white singlet. It looks like one of the Bendigo boys is there in third as well. But you're right. They don't want to show themselves too early, but the cream of the crop, particularly of these men's field, is out there and pushing the tempo, and you kind of want to find your rhythm, I reckon, by the time you get onto St Kilda Road, because it's long and it's arduous, but if you can find that rhythm, you're probably going to put yourself in a bit more of a comfortable position coming towards the back end of this 10K. So it looks like it's going to be Jacob Cox as the sun is beaming. This is just, you couldn't get a better morning, but Coxie's going to make the most of it here early.
It's absolutely fantastic, and we can't wait. They're going to be the first of our finishers inside the MCG in a very short amount of time, that is for sure. Hey, let's go into the MCG. What a great place it is, a great finishing point. And we'll catch up with Danny and Simon once again.
Thank you, boys. We are down here at the finish line. Well, we're in the crowd because this is starting to build up. This is starting to become a party very, very quickly. We have found some amazing people, Simon.
Yeah, you guys are running the half, right? Okay, so why the half? What was it that, I'm going to go to you. You look like the main spokesman. So why the half? What started this journey?
We did a 10K in, what was it, May for dementia, and then my sister thought it was a good idea to do the half one.
Oh, that was your idea?
It was. It's been a goal of mine for a few years now.
So how do you talk this many wonderful people into doing the half marathon?
This one was just forced.
That's obviously the boyfriend.
I hear.
Happily wanted to join, and these three have... Wait, have you done one? Yeah, these three have done one, and Grace... Yeah, just wanted to.
But look, I've got to tell you, how is the training been? Let's get serious. You're about to hit the half marathon. It's a big one. How are you feeling? How's that prep been?
It's been pretty good, I guess. I think for some of us, more so than others. I don't know. How do we feel?
It was pretty exhausting.
Yeah.
Waking up every week and day in, day out, hustling. Yeah, it was pretty hard.
So you guys are ready for this, obviously, but is this your very first time, right? No one's done this before. Okay, let's talk about when you come into the G, what's that emotion going to be like?
It's going to be pretty surreal. Pretty surreal.
Are you going to do an imaginary specky, like jump up?
I think I might just fall on the ground. But
And I guess the last one I got to ask you is, how do you celebrate? Have you already got plans for tonight? How do you celebrate after that big run today?
Well, I think, we've got some plans to go out for lunch and a couple of beers at the pub, I think. Yeah, will be good.
Absolutely well deserved, I reckon.
Yeah, no doubt you're going to earn it. Look, we won't hold you up. You got to... Oh, actually, sorry, they've just started.
Oh,
the half.
Sorry.
Oh, bugger.
Guys, it is all happening. This is the crowd is building up. If you are at home and you're watching this on the live stream, come on down. It is going to be an absolute party fest down here. These guys have got to go. You guys head off. Thank you so much. It is party time. It is the finish line. Simon, we're here.
But this is all, look, I'm looking around the crowd. There's like people just starting to sit out. The thermoses are out.
I've got to show you one more
What's
thing
happening?
here. If you want to see support, this is support.
Hang on. What is it? I need to read this. I can't read it.
It says, keep chasing your dreams. Go, Nick. We have just pretty much made Nick the most famous person in Melbourne right now.
Can I ask you a serious question? Is Nick a big chafer?
He is.
Yeah, it happens, Danny. It definitely happens.
We've all been there, Simon.
Yes, we have.
And how's Nick going? How's his preparation been for this?
He hasn't really done much, but I hope he does well in the half marathon.
So you might have made a sign that you might not need because he may not finish.
Does Nick know this sign exists?
He does.
Great. Well, guys, it is all happening. You can see the crowd building up. There's support teams. They have been here from the beginning. We're down on the finish line. We're going to see them. Guys, we're all here all day. You stick with us for all the tears, the laughter, the fun. It's all happening for the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
So here's our lead runners in the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run. Jacob Cox out in front. Any surprises there, Mitch or Nana?
Nah, I expected Jacob to be out there. I thought Riley might be a little bit closer. He seems to be the one stuck in no man's land behind there. Matty Buckle of Bendigo, that's stable. I mean, geez, what Andy Buchanan's been able to do in Bendigo and have a sustained success for those junior athletes is incredible. But Jacob Cox is going to lead it out. Dale Carroll, you know, he's a guy that's really come on in the last year or so. In fact, he's been running for a little bit longer than that, but it's been a career year, if you could call it that, for him. So he's in the ideal position, right? You're sort of just not having to think too much, Nana. You're not having to be the one to push the tempo. Not that it's incredibly windy, but the psychological effect of being in that second spot compared to being tasked with the job to push the tempo is quite significant. So he'll be stoked to be in there. Another runners one athlete, I'm actually not sure who that is from South Australia. Potentially it's a national group, but in that third spot leading out from Buckle. But it's, there's plenty happening in that opening pack, but no major surprises.
You talked about Riley Cox being in no man's land. What mentally goes through your brain during that area? He trains with his brother, and I'm sure they had a pace and they had a race plan, but it might not be going as well as he thought he would.
Yeah.
When you can see the pace in front of you, and then you know that pack, that second group pack, is behind you.
Yeah. You're thinking, this sucks. You're thinking, I would love to be joining somebody right now. Please, for the love of God, help me. The amount of conversations you have in your head, absolutely astronomical. But Riley is a class athlete. He'll be thinking now, am I feeling comfortable, or do I drop back and join the group behind me? So we're about to see the course. They're on St Kilda Road, but there's a little bit left ahead of them here.
Absolutely. So again, similar to what we've seen earlier in the piece with the Nike Melbourne Marathon course, but obviously some alternative routes to go around. Obviously the NGV there, the National Gallery of Victoria, they'll work themselves around, going through around the town and the shrine. Obviously there's a music mobile, and they'll make their way through. But another great course in that as well. Adds something a little bit different, and not an easy one at that. It's, you know, even though predominantly flat, but still has its challenges as well, Nana.
They're very lucky that they missed the wind tunnel of Albert Park, and they're just keeping it short and simple just around our city streets.
And then obviously their progression back will be along the bank there and come into the MCG and finish inside the Coliseum once again. A great finish, 300 metres around the MCG. And again, you know, Dale Carroll, he's been a great visitor and a great supporter of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. You know, he'll know what's needed to be done to achieve success. The Cox brothers, as you mentioned too, Mitch and Nana, they're certainly ones that are no strangers to the event.
Mitch and Trent, I've seen a lot of 10Ks on the track in my time, but I haven't watched a lot of road ones. Can you guys tell me the difference, the strategies in it, then running laps around a track compared to running on the straight, flat fields of Melbourne CBD?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the benefit, it's twofold, right? The track is difficult because it's 25 laps of just consistent turning left, right? You're only doing one thing. So the mental toll of that can be, I need to switch off for as long as possible so that those later stages of that 10K aren't quite as mentally fatiguing. Whereas on the roads, you're very stimulated. You've got a lot of twists, you've got a lot of turns, you've got a lot of things that you can help distract yourself with if you do find yourself in that pain cave early. So the stimulation that you get on the roads is a benefit. You also get hills, you also get wind, you also get a whole range of different environmental things. So for me on the roads, it's about being around people. If you can attach yourself to people, you can sort of find your cadence that way, which is why I'm saying that Riley's found himself in a bit of a difficult position early, whereas on the track you can be solo, but you can see people ahead of you. You know where you're going to be going. So it'll play into the hands of those that are really good at cross-country because it's a similar sort of mindset, although the roads are far more generous than the unrelenting mud and hills of cross-country. But that's where the likes of Buckle and Cox and Carroll will really thrive on these roads, because Jacob, he runs on more roads than any man I've seen in this field. He should really benefit from this as they make their way around the tan, and he's comfortable, he's checking the splits. He was on that low 29 minute pace, I think, as he went through that opening 2.4K, but it's it's starting to gap out now, and the likes of Maddie at the back there. There's a thing, Nana, in distance running called the invisible elastic band.
I've never heard that before.
And
Please explain.
if you let the band snap, there's no coming back. So it's this invisible sort of aura around you where it's like, I can get to that person. You're in the band. The second it snaps, you're off. So Coxie's trying to snap the band. He wants to snap as many people at the back of this pack as he can. But this group of 5 seems to be working incredibly well together, and it leaves the opportunity for those sitting in, 3rd and 4th in the buckle at the back to be able to make a move if they're there with 7K. So Cox and Carroll, definitely the 2 to watch here, though, out in front.
You talk about the environmental factors of being outside compared to a track. Does that mean we see faster times on the track or on the road?
You tend to see it faster on the track. You get the benefit of the spikes as well. You're in this controlled environment. We mentioned Jack Rayner earlier. He does have the national record in both. One's low 27, the other's low 28. So it has a bit of a buffer between them. But nothing to say that you can't run an incredibly fast road 10K. We've seen Izzy Bat-Doyle break the national record twice, but one of them was on a course that was downhill. So it has its different elements to it. But, these guys, if they can get around that 29-minute marker, I think they'll be pretty happy. And you can see it here. Buckle doesn't want to get too far removed from the opening 2, but... the pace hasn't dropped by the naked eye, although we'll see the split shortly to know whether that's true.
But they look comfortable out in front, don't they? Jacob Cox and obviously Dale Carroll. They look comfortable. Their rhythm looks sound. They're ticking the boxes at the moment of what they needed to do. 4K's in.
Absolutely. They'll be pretty happy with this. I'm loving the Melburnians who have come out for a Sunday walk or jaunt around the tan and completely forgotten about the Melbourne Marathon. So they're probably looking around thinking, like, well, what are these peanuts doing? But these guys now make their way up. This is I think they have to go over the bridge. And they don't do that in the marathon or the half anymore, which is great because that used to be a killer. But I think in the 10 it's still there. So this is their second or first uphill, but only one of 2. And you'll see, Nana, to your point on environment, the downhill section is where some of these guys get to work. That's where the grit and grind really starts to happen. You survive the uphills and you push the downhills if you've got it in your legs. So the most comfortable of them, let the environment carry you through. That's what they'll be thinking here. And so I'm pumped to see who really starts to make a move back down this leg of the tan. But they'll go, thank God for some shade. They'll go, thank God that sun was beaming. So
well, it's only 11.1 degrees right now in Melbourne. So is that hot? Or cold for a 10K?
I'll tell you, that sun's got a little bit of...
Yeah, it's got a bit of nip to it, I reckon.
Absolutely.
The UV rays are out.
Well, you look at the MCG, we've got that in our viewing, and, up the city end goals where they play AFL, the sun's beaming down there, so it's certainly very, very strong. But as you said, a bit of comfortable shade there just for the next part of this journey here. But just looking at the 2 front leaders in my eye look like they're ones that are feeling most comfortable.
Yeah, I would say so. And they're the fastest in the field. So for good reason, these 2 are out in front. It'll just be interesting to see what the back stages of this 10K really do look like. A little bit of ASMR going on, the pounding of the feet on the pavement. It's actually quite comforting.
You can hear the cadence.
Yeah, you can hear the cadence, and you can really see it. It's funny, you watch these... I won't call them middle distance because 10K is certainly a distance event, but they all have very similar stride patterns and stride lengths. Their feet are almost in unison, so that can sometimes make it harder to read in terms of comfortability. But the forward lean of Carroll is very familiar on these roads, and I think this group behind, you can see Riley Cox off in the distance, so that early race fracture actually hasn't really been extended all that much as Jacob now looks around. And typically there's 2 things going through your head when you look around in a 10K. 1, I'm absolutely spent and I'm not enjoying being at the front. Or 2, I'm about to really ramp this up, fellas, so good luck trying to roll with me. But it looks like maybe Coxie's asking for a little bit of a chop out in front, but nobody seems willing to give that to him. So now it's the downhill and they can move. And look at this. We turn our attention. Trent, there's a move.
Hey, a bit of a surprise. This is a bit of a surprise in your eye, Mitch, because obviously Reece Edwards has just broken away from our other 2 front leaders in Jack Rayner and also Ryan Gregson. So I guess if you've looked at game plans in previous years, probably a little bit different. What we're talking about earlier on in the lead up to the Nike Melbourne Marathon. But talk me through it. What are you thinking with this ploy here by Reece Edwards?
Well, we can see, I think we're going to get a flashback maybe to where these moves are made, or I'm not sure whether this is live or the flashback, but yeah, it looks like Reece, I told you. Yeah, here we go. So look at Reece, he's gone. He sensed the moment. This is what I was saying earlier. He sensed this moment maybe where the pace was starting to get into a lull. This is a guy who publicly said he wants to rake 2:10 one day, right? He's a guy who's put it out there and said, I know I can run fast. And maybe he's seizing this opportunity now to go, all right, boys, I know you're the class, right? But I'm the defending champion. You're not going to not put respect on my name. This is a guy who can just follow the cadence and find his rhythm. He's not afraid to get out there and do it by himself. Throws a cat amongst the pigeons now. For Jack and for Grego, they probably maybe thought this was going to be later in the race that they'd have to deal with the likes of a junkyard dog move. They're barking at him in the streets here, Reece. So he's put a good 50 metres on these two here at the moment. Now, that's not a lot in a marathon. You know, anything can happen over these later stages, but finally a move is made. It looks like Ryan's just going to follow what Jack does. Reece isn't going to follow anything. Reece is going to follow what he thinks he can do, and that is push the tempo and go and get after it. You'll see a response from these two in the next 5K, and they might try and bring it back, but make him a little bit nervous, Nana. Just make these two behind him have to work for it.
Currently, the male marathon runners are at 14.5K, so is that early to be making a move, Mitch?
It's early in the grand scheme of 42, absolutely. You know, they say that the marathon starts at 30K for the elites. It probably even starts later than that. They can get their bodies to that 30K marker and tend to feel A-OK, but it's interesting, right? It's a rhythm thing. Like, there's no real point. Like, it's hard to ask someone to pinpoint a moment in a marathon you're going to make a move. It's a feeling. It's a rhythm thing. It's a commitment. And Reece is the best at committing to the moment in these types of environments. So I'm not surprised that Reece is at the front. I am surprised it's come this early, but I also absolutely love it. I love to see him push this tempo. They make their way along Beach Road. You said last year, Trent, Beach Road seemed to be where Reece did his best work. Yeah. So maybe he's gone, I didn't want to do it that late on Beach Road. I want to do it earlier. And I can see Jack's gone wide. He's got himself a drink bottle. I reckon Jack sensed it because, again, to the naked eye, you can see on your screens here behind you, he's going to push Ryan along now. And this is what Ryan will want. Ryan, I think, will want to be pushed. He won't want to be the one pushing. I know he wants to get to that 100% of the marathon, but I don't think it exists. We saw Jen do it in her debut last year, but I think these two guys need to benefit off here, and you can see it shifting through here. So Reece has dropped a 15:30 for that 5K. They ran a 16:11, I think, or maybe even not as fast as that in the 5K before there. He's brought it down to 2:11.19 pace. He has sustained that effort. 7-second gap now back to Jack and Ryan. Oh, I love to see a little bit of push early, Trent. This is exciting.
And we've got a little bit of movement here before we go to the start line too with Samantha, but we have got a bit of movement here in the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines run as well, with a new leader out in front. Dale Carroll still there, Jacob Cox still amongst there, but just changing things as well. We'll come back to the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines race very, very soon. But before we do, we're going to go back to the start line with Samantha.
I'm down here with Andy from Nike, who's the marketing director of Nike. And you were warming up a little bit earlier because the Nike Half Marathon's about to get underway, and you're running today.
Yes, Samantha, 10 minutes until I run, I think, along with 13,000 runners out there, 42,000 runners today. It's going to be an amazing event.
Gosh, it's a great turnout. You must be pretty happy with that. Tell us what brings you and Nike back to the Melbourne Marathon every year.
Yeah, this is our 4th year as naming rights partners of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Huge moment for us every year. Like, we know there's such energy around running right now, and it's great to see so many people come together and I suppose, you know, have their first half, full 10K, 5K run or push for PB. So we're all about just making sure that runner has the best possible experience. They get to enjoy running. We bring more runners and athletes into the sport, and just make sure that, you know, everyone's out there having fun.
Yeah. And we can see the paces over there. Can you tell us a little bit about these guys? Because they've been down here for a long time warming up. They are super vital to this half marathon, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The paces are great. I think there's about almost 60-odd paces across the 4 and the half. And those guys and girls are essential to just kind of keep the vibes going, but also make sure that the pace is on target as well. So a lot of runners rely on their guidance and their support. to get them through the race and make sure they can hit the target times that they've trained for.
They're technically working today. This is not a run for fun for them.
No, this is serious. They're legit runners.
Yeah.
They get to finish. They get a medal. They get the whole deal as well. So it's amazing for them. Yeah.
Amazing, and it's so good to see. Obviously, we've got the different categories. It's so good to see everyone kind of catered for. You touched on the different people that are down here, but everyone, if you're just starting up, like you mentioned, it's the new wave of running. It seems to be the thing that people do. Or if you've been doing it as one of our Spartans, everyone is involved.
Absolutely. Well, I think, like, from Nike's perspective, we've always been a running brand, right? So 50 odd years ago, we were founded by Bill Bowerman and Phil Knight, and those guys were the runner and the coach. So we've had that in our DNA since the get-go, and now we're kind of seeing that kind of same sort of ethos and attitude continue on into the future as well. And it's all about just making sure runners kind of just get to experience the joy of the sport. It's so fulfilling when you can get out there and achieve your goals and actually go out there and just enjoy sharing these moments with family and friends.
And such a wonderful event to be here in Melbourne. We've been here since the crack dawn, but the atmosphere is incredible. We need to let you go and get warmed up because you don't have long. Good luck to you,
Thanks,
Andy
Samantha.
from Nike. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it.
All the best. I'll be cheering you on.
Appreciate it. Cool.
Thanks, Sam. Great work down there at the start line of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And the half marathon, only 10 minutes away. So expecting a really exciting Nike half marathon coming up. So we're still down to 5, a little bit of changing of who's taken the lead in this Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre race, as we see the Arts Centre in the background. So they're about 2.6k out from the MCG. So they're getting closer, Mitch and Nana. Again, this 2.6, what's going through their minds and what's some of the, I guess, the things that they need to be doing to ensure that they're going to be the first across the line?
You're thinking of form, that's for sure. Like, you want to try and keep yourself as comfortable as humanly possible, because the one guarantee in this is that everybody's going to be hurting. Like, nobody's going to feel good at this point, but it's who can continue to push the tempo. As we see Buckle now is going to be the one. So he leaned over and got a drink of water not too long ago. He's going to push on this downhill, but you can see that Jacob Cox immediately senses that this is a moment you don't want to let somebody slip, because what they're about to get to is this slight uphill. And when I say slight, it feels like you're running Kilimanjaro. It's that burning on the legs. But they don't want to get a fracture, because the second you give someone, let's even say 5 meters, when you get up that uphill, if you're feeling gassed, it's very hard to mentally get yourself back on it. So these guys want to not be able to put a piece of A4 between them. They're going to want to be so close to each other. Buckle it is out in front. Dale Carroll hasn't let a step, at least that we've seen, on that inside in the white Brooks colours. So you can see that Dale Carroll will sense this. He was a World Cross Country representative this year. Now Cox goes around Buckle. So this is it. They want to be at the front when they get to the hill, hope that the legs have held on, and pray to God that they have some form of kick when they get into the final 300 metres of the MCG, because right now it's going to be Cox and Carroll who are leading it, but I think there might be Will McCann and Buckle, and try and get a read. It might even be Hordle as well in there, so we're just waiting to get the bib numbers. But if they're all together, we might honestly have nearly 5 abreast coming into the final 300, because that's what it's looking like right now.
Who's got the finishing pace?
I was going to say, who's the sprinter?
I'm going to say Carroll. I think Carroll might be the best, although a young Buckle might launch out of the pack. Jacob Cox, he wins a lot of, it's not VAL. Here's the little, this is Kilimanjaro. This is the most painful part of this 10K, and here's Dale Carroll. So goes from strength to strength. Dale Carroll, he's been fantastic over the cross-country season. He's been good on the roads. He's pushing the tempo. This is what I'm talking about. He's going to snap the band, Nana. He wants to snap this band up this little incline.
He
and
has
he
the
is
best
pushing.
form. You can see, like, when you're going uphill, you want to use the momentum, but you don't want to let your body drop and sink and let your centre of gravity start pushing you down.
Absolutely. So Dale Carroll, look at that. He has
The band is snapping.
broken him. He's broken him right now. Dale Carroll, he'll come into the G just about in front. Buckle the one for me in that grey singlet. Certainly one to watch.
So at the start line, we're going to be coming back to the Sri Lankan 10-kilometre finish very, very soon. But you can see our wheelchair competitors in the Nike Melbourne Marathon at the start line. And they're almost ready to get underway for their journey for 2024. And great to have them a part of our great event, along with our half marathoners who are just waiting in the background as well, which they'll be getting on the road very, very soon. I'll tell you what, Dale Carroll, though, he's made a nice little push away from that group. Bell's going to come very soon for the wheelies. and we're looking forward to seeing them out on the course. As you can hear the commentary team at the start line, they're wishing them all the very best. And Dale Carroll with our 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines, he is turned and he's on the home stretch for the MCG. Had a PB in the 10-kilometre distance of 29.07 only a month ago, Mitch, so he's in good form, as you said.
Yeah, he's fit, and as I said, he picked his moment, right? He said, I'm going to pick, how about I pick the hardest part of the course, and let's just see what you guys actually have in you. Buckle's now in second, so he's got this group working behind him here. Cox moves wide, maybe to try and find some real estate. This is the interesting part now. He's got the strength here, Dale Carroll, to finish this off. I have absolutely no doubt that Dale Carroll can win this, but one of these blokes behind him gets any sniff, any sort of inkling that there's a slight weakness, a chink in the armour of Dale Carroll charging forward, they will absolutely launch themselves into the MCG. So you can see here, Carroll, he's got a beautiful stride. His arm carry is just so comfortable. It's polite. It's not abrasive. It's polite the way that Dale Carroll runs these sort of 10Ks. But he has made this move in a big way up the hill, took a fair bit out of his legs. I believe he can still win this. We're about to see him enter into the MCG. I'm interested to see the gap.
We have 1K to go.
And he's not. He's built a nice little buffer from that group of 4 chasers, hasn't he? So he's looking sound. The rhythm's good, and he's going to come to the MCG very, very soon. Nana,
with 900 metres, is that gap achievable for Buckle? The pack?
Yeah,
it's really a pack.
It would take everything. It would take a disaster for Dale Carroll from here. It would literally take the wheels falling off for him. But don't be surprised. I mean, he's probably got about, I'm trying to gauge it off the cones.
Meters?
Yeah, I'm going to say 20 to 30 metres. So it's definitely achievable. If it's just a feeling thing, like these guys, if they get a sense, if they have a kick, Jacob Cox does have a kick, Buckle does have a kick, this group does have a kick. They also have the unique benefit of working together. So obviously you don't want to work with people. You don't want to let people into the race. But you do get this sense of, all right, if we can push each other a little bit further forward each time. They're creeping it back ever so slightly. Carroll also now is going to turn this little hairpin here to go back to the MCG and see exactly where they are. He gets the benefit of knowing how much energy he needs to put in to go into the G, because this place will carry you. The mecca of the MCG, the moment of it will carry you. It's this next 300 metres that leads you into it that'll sort of make up the head down. So he's put the head down and goes, oh, God, they're closer than I thought. And Buckle...
They've just made the turn.
He's on the charge here, Matty Buckle. Don't be surprised if he can get there.
There was a little bit of a grimace in the face there.
Yeah.
So obviously this last kilometre's really burnt and has put a little bit of pressure on the body, but he's still looking good out in front. But I've got no doubt these chasers, they're going to come hard in the next couple of 100 metres, I reckon,
Do you think he's regretting that hill surge?
I don't know if he regrets it, but I think he would have definitely taken a look behind and been like, I thought I broke you a little bit more than that. So it is this sector now before you get into the G, because if you can sustain that, it makes it seem almost impossible to get after him, right? But the G can also carry you through with this rhythm. So I think Dale Carroll has looked behind him. He's gone, all right, I need to sustain this. Like, I can kick. I just need to have some form of energy rolling in here. Look, the head is back. He's got the wobble. He's about to enter into the MCG. He's about to live out every kid's dream and touch the hallowed turf here. But Dale Carroll, you can see him on your screen. The sun is beaming. The MCG is booming. He's got about 40, 50 metres, so he should be home and hosed here. It'll take absolutely everything for these two behind him here. But Dale Carroll made that aggressive move up on the hill, and it's paying off for him here.
So look at him come into the MCG. About 150 metres to go. And I'll tell you what, they're pushing hard, the chasing too. Matty Buckle leading that second charge. But Carroll's out in front. As you said, Mitch, a 50-metre buffer out on the chasing too. As he turns into the home straight, and Dale Carroll, he's been so successful here many a times before, he will take out the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run for 2024 here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Fireworks are off, and a terrific effort and a really well-constructed game plan. It was really, I guess, at a point where he needed to go, he went.
Absolutely. Up the hill, pick the hardest part of the course and flex your muscles. It's exactly what Dale Carroll did. Congratulations, because the half marathon's about to get underway.
Hey, the half marathon, the Nike Melbourne half marathon, again, littered with absolute talent, Nana. Who are some of the ones we're going to have a look out for today?
We've got some Olympians in different distances. We've got Jess Stenton, who we saw in the marathon. Izzy Batjol, who just broke the road 10K record. Caitlin McAdams, an Australian representative of cross country. Lena Pompine, who also won Zatopek 2 years ago. Nat Rule, that has come back from the Sunshine Gold Coast Marathon. Amy Roberts and Isabel Hume. Some of our females that we will be seeing in the half marathon today.
I'll tell you what, an event littered with absolute stars as our half marathoners make their way out onto their journey. But looking here, Dale Carroll, absolutely sensational. And unofficial, we believe Adam Goddard and Matthew Buckle were the other two runners that will fill the podium, but we'll get official finishes here very, very soon. But Dale Carroll, it was a gutsy run. He really planned it well in the fact that it was probably the hardest part of the course, Mitch, but he executed it excellently.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, he picked his moment. It was always going to be a moment where he was going to make a surge, but yeah, to do it up that incline towards the end is very, very gutsy. So he's absolutely made the most of that, Dale Carroll. He comes away as the champion in the 10K. He'll be happy with that. He'll pick up some prize money as well, and he's the first winner of the day here at the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon. So he'll be very, very happy with that. We can see all the boys now celebrating. Jess Hull continues her unbelievable Nike PR run. You know, she's been down here for about a week, Jess, so it's great to have her here. The Olympic, I never get tired of saying this, the Olympic silver medalist.
It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It has, and world record holder as well at that too. So what a month Jess Hull managed to have over in Europe. Reece Langdon comes down here, bronze medalist in the men's para 1500 in Paris this year himself. So just plenty of world-class talent here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And finishing off then a Sri Lankan 10K, they'll be very happy with that.
Absolutely, and we'll keep an eye out for our lead female runners as well. We'll get some word on the street to see where they're located, how far away they are from hitting the MCG as well. But look at the start line, listener, of the Nike half marathon. It's just huge, sold out once again. And it's the hottest ticket in Melbourne at the moment.
I know, you've got Olympians coming out of the wazoo. We've got Brett Robertson, who we saw qualify for the Paris Olympics. Andrew Buchanan, who made his debut. Seth O'Connell, we see him around the streets of SRC. Andrew Waring, the Boxall superstar and Australian representative cross country. Haftu, who's made his... He's come back to Australia and he's based down in Melbourne. Liam Bodum and Joel Tobin White to round out the elite field.
Here's our first female in the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run. It's Bronte Oates who's leading the charge. She's going to turn into the home straight. And here she comes, really finishing very strong in this 10-kilometre event. And Bronte Oates will be the first of our female winner in the Sri Lankan 10-kilometre run. Can you tell us much about Bronte, Mitch?
I actually can't. That's really caught me by surprise. She's absolutely demolished the field. Georgia Hansen, I can see in here. Lizzie Duncan as well there in second. So I tapped Lizzie. I thought that was it. But Bronte Oates has just rolled under 33 minutes as well. So she has absolutely flown. She was popping up.
Did I say bang on?
You did. You said bang on. No, you called it. I told you there's a distance runner within you yet. So she's bang on last year, Bronte Oates, but has really taken apart a quality field behind her here. Great to see Georgia Hansen back running as well. She had a little bit of time off there through injury.
And we see Melissa Duncan about to cross in second place in the Sri Lankan 10K.
Wow, Bronte Oates is just... I would love to tell you more, but no, honestly, she's absolutely caught me there. The third place here for Georgia Hansen, but impressive racing. It seemed like she did it relatively on her own as well, right? She didn't look like they'd packed up any of those women. They were all individuals, so an impressive win here in the 10K.
And broken her PB by 2.5 minutes almost
there you
as well.
go.
So we're 35.27 ran in Sydney last year in September. So to break it, she's broken it pretty well.
She's absolutely demolished it. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to check the live stream chat to see if anybody knows much about Bronte Oates. If you do, please just fill us in, because that is an absolute flyer from the clouds and a well-deserved 10K victory as we pan to the left side of your live stream here, and it is our men's half marathon crew out in front, and it's in his new silks, Andy Buchanan, the Olympian, I don't want to call him the unlikely Olympian, but obviously only found out about his spot a matter of weeks before the Olympic marathon. The gracious Brett Robinson, unfortunately injured. Good to see him back out here running now this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. I thought it was afternoon based on the sun, but, you know, gave his spot over to Andy, and, geez, didn't he make the most of it? Top 50 in the Olympics in the end for Buchanan. So it is Buchanan to Robinson, and then Haftu Strinzos, who was obviously at the World Cross Country Championships this year as well himself. He's stepping into the roads now. Somebody that Brett did talk about yesterday as someone he thought had really good marathon potential. Liam Buden, who was impressive at the Gold Coast Marathon this year, back to Cashin, and then Andre Waring. So a good group of men out in front. And
the flying mullet's in there as well.
The flying mullet, Big Sethy.
The flying drummer mullet, I think you forgot.
His Instagram videos are the best things you'll ever see. I wonder if he's brought the kit here, because he'll probably have a little bit of a smack of the drums immediately after, but we'll throw down to Danny down there, Trent.
Absolutely. Let's go to Danny, who's got the winner of the Sri Lankan 10-kilometre event, Dale Carroll.
We are down here on the finish line, the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K, won, of course, by Dale Carroll. Dale, absolutely superb. You looked like you had so much left in the tank there. How was that run for you today?
Yeah, it was great. I felt a bit tough. My calves were a bit sore in the first half, but felt strong in the second half and managed to pull through.
How do you get past that? If you do feel that sort of tightness there, what do you do to sort of compensate that?
Oh, I hope it goes away. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but it went away today, so it felt good.
I tell you what, we were watching you on the screen. There's so much power in the legs there. You saw the guys coming behind you there. Did that sort of spur you on just to give it a bit more right at the end?
Look, I think I run more in volume than anyone else in the field, so I was confident if I went and everyone was gone, they weren't going to catch me.
Amazing, well done. We'll have some presentations later. Hey, what's coming up for you in the running? What's next for you?
So I'm running a 3K at the end of October, so hopefully run with the best in the country there. Some of them are in the half marathon.
Mate, Dale Carroll, absolute legend, taking out the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K today. Congratulations, Dale. We'll have some presentations later. Mate, well done. We'll see you all a bit later. Thank you.
Great work, Danny, down there with Dale Carroll. A really worthy winner. Terrific win in the end. And we'll see him at the presentation stage a little bit later on this morning. We've got the split screen here of our marathoners and our half marathoners. And Mitch and Nana, back to, I guess, looking at our marathoners first. Reese made that, I guess, breakaway, which was all bar pretty short in the end because Jack Rayner and obviously Ryan Gregson have come back together as a three and running as a group, and they've just passed the 21.5K mark as well. Was that a bit of a surprise, or?
Nah, I'm not surprised that they've gone and got after him. Obviously, they might have sensed that Reese was trying to push the tempo, and they've been able to work it back pretty well. So now they find themselves in a comfortable position, these guys.
Hey, let's go back into the MCG. Simon has got our winner of the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run, our female winner, Bronte Oates.
Hey, thanks, lads. How good is this? Bronte Oates standing here with me. Bronte, 20 years of age. You absolutely smashed it, just under 33. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I'm tired, but good. It felt good.
Well, you could have fooled me. You look like a spring chicken right now. It looks like you didn't run. At what point in that race there, I mean, was there any sort of trials or tribulations you went through, or did you feel comfortable the whole time?
I felt pretty good. I wasn't expecting the little hill at like 8Ks, but it was good. It was good.
And this is your first win here in Melbourne at the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K run. What was it like coming through the G there?
It was really cool. Like, that's my favourite finish I've ever done, I think. It was cool.
And the crowd, the fanfare, were you expecting the pyros popping off?
No, I definitely wasn't. It gave me a bit of a fright.
Well, you kept it well. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Bronte, you must be so proud of your efforts right now. I'll let you go and be part of the fun. Enjoy it. Thank you for being a winner of the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K run.
Thanks so much.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
so we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Visit the SoundCloud booth now for your chance to win headphones. Visit the SoundCloud booth now for your chance to win headphones.
It can start small, a knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
Welcome back to the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And we've got our half marathoners in our vision. And sort of spaced out, guys.
Yeah, they have separated. It's Andy Buchanan out in front there from Seth O'Donnell. I can see have to back there alongside Liam Butte. And I'm just looking for Brett Robinson, who I'm hoping is tucked behind that motorcycle there, because look, he obviously is coming back off an injury, and it's been the last couple of weeks of him for training that have apparently gone well and maybe gave him the confidence to commit to entering to this. But for the life of me at the moment, I can't see Brett Robinson, so I'm hoping he's okay. I'm hoping maybe he's just a little bit further back and spotting some distance. But Andy Buchanan, he's had such an impressive year. He now leads himself out there ahead of the rest of this group, and maybe that is Brett just behind them there. So as we've mentioned multiple times, it's a class field, you know, from the Bretts to the Andys to the Seths to the Andres. And I'll be interested to see what the splits are a little bit further back than that for the women as well, because, look, honestly, this women's race might just about be one of the best races, if not the best race of the whole morning. In and amongst, you know, the Jess Stensons, Izzy Bat-Doyle, Caitlin Adams makes her debut here, Leanne Pompiani, the national cross-country champion. She's been everywhere. Nat Rule. There's a plethora of female talent here as we'll wait for their splits to roll on through. But we're going to turn our attention back here to the marathon, and it looks like Jack Rayner now is going to start to assert his dominance. So let me give you a full breakdown of what rolled through here at the halfway marker. So Jack Rayner, Reese and Ryan, they went through halfway all together. They were at that 3:10k pace, so you can kiss the course record goodbye. They're not going to be going around that 2:09, which is fine. For Ryan Gregson, that's a 2:14 lifetime best for him, 2:11 for Jack. So the closer that Ryan can stay to Jack, the better. But now for Jack, it's being comfortable in these middle stages of the marathon now. He hasn't run a full marathon since 2019. So yes, it's familiar territory for him, but also since New York and that year he ran London too, he hasn't run one. So right now he's going to try and just make sure that his body's feeling comfortable, because the 30k marker is where it starts. Chris Dryden was there in 4th. The Mango Boys, Dave Ridley, he was there in 5th. Abdi Roble was 6th. Hinarasha, the Japanese competitor, he was there in 7th. It goes back then to Eric Niguera and also Ben Kelly in 10th. They're 4 minutes off that pace. we look at the women, and I know we can't see a lot of them here on your screen, but let me give you the updates because Jen Gregson, I'm going to call it early, has hit the sweet spot. She has not moved from this pace for the last, I'm going to call it 10 to 15 kilometres. So she rolls around that 2:24.58 marker now at the halfway point. So that K is the slowest point we've seen, Jen, because until now she was at about that 2:24.30, 2:24.20 marker. So she's dropped back ever so slightly. She now lives at about that 3:49 pace, I think was the split there. So 2:24.58 is what we're projecting here in front of us. Sarah Klein, an absolute veteran of the roads is Sarah Klein. She's been to 3 World Championships herself. She's never broken 2:30. So that 2:30 marker has been rather elusive for her in her marathoning career. At the moment, she's on 2:28.5 pace. So she'll be really liking where she is at the moment here in this marathon as we await this half marathon split. But the women are moving along really, really well. But Jack Rayner now is just starting to flex those muscles of really what can still be described as a young marathoning career at the age of 29. And Ryan Gregson, he's looking really impressive and getting the most out of himself. Reese now dropping back, but by all means, you don't consider him out of this race.
I was just going to say, you can't discount him, but obviously with what we saw last year, obviously he was, he bided his time, and then it was that sort of 30K mark of the event where he was where he did his work. Let's look at the women's marathon leaders. As we said, Jen Gregson out in front, and this is at the 20-kilometre checkpoint. Sarah Klein just under 2 minutes behind. Kate Mason sitting third, and Rebecca Lowe a further 3 minutes behind our leader, Jen Gregson. But Jen, she's doing it beautifully at the moment, Nana, and she had herself a goal at the start of this event, and it looks like she's executing it as well as it can go at this current stage.
Yeah, Mitch was lucky enough to speak to Jen yesterday in the pre-race interview, and Jen explained that she is going for that record and she has a race plan to get it, and she's done pretty well to stick to it halfway through the marathon. And I wouldn't count out Jen. She is a competitor and she is one-minded, and I think we might see something special today.
100%. I mean, she's just such a class competitor. Last year, she barely lost a race, Jen. So she likes to describe herself as like, I'm just still really learning the marathon. But I'll tell you what, she's got a pretty good resume being the 3rd fastest of all time in an early marathoning career. So you can see Jack might have some words of encouragement there alongside of him. I'm not sure who these are riding along next to him. But definitely somebody in his corner at least. So he's told him to piss off up the road because he wants to be able to get out there and lead this marathon. I want to take a step back for a second to Bronte Oates. Ben St. Lawrence coached up there for the Run Club crew in New South Wales. She's absolutely just run a blistering 10K road here. At the age of 20,
oh, wow.
That is incredibly exciting to see what her pedigree can be. Obviously, has come through the ranks in those cross-country and track and field stages, but yeah, Ben St. Lawrence will be sitting somewhere, unsure if he's still in America, the former Australian 10K record holder and Olympian, but Bronte Oates, certainly a name that will be etched in my brain moving forward for that 10K, but yeah, on screen, good to see more marathoning on screen here at the moment. And yeah, Jack Rayner, it's interesting. You watch the lines that these guys commit to. Jack going to be the closest that he possibly can be to the water. He gets his feed station. So that's why he told him to piss off. He said, mate, don't ride next to me. Park the bike. Give me the feed and let me keep on moving. I don't want any words of encouragement. So
he said, stick to the race plan.
He said, stick to the damn race plan. I need to try and drop Ryan Gregson because, look, I mean, Grego, his resume speaks for himself. To me, he is in one of the pantheons of middle distance running in Australia. But new to the infancy here of the marathon and looks comfortable. We're going to get a side-on vision of the boys here as they make their way through. And they're starting to pick it up. So Jack's actually split through there at 3:05s on the average. So starting to pick it up now just ever so slightly. Look at this pack. Brian Fay still leads it out here at the moment. It looks like maybe Croaks or the Moose is in there as well for those inside running fans. So it is going to be Brian Fay who leads this one out here in front of Jen Lacarze, and a good pack behind them there. Reese Edwards is 29 seconds back for those keeping tabs on this leading group of the men's marathon. But, I mean, Jen is metronomic at the moment here. Brian, he's about to enter his furthest run of his lifetime. So it's going to be interesting to see how long he can continue on. He did say to me yesterday, he said, mate, I don't really want to pull out along Beach Road because it's actually hard for me to get back to the finish line. So you might even see him go a little bit further, but a good group behind here trying to get a read on who that is. I'm reading on YouTube that it might even be Croaks who's moving along in there. So for Jen at the moment, it's finding rhythm, finding comfortability, something that she's incredibly good at. And this aerial shot is really great to see where they're at. Checks the watch and, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, similar to what we've seen Ryan and Jack do, whether the pace just gets a little bit faster over these stages, because what you can absolutely account for is the back end of the marathon is going to hurt and that pace is likely to dip. So if you can buffer, you know, even a few seconds per K through these stages of it, can make or break you. And I think for the likes of Jen, who's done this a few times now, it could be really beneficial for her pursuit of this record.
Sorry, you talk about Jen running a few marathons in her 3 years. She's done what she did 8 weeks ago at the Olympics, and we normally see marathon runners do only 1 to 2 a year. Do you think that's going to affect her? Has she fully recovered from it? What insight did she give you yesterday?
She said that basically she didn't want a break, because if she were to have a break, the break would last for months. So I think she was pretty keen to continue on running, Jen. What she does incredibly well is regenerates, right? She's an ultimate professional. So I think obviously, yep, she'd probably be carrying some fatigue in those legs. You know, 8 to 10 weeks isn't a long time between hard 42.2K efforts, but she's the ultimate professional, hard and fast.
Those girls in the first half of that marathon.
Exactly right. They're out in front, if you remember correctly, her and Jess Stenson. So, yeah, I think Jen's recovered. I think she's recuperated. Obviously, it might take a little bit out of the legs, but, I mean,
it's not
guiding
showing,
by what she's doing here, yeah, she looks really comfortable. As now Jack Rayner is doing what Jack Rayner does, and is doing what a lot of people thought Jack Rayner was capable of in the infancy of his marathoning career. And that's finding rhythm, right? And that is actually being able to push this tempo now and really assert himself. He clearly made a conscious decision to allow Reece to get up the road and had a game plan. You know, the tutelage of Nick Biddle and Collis Birmingham would put him in a perfect position to be able to read this well. But look, he's not typically a hat wearer, Jack, so he's obviously braved himself for the warmer conditions later. But look, trying to read the facial expressions on him at the moment, he looks really in control and comfortable here.
Would you say it's still new to Jack? As we've seen, he hasn't run one or completed one since 2019. So this rhythm and this cadence and going this far is actually quite new to him.
Absolutely. I mean, also, you know, not that he's exercising some demons, but it was unfortunate that he couldn't finish that race in Tokyo. And even that lead up to Tokyo, he was dealing with that injury. So in terms of having a clear shot and a clean shot at a marathon, you're right, it's been such a long period of time. So it is a refresher for him. It is almost like he's going back and restarting his marathon career, because it's not really typical at 29 to take a 5-year break from marathons. He was so young when he really stepped out into the roads, Jack. So yeah, in a way, it is a rejuvenation of his marathoning career. And it's a great way for Jack to regain that confidence in what a lot of people, as I've said, touted him to be that marathoner, just given his pedigree on the track and on the roads and being able to step out into distances. A good run here, a confident run here will do the world of good for Jack and will do the world of good for road running in this country. As to the right-hand side of the screen, Jen's dropped him off. So Brian and Jen now have really committed to this. And I'm not sure who that is on her right-hand shoulder. Somebody in the chat, if you know who that is in those Geelong colours, please do let me know. But as it stands, Jen is now starting to fracture from this group behind her, and Brian doing a great job of leading her through there as well. So confident running out of the MTC stables, although I'd like to say Jen's BTC living up in Brisbane. But yeah, they'll be really happy with what's happening here in this 25, probably 23K marker there for Jen in this Melbourne Marathon.
I'll tell you what, just looking at our left and our leader in the men's marathon, in Jack Rayner, he's just pushed that buffer a little bit further from Ryan Gregson, which is he's really just ramped up the ante over the last minute or so, but looking comfortable out there, as you said, Nana. Looking forward to seeing what he can do over the next, well, I guess looking at, we're at 25-minute mark of the race. Where is the next real important part of the event? As in, is it the 30K mark where we start reassessing and looking at, okay, what's going to happen over the next 5 or 10Ks?
Yeah, I think it's maybe getting back onto St Kilda Road. I think it's getting back onto that familiar territory. but, you know, these guys will all have maybe a little mental marker of where they think the race will hit its next ascendancy.
Hey, we've got our Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre presentations occurring very soon, but we're going to have a message from our great friends at Sri Lankan Airlines.
Ayubowan and welcome to Sri Lankan Airlines. Taking off is a world of fun. We're soaring up to the clouds towards the sun. But before we get started and set you on your trip, please buckle up and hear out these safety tips. Now store your bags overhead or under the seat. Keep the exits and aisles clear, then tuck in your feet. First things first, you've got to buckle up for flight. Slip it in, zip it tight, till it starts feeling just right. Just lift the top flap up if you need to go. But keep it on visibly if the sign says no. In the unlikely event of an emergency, follow our instructions and listen carefully. Please reach under your seat for your safety vest, but in business class, check your safety card, and we'll explain the rest. Then put it over your head, strap it around your waist, buckle in and tighten to keep it in place. Don't inflate it on board, wait till you step outside. Then pull the red tabs down, or blow the tubes on the sides. If you're with children under the age of 2, special life vests would be provided to you. Now, if the cabin pressure changes, we'll keep you from the dangers. Oxygen masks will drop from above. Let's take care of you first, then help the ones you love. Pull it down, cover your nose and mouth. Wrap the bands around, then tighten the band. Next, turn to your loved ones and lend them a hand. In the unlikely event of an unplanned landing, we'll say this thrice for your understanding. Keep your heads down and stay down. Heads down, stay down. Heads down, stay down. Trust in the crew, there's always a plan. We've got multiple exits, so you're going to be fine. Follow the flow path lights to the nearest sign. Remember to take your heels off and leave them aside. There's no reason to wait. So head on to the slides at your nearest exit. Oh, and before landing and takeoff, note the basics in flight. Switch your devices off. And don't pull out that light. There's no smoking in here. Pull your seat upright, buckle up, and don't lean. Store your trays away and also your screen. If the window seat's the one for you, lift the blinds up for takeoff and let the light shine through. Finally, as we gear up to soar, please check out the safety card for these tips and more. A safe flight is our promise to you. The crew's always around to guide you through. With warmth and hospitality day and night, we thank you for flying Sri Lankan Airlines. Enjoy your flight.
Thank you to Sri Lankan Airlines, great partners of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And now got our split screen. Jack Rayner leading out in front in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. He's done a great job in, like I say, the last 5 or 6 Ks. Midge, he's doing absolutely sensationally well. Ryan Gregson was second, Reece Edwards third at the last checkpoint. On our right-hand side, we've got all of our Sri Lankan Airline 10-kilometre runners coming into the MCG and finishing their journey. And what a great place to finish a 10-kilometre run, the mighty MCG. One of the world's best, if not the world's best stadium, that is for sure. But back to the marathon, Jack Rayner out in front. Impressive so far as we've hit the 28.7-kilometre mark here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack's taking control now. It's Jack's race, which is so awesome to see, and it's great for him and his confidence. And, you know, he's still around that 2:11 and a half marker. Ryan Gregson's still inside the 2:12 bracket as well, which is amazing given that he's a 2:14 athlete here last year. Reece Edwards has now just dropped a bit further back. He's 30 seconds off the pace still, so not too much further around, but that was the last checkpoint. It looks like Jack has just continued to go from strength to strength here. As you know, it is just a testament to Jack and being able to step back out into this distance. We can see on the right-hand side there, Jen has a little bit more company, so a couple more just get to the front and help, you know, not only Jen, but Brian, who's doing a great job in pacing her out here. So Jen at that 2:24.47 estimated at the moment, which is about 35 seconds under the course record. Sarah Klein is someone I'm watching with great intent. I would love nothing more than this Melbourne Marathon morning to end with the Sarah Klein sub 2:30, 2 hour 30 performance. You know, as I've said, a multiple-time Australian representative, 3 times at the World Champs, 14th at those World Championships in Oregon only 2 years ago. So absolutely class is Sarah Klein, and she deserves to move further on up the all-time rankings here in a beautiful morning in Melbourne. Half marathon continuing to move along as well. Now, I'm waiting to see if these splits are real, so just bear with me here because we've got the screen in front of us that are trying to show us the splits. If so, if this is factual, through 5K, Izzy Bat-Doyle is around that Australian record pace, which was set by Karen McCann all the way back in 2000. So she's gone and got the 10K record. She took that one off Benita. If she can come in here now, she's got this course record here as well, Trent. If she can come in here now and take another Australian record, well, it would be one hell of a year for 2-time Olympian
Hell
Izzy
of a year.
Bat-Doyle.
I think it's a hell of a couple of years. We've been hearing Izzy's name for a couple of years now, and she's moved from the 5 to the 10 to the half to the full.
Yep.
She has done it all, and in the Australian colours too.
An amazing athlete, that is for sure. And yeah, it must be something about Melbourne and Izzy Bat-Doyle. It just has a nice ring to it because if she's able to maintain that pace, as you said, 2021, that course record of I think it was 70:16 in the half marathon. Yeah, she's going beautifully well. So looking at our marathoners on the screen, Jack Rayner almost at the 30-kilometre checkpoint. Jen Gregson roughly around that 27K mark in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And as you said, Jen Gregson well and truly under that course record time if she maintains that pace. But running beautifully. And you speak about Izzy Bat-Doyle, Jen Gregson, equally as good across multiple facets of distance running as well.
We're seeing that more lately. We've got Jess Hull, she does the 15, she has the 2K world record, and we've even seen her run a 5 and a 10. And I just think that women's long and middle distance running, competition is breeding competition, fast times are competing, and we are getting qualifiers upon qualifiers. It's a very good and hard decision selectors always have to make because we have a quality field from the 8 all the way to the marathon on who you can pick to represent Australia.
What's making half marathon and marathon distance running sexy for those, I guess, those runners that are, you know, that 5,000 metre, 10,000 metre? What's making it more attracted for those runners to go for those longer distances?
I think we're starting to see a real renaissance of marathon running. Obviously, we've got Brett in 2:07, Andy 2:08. You've also got Pat Tiernan at 2:08. We've seen the record books be rewritten countless times by women at the moment. The top 5 are all, except for 1 or 2, have been in the last 2 years. So I just have a feeling now that people are starting to see the momentum shift. They're starting to see the talent pool get deeper. There's a lot of money in road racing as well if you can get around to the international circuit. And I think there's more eyeballs on road racing. I think this push for run clubs, this push for people understanding what it's like to be in a marathon and a 10K and a half marathon and all these things, it makes it more attractive and it makes it more respectable. And I think it's such a great thing for the sport, and it's such a great thing for these elites now to get that recognition for what they do.
You speak about course records, and obviously Jen Gregson and obviously Izzy Bat-Doyle are in those conversations at the moment. The marathon bonus pool is certainly something that's quite attractive for those runners too. Would that be something in their mind a little bit as well? Because I'll tell you what, if Jen Gregson breaks a course record today, a great first place payday, but also to that extra bonus of $20,000. Gee whiz.
Oh, yeah, you'd be stoked walking away with 45 clams, that's for sure.
It makes me want to run a marathon.
I'd be pretty happy, but definitely, the money definitely is an incentive for these men and women to come out here and compete, which is great. Whatever it is that can get them out there is the best thing for it. But, yeah, we can see across the board here in the marathon and the half, it looks like Jack just shaking the arms out. Wild that they're running through the tram lines. I mean, that is interesting. Don't mind it, but definitely interesting. And so, yeah, it is great to see the depth of talent here. Looks like we're trying to read off what's happening. I haven't seen Andy Buchanan's name pop up for a while, so I'm really hoping that he's there. Brett is still in the race. He's a minute and a half back. He's going to continue. The battle between Brett now is the battle with his own podcast host in Joel Tobin-White, because Joel Tobin-White might just sneak up there and beat Brett, and I can't imagine that's going to sit well with Brett. So great to see that he's continuing on racing. He hasn't dropped out. There's an importance in finishing these races, obviously. But as it reads on my board, it's Haftu that's out in front, running at that 2:56 pace. So he's absolutely flying, if that's correct. Liam Buden back to Seth, Liam and Andre. Brett in 6th, goes back there to Mercule Hintz, Stote, Hobbs, and then Joel. 2 minutes 13 back in 10th. That's at the moment, and as I've said, that's just as we're reading it. So I'm really hoping that Andy Buchanan is still out there, because there was no indicator that he was injured or anything of that like. So hoping that Andy's still there running.
You spoke to Brett Robinson yesterday, Mitch. How's he recovered from his injury, and what was his plan going into today? Obviously having that layoff the injury, missing the Olympics due to injury as well.
Yeah. I honestly think his plan was just to assess the field. I think Brett's ideal situation would have been a little bit more of a tactical half marathon, a little bit more of a slow pace that you can kick off, because then that way you're not stretching from the gun. You're not having to sort of be at your maximum capacity for a longer period of time. If you're coming off an injury, and an injury like Brett's, which was in his back, and then he also was suffering from some lower leg injuries earlier in the year, you really don't want to have to exert yourself any more than you need to. So his ideal situation would have been a bit of a slower pace. But look, he said to me yesterday he's going to have to pull out all the tricks in the book if he wanted to win this, and he knew that. He's a minute back, obviously, so that's a long way to peg it back. But don't be surprised if he picks off some people later on, if he can find that momentum again. I'm not in Brett's head. I can only go off what his training's been. He told me only in the last week or two that it's been able to find some consistency and hit a good session. I kind of put the gas on Brett to compete, because I announced he was racing before he'd committed to racing. So,
so we have you to blame.
Yeah,
so you're running manager as well as commentator.
Well, I'm sure Nick and Collis wouldn't have been too stoked with it. But look, to Brett's credit, he's fronted up and he's going to try and push on the back end of this half marathon. And I hope for him that he can get through it. And again, I'm hoping Andy's still out there.
No matter what with Brett, it's going to give him confidence leading into the next year. I'm sure there's some international marathons that he'll be eyeing off that he didn't get to do this year. So doing the half is going to give him some confidence going into that next block and the Australian domestic season.
Yeah, and if Brett's having a bad time, he'll be more than happy to see this race finish, I can tell you that.
So just looking at our leaderboard on the screen that we see with results and so forth, in the Nike Melbourne Marathon, we've got Jack Rayner out in front. This is at the 30-kilometre checkpoint. Out in front by 38 seconds to Ryan Gregson. Then Christopher Dryden is that third runner across the line. So again, we need to sort of get a real indication, but Reece Edwards is the question, what's happened in that last sort of 5 or 6K since that last 25-kilometre checkpoint. We'll find that out. Before we do, we're going to go downstairs to the MCG to Danny for the first of our presentations here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
We are down here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival 2024. Well, can you believe it? We're already up to some formalities for this part of the day. Obviously, we are doing the presentations right now for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometres. I would like to invite to the stage Mohan from Sri Lankan Airlines, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Mohan, wonderful to see you again. Thank you so much for your integral support of this event. We couldn't do it without you. You've been doing this for many years with Sri Lankan Airlines. Tell us a bit about your involvement with the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Good morning, Melbourne. It's really a pleasure to be here once again for the 8th edition with Sri Lankan Airlines. And we are so proud as an airline, as a sporting entity to support this initiative. And we have always been supporting such initiatives world over. And we are sure to go strength to strength from here.
Absolutely right. Sri Lanka, a beautiful country, beautiful food, beautiful people. Only one way to get there, Sri Lankan Airlines.
Correct. We do daily flights out of Melbourne and 4 weekly flights out of Sydney. So anytime you want to travel, just hop on board and next thing, in 9 hours, you're in Colombo.
Thank you so much, Mohan. I might get you over to here. You are our special guest and presenting the awards for today. We have a special guest as well. Welcome to the stage.
Hi.
You're the regional manager from Sri Lankan Airlines. Tell us about your involvement and how it all fits with the Melbourne Marathon.
Okay, well, I think we are privileged to be a part of it, and thank you for the IMG and the organizers and the participants. And this is our 7th year participation. And Australia and Sri Lanka, two close countries, and it's close to us, and we are overwhelmed and privileged and blessed to be.
I think the privilege is all ours. We really do appreciate everything you do supporting the 10 kilometres. I might get you to stand over here as well. We'd love to get some photos with you and present the awards. Thank you so much. Sri Lankan Airlines, amazing work that they do. We're so proud to be with them. We're going to announce the winners here for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometres. I'd like to invite to the stage in 3rd place, we have Georgia Hansen. The awards. Thank you. This is yours. Congratulations. We'll get you to stand up here. Thank you so much. In 2nd place, Melissa Duncan. Well done. And our winner today, first female across the line in the Sri Lankan 10Ks, Bronte Oates. Well done, Bronte. Well done. We'll grab some photos with you guys. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together for our 10 kilometres Sri Lankan Airlines 10Ks female winners for today. Perfect. Thank you so much, everybody. It's 10 kilometres, our male winners for today. In 3rd place, we have Adam Goddard. In 2nd place today, we have Matthew Buckle. And in 1st place today, taking out the Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometres male division, in 1st place, it is Dale Carroll. Well done, mate.
Thanks, Danny, down there at the ground level of the MCG, the first of our Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival presentations. Dale Carroll winning the 10 kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines race in the male category, and our female winner, Bronte Oates, who's an exciting young 20-year-old talent who's looking like they're going to have a very, very good running career. Back here, we've got the split marathon and half marathon, so no surprise. Andy Buchanan out in front. He hasn't been picked up on the timing points, but that's okay. He's out in front and has got a considerable little lead there from the second runner. And Jack Rayner still running very strongly in the marathon, Mitch.
Andy is cooking. He's cooking out there. He is absolutely running up. Look at him. He's waving to the crowd. Oh, my God. He's become a superstar just like that. You've just watched Andy become a superstar.
The King of Bendigo.
The King of Bendigo is back, and he's taken over Melbourne. I'm stoked to see Andy there because much like you at home, we're looking at these chips come through and wondering where everybody is, but Andy is out in front and dominating. He's got a fair bit of real estate behind him. I reckon that's Seth O'Donnell to the naked eye in that half marathon. Andy's out here for a Sunday jog. He's looking left. He's actually looking for his post-race coffee at the moment, it looks like, Andy Buchanan. So
this is a long run for
he's
him.
capitalising on a great year. He's picked up a new sponsor. He's really entering his era of being a great professional runner, Andy Buchanan. If he can kick it off with a win here in the half marathon, he'd be absolutely stoked with that. Turn your head left. Just look a little bit further left if you wouldn't mind, because it's Jack Rayner who's absolutely flying here in the marathon as well. He's found the rhythm. Here he is, 30K. He's on 2:11.23 pace by the looks of it here at the moment. He's splitting around that 15:24 for that 5K marker. So he's in his rhythm now. He is over the 30K. He's got less than 10 kilometres to go. In fact, he's got less than 9 kilometres to go here, Jack Rayner, as he makes his way along St Kilda Road. He is just the confidence that Jack is going to be gaining from this. Here's Jen. Oh, she's right on the back there of Brian Fay. So have a look at this. A little bit of a slip in pacing here because to the second, if you look at the forecast, Jen is on the course record. Not below it, not above it, on it. She's smack bang here at the moment.
Before, Mitch, you mentioned that Jen's pacer was only going to run 30K and we're at 33.9. Is he going to go the whole way?
Brian is just trying to be not too far away from the MCG, I reckon. He's just like, all right,
the closer the better.
Yeah, he's like, I may as well just keep on rolling. He's come straight out of Dublin, so he's loving Melbourne's weather and the sun. And look, he's trying to maximise the most he can do. Don't be surprised if Jen's asked him and just been like, just give me everything. Everything you've got, because you can see she can't exactly, I'm not sure if their pace is behind her. I don't think they are. She can't exactly call on the blokes behind her to go, hey, can you get in front and start to move the needle for me a little bit here? Not that she can't do it on her own. We've seen her run these really strong performances solo, but if you can continue to get that pacemaker to lead you as long as humanly possible, she's putting Brian in the pain cave now and saying, I need the most out of you, please.
Can a pacer finish a race?
Oh, like, look, they can, but they're not meant to.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
There's like a rule around not finishing. He can peel off, 10 metres before the line.
I think you enter the MCG.
Yeah, job is done. So long
done.
as you don't cross the finish line, you're okay, because I actually think you can get DQ'd for that. So Jen will be, asking him to get as far as he possibly can. That's Nat Rule on the side of the road there, unfortunately out of the half marathon. We can see her on the infield there. You would have seen on your screen. So unfortunate for Nat. Hopefully she's okay. We're going to flash back to the women's half. Again, this is somebody whose chip hasn't been registered, but we're waiting to see Jess Stenson and how quickly she's going. Izzy Bat-Doyle is in that 68-minute marker at the moment through that 10K, so you can only imagine or hope that she'll be out there a little bit faster, because that'll put her inside the top 5 all time still if she can run around that. So we're waiting to get a read on these times for the half, but still out in front here. Sarah Klein as well on that 2:29 pace, so she's still under the 2:30 as it stands on our screens. So some great racing here, and Brian Fay doing a body of work for Jen Lacaze. And look, we can only hope that she continues to move here, Jen Gregson. I slip into calling her Lacaze all the time, but hopefully, Jen can continue to push the needle, and Ryan doing the same thing in the men's.
I guess the thing, you speak about Brian is, is it going to come down to when she needs him until, obviously, looking at her watch, her Garmin watch, and looking at that times and going, I just need you for another kilometre or another 2 kilometres just to keep pushing the pace, because if I'm getting towards that course record time, I'm going to need you there to support me, to get me through that last little bit.
Running community. It's interesting to see how much these runners rely on other people. You see all these groups, these running groups, whether you're a professional or you're an elite athlete, support gets you most of the way.
So someone just sent me a text from the course, and so I'm prefacing this so that people don't think that I've got some sort of inside word or whatever. Someone just texted me and said, Andy Buchanan is on national record pace. Now, if that is true, if that mail is true, that's sub 60 minutes, because Brett Robinson has the national record at 59.57. Andy Buchanan is on pace to become the second man ever to break 60 minutes. He'll be the first man to ever do it in Australia, if this is true. Now, you can see him on the right-hand side of your screen. He is flying. I did say he was cooking. If Andy Buchanan's about to break 60 minutes, that is absolutely incredible. He's gapped him by a long way. It's got estimated finish 59.54 apparently on the app. So, look, if he can continue this, this is remarkable. He's going to feel the pinch. He's solo, which is the hardest part. So I think he might fall out of it, but oh my goodness, if he can get there.
Gee, the narratives we can come up with over the next half an hour is going to be enormous.
Oh my God.
Obviously, there are many half marathons all over the world, and you can get a record like Brett did. But how does it work when Brett may have run it on a hilly course and he's on a flat course? Are there different regulations? Are there different rules to having an Australian record in a marathon and a half? Because everyone loves Berlin. It's flat, but you might go to the Sunshine, you might go to Sydney. It's a different course, different terrain.
Absolutely. There's only a certain amount of courses that actually get accredited, right? Or they actually get approval to count for records. So, like I said, Isibat Doyle in Spain earlier this year technically broke the 10K road record, but there was too much downhill. So they said, look, you've got too much of an advantage. We actually can't ratify that as a record. It depends on where you are. One of the best races you can run is what we're actually going to see Jess Stenson and Isibat Doyle, I think, run in December, is Valencia in Spain, because it's flat, it's got nice downhills. It counts as a ratified course. It's where we saw Jen and Izzy and I can't remember the third, but we saw 3 women dominate there last year. So Melbourne, if you can run an Australian record, is something special because it's not necessarily the fastest course. But the man of the hour on your screen, Andy Buchanan, maybe the King of Bendigo can go get there.
Hey, we're going to take a short break here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. When we return, we'll come back with the finishing of the Nike Half Marathon.
I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart, it's down in my heart. I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
discover a city full of surprises, where every meal is a culinary adventure. Explore art and history at world-class galleries. Browse beautiful boutiques and find unique treasures. Uncover the city's vibrant atmosphere and hidden gems. Find what you weren't looking for, only in the city.
We do thank the City of Melbourne for their support of the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Look at the visual there. Melbourne, you have turned on the weather once again. And I'll tell you what, we've still got a big morning of racing to occur. And it's getting exciting because we've got our marathoners and our half marathoners out on the road. Andy Buchanan is a story and will be the story over the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, look, put my hand up. He's slipped back, so he won't be at that Australian record pace. I think what I'd been informed of was an early pace, but still nonetheless he's on about 61 here, Trent, by all accounts. So
which would be a PB as well, because I reckon he did a PB earlier in the year, was about just over 62.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's still chasing that lifetime best, Andy Buchanan. So look, he's not at the 59. I apologise for making everybody's ears bleed with excitement, but when you get a text that he might be on Australian record pace, you're crazy not to talk about it. But it is really a great reward for a huge year of Andy Buchanan. You could almost call it the year of Andy Buchanan, if you like. But he's really just finding his zone here on the roads. He's been at it for a little while, Andy. He's a specialist of the German marathoning community. That seems to be where he runs his best in Hamburg every year, but he's doing an almighty effort to get out there and run in that 61-minute caper here in the half. So he makes his way around a few of our other competitors. Jen still moving along nicely there, with Brian still there at about 33k now. You'd think they're rolling through the men's.
PB for Brian, 6
PB
days.
for Brian. He's really doing his stuff. So look, Jack's still out in front there, 2:11.29. 2:11.06 is his lifetime best. That was back in 2019. So you'd think he'd be pretty happy around that marker. Grego's still under the 2:14, 2:13.18, and we're waiting to see on Reece. Like his chip hasn't gone through, so
he's come across fourth at the 35k mark. So he's about 5 minutes behind. That's how it's read on the screen. So good to see his name still in there. It'll be interesting to sort of see what's occurred in that time frame where we weren't able to pick him up. But gee whiz, Andy Buchanan, he's just passed the 18.9 kilometre mark, so just under 3Ks before he gets back into the MCG. And again, still looking at that predicted time of 61.22, which would be a PB on top of the PB that he actually reached earlier in the year, which was a 62.25. So Andy Buchanan, what a year he's had, Nana. Olympic representation. He's had some great results, and to add a Melbourne Marathon, a Nike Melbourne Marathon win as well, would be just the icing on the cake.
Well, as Mitch said before, 2 weeks out for the Olympics, he got the call up and he was on the plane just in time for the opening ceremony. And not only did he debut, but he came 45th at the Paris Olympics, coming back from, as Mitch said, Hamburg, where he ran 2:08.50, and then a PB, obviously, in the Gold Coast Marathon this year. So he's got some good legs underneath him. He's had some international experience, competing at the Olympics, and now he's at the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Hey, Mitch, I want to ask you about Haftu Strinzos as well, who's second behind Andy Buchanan, 33 seconds behind, and Liam Bouden is 49 seconds behind at that last checkpoint. But Haftu seems like an exciting talent who's someone we can expect to start emerging on the road racing scene.
Yeah, and he had a really successful career over in the NCAA as well for 4 years at Villanova. He's come back. He did a lot of training with the On crew. I'm unsure what the connection there is now, but look, he put himself on an Australian team. He won that World Cross Country Trials. He then came out, he was third at Cross Country Nationals this year. He was at the World Cross Country Championships in Serbia earlier in the year. And he was somebody that Brett mentioned yesterday as someone that we should look out for on the roads in years to come. He's certainly putting up a case here in this half. It's now a question here, if we want to run a storyline, of can Andy run the fastest half ever on Australian soil? We have to go all the way back here to Sydney in 1994. Pat Carroll, 61.11 is what he managed to put up, and that was good for 7th all time. So Andy getting cheered on, he recognises the crowd, he's fist pumping, but I have a feeling he's around that 61.15 at the moment. So he's living on the edge of potentially being the fastest half marathoner we've ever seen on Australian soil, which in and of itself is a great headline. But to see Haftu down there as well under that 62-minute marker, as it stands, if he can get around there, he'll put himself in the top 10 all time. It's currently Tim Vincent at 62.01 in that 10th spot. So, you know, Haftu as well, just really starting to assert himself. And I believe that the marathon will be a distance that benefits him so much. He's such a strong runner, and he's really built for the roads, you would think, in the way that he runs. So it's a true testament to him. And look, we're waiting on the 35k split from Jen as well. But
when do you see we'll see the transition with Haftu? He's very young, and we see a lot of older people move to the marathon.
You'd give him probably a couple of years, I think. I think you give him a couple of years. Look, maybe he steps into it next year. We're starting to see guys and girls start to get into the marathon earlier. It used to be, you know, something that you get into in your 30s, and that is really a prime age for marathoning. But we're seeing athletes now start to step into it sooner. Isibat Doyle's 69.16 at the moment, so outside of Australian record pace, but certainly on pace for something fast as Andy Buchanan rounds around in here close to the MCG. He'll be finishing very shortly, but maybe have to in the next couple of years. We'll start to step into the marathon. The apex of how fast you will run a marathon will be years away. So
I've actually seen have to run 100 metres. I did little athletics
There
with
you
him
go.
back in the day, so I think we worked each other on the short. I think I got him on that
you reckon
one
you got
too.
him on the
I
line?
think I got him. I mean, in the half marathon, I think he might have me about half of it.
I'll tell you what, Andy Buchanan, though, he's one of racing's good guys. He's much loved amongst his peers. And tell you what, the narrative's pretty good here this morning here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. He gets his names on the honour roll, half marathon, and running at a really nice pace, fluently, and excited too. You know, as you said, he's giving those fist pumps and he's giving the waves and so forth out to those supporting him out on the road, and expecting him to be in very shortly. He's only just under a K out.
yeah, he's such a flighty runner, Andy. Like, he's just so smooth. You know, nothing about him is chopped up. Nothing about him. You see Buckle down there running alongside of him for the bats. No wonder he can run next to him. He just absolutely polished a 10K, so he's right next to him there. And
the Bendigo
I'll tell you, go
crew.
check Bendigo Bats Instagram. That's probably going to be right on their live stream, you would think. Andy having a chat. He says, yeah, mate, I'm trying to run the fastest half marathon on Australian soil. Can you give me a second to breathe, please? But what I was saying is there's nothing choppy about the way Andy Buchanan runs, right? It's very free. It's very fluent. And he looks really in control here, to be honest. Like, he's slowing down a little, just off the naked eye. It looks like maybe he's coming a little bit further back off that 61.15 as anticipated. Maybe he's on it. I can guarantee you this, he'll have something left in him when he enters into the MCG. But Andy Buchanan, to me, is such a great example of continuing to push. This is a guy that's been pushing for years and years and years, and now he has his opportunity to succeed.
Here he is, Andy Buchanan. He comes and makes his way into the MCG. So less than 300 metres to go in this race. And Nana, what a performance it's been by the Australian Olympian.
From the get-go, he led from it, and he's going to finish as our leader. Come on, Melbourne, if you are watching or all around Australia, give Andy a big round of applause as he hopefully is going to run the fastest half marathon on Australian soil.
Here he comes. So he's about 150 metres out here. He's down the Punt Road end goals at the MCG. He'll veer left into the home straight, and he gets the big applause from the crowd below here at the MCG.
Let's go, Andy.
Andy Buchanan will win the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon for 2024, and as he hits the line, the fireworks will blow. There they go. What a performance, Mitch Dyer.
Unbelievable from Andy Buchanan, a testament to his hard work, as I've mentioned multiple times. Arms out, celebrating it. Love the description. Olympian Andy Buchanan has Haftu Strinzos and Liam Buden there into the MCG as well. Haftu in second, checks that inside shoulder, just wants to see how much room he has back there to Liam Buden. It looks like 61.41 there for Andy Buchanan, so a lifetime best for him. It won't be the fastest on Australian soil, but 61 minutes is nothing to slouch at as Haftu Strinzos comes in. He's the man that's been touted as one to watch in the future of road racing, and he'll come down here and collect second in the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon. Liam Buden as well, the Queenslander, he'll come through for third. You'd think they'd be in the 62, 63 minute marker. We'll wait and see it officially, but the 1, 2, 3 of the men's half marathon is done. I want to see the women. I want to see what is Jess Stenson doing. Where is she? Because I'm very curious to see how fast it is. Isibat Doyle, through the clock, is on 68.51 pace apparently. Seth O'Donnell, the flying mullet, now rolls his way into the MCG too. Had to overcome a fair bit. He had a bit of a heart issue not too long ago, Seth O'Donnell. He came out and won National Cross against the odds, and he's going to come out here and collect a pretty impressive half marathon time as well, the man from Mentone, the Hawthorn diehard fan. You can see it. He's got a custom kit there to have the Hawthorn colours, this Seth O'Donnell. So he's an absolute, he's like Reese. He's a junkyard dog, Seth O'Donnell. He just gives and gives and gives and gives, and he's going to come away with a fourth here in the Nike men's half marathon.
It's been terrific, and I guess all intrigued now is the female category. Isibat Doyle, we want to know whether Jess Stenson, where she's located on the course, hasn't come up on the timing chip, so to get an indication of where she is as well. But if it's Isibat Doyle, I'll tell you what, you know, she's just an amazing athlete who's just gotten better over the last couple of years, and her 2024 has been sublime as well, Nana.
Definitely, and this win, hopefully, in the Nike half marathon is going to give her some confidence going into Valencia Marathon with Jess as well.
Yeah, so 61.42 officially there for Andy Buchanan as well. We're just waiting to see Izzy, Jess and Leanne Pompiani, because these are three queens really of road racing in Australia. The other queen is out there running herself in the full marathon. So, I mean, there's multiple queens. Mums in marathoning is also massive. But, you know, we really want to see what these three are doing, because as it currently stands, the only time I'm getting through here at the moment is Izzy Bat-Doyle's. And if 68.51 is an accurate reflection on what these women are doing, then this is absolutely blistering and without a doubt one of the fastest we've seen on Australian soil. So we'd love to see where they're at. I can tell you the fastest is 68.48 by Lisa Waitman in 2019. That was on the sunny coast. So again, we're living right around this marker. We hope to see them shortly. We'll bring them to you when we can. Here's Jen Gregson around the tan, it looks like. So Brian's done. He's gone. It's now up to Jen at 35. She's on 2:26, so she's starting to drop back a little bit. So I don't think that course record is going to happen. Our men are at 40, so they won't be far away either. But it is Jen Gregson, who you can see out there solo around that 2:26. It's Liam Cashin now who enters in here as well for those playing at home to finish off his half marathon. We're waiting to find these leading women here in the half, because again, we're just curious to see how quick this is. But Jen Gregson going through the paces here in this women's marathon. Jack Rayner still out at 2:11.24 through 40K. So he has been metronomic here. Andre Waring enters in here. Nana, a Box Hill boy himself.
Yes, I definitely get to see Andre do the laps around Box Hill, and he's been looking great. So it's good to see him finally get into the MCG to finish off his half marathon.
Just going back to Izzy Bat-Doyle, so obviously she had the course record 2021, 70, I think it was 70.22, 70.16, under that course record pace again. So she can write herself another part of a narrative in this Nike Melbourne half marathon once again.
Yeah, and so Brett Robinson now enters into the MCG, so he'll finish off his half marathon. I reckon he had a look around his right-hand shoulder to just see if Joel was anywhere near him. He's not.
Bragging rights.
Yeah,
Brett, it's okay, Brett.
I mean, obviously this is a tough day for Brett. He'll be frustrated with this without a doubt. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He would have wanted more, but also, you know, he is coming back from significant injuries and a really hard year. So hats off to Brett for finishing and continuing to push. Here we go. Yes, we've got him here.
In the race.
So Jess, and it looks like it's Izzy. So Jess, Izzy with a I'm going to call it 50-metre buffer back there to Leanne Pompiani. But we're going to have a battle leading in there. In fact, it's
That
Leanne.
is Leanne.
Yeah,
That's
so
not
it's
Izzy.
Jess and Leanne who are leading out from Izzy. So if we can get it to stop glitching, we'll see where we're at, as we now see some of these men continue to move their way through. But it looks like Jess and Leanne will do battle heading into the MCG. There we go, it is.
Leanne.
So Jess and Leanne, and this is what I'm saying, like, are they faster than what Izzy's splits are? I've got no idea. Ladies and gentlemen, we're riding the wave with you as they make their way through here. Leanne Pompiani, if she can win this, she's already announced herself in my book. She's announced herself as a threat in the distance. She's announced herself in the threat on the road. She's taken, you know, multiple scalps across her career now on the roads. But if she can knock off a Jess Stenson, if she can knock off an Izzy Bat-Doyle at their peak, well, this is a big race for Leanne Pompiani. So let's just wait and see as they move their way into the MCG. Joel Tobin-White in here as well for all those For the Kudos fans. He is here. He's alive. He's functional. He's running through the MCG. But here we go. Leanne Pompiani now, she's gone to the front. So she's going to lead Jess into the MCG.
Anything can happen,
Anything can happen inside of the MCG, but Leanne Pompiani seems to be the strongest of them at the moment. I want to know the time, because this could be blistering. I don't know.
Well, it could be course record pace too, if that's where it was situated for Izzy Bat-Doyle. But what a year she's had, Leanne Pompiani, Gold Coast half marathon winner, as they make their way into the MCG. So what are you expecting this next 100 metres? Is Jess got a bit of sprinting pace where she can try and get Leanne, who comes in, who's got about a 15-metre lead out on that outer side part of the MCG, and she's really burning those legs hard, Nana, to try and push forward, but Jess still in the background, and we've got a third runner in there as well, which I think is Izzy Bat-Doyle, so we've got the three.
She knows how to sprint. We've seen her in the 10K battling with Rose Davies, neck and neck with 200 metres to go, so I wouldn't rule her out to get to Jess.
Hey, let's see what happens. So Leanne Pompiani still out in front. We see Izzy Bat-Doyle sitting third, really hammering home as well. Jess Stenson second, but at the moment it's Leanne Pompiani What a year she's had. She won the Gold Coast Half Marathon, and it looks like it's going to happen. She's going to win the Nike Half Marathon for 2024. Jess Stenson third, Izzy Bat-Doyle third, and I'll tell you what an amazing effort by Leanne Pompiani.
I need that time immediately because that was quick. The gap that was created even over the final stages of that, I can see Jess give her the hug and go, oh my God. She's like, Jesus, you couldn't have made that any harder for me. But wow, Leanne Pompiani, if you didn't know that name, you were living under a rock. But you also certainly know it now because that is a great performance from Leanne Pompiani. Izzy Bat-Doyle was absolutely hammering there late as well. Looked like she might have got to Jess, but the pedigree of Jess was just too good in that second spot.
But on our left, we have Jack Rayner, the full marathon leader, coming around the MCG.
So he's got 41.6s done, so he's only around 800 metres left to come as well. So it's a busy time here at the Coliseum, the MCG, for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. What a photo. 3 absolute stars of long-distance running in Jess Stenson, our winner Leanne Pompiani, and Izzy Bat-Doyle.
Yeah, well, so we're only getting Izzy's time at 69.09, so I don't know if that's the winning time. I don't know if that's Izzy's time, so it actually could be faster than that. We could have seen a 68-minute half marathon just then. I'm not sure, but unless other people are getting something on their screens, I'd love to hear it. But here comes Jack Rayner. He's coming to the closing stages of his marathon, Jack Rayner, and if there was ever a demon, if there was ever a doubt, if there was ever some form of inclination in Jack Rayner's head that maybe he wasn't built for marathon running, that's been dispelled. He's broken myths. He's rewritten maybe a transcript that thought was done for him. 69.01 for Leanne Pompiani. There it is officially. So 69.01 for Leanne Pompiani. A massive course record there. And it also climbs her up the all-time rankings into number 6.
And we see Jack Rayner heading under the tunnel and entering the MCG. So if you're around, let's get excited for Jack. He's just going to miss his PB in this race, but he's done a hell of a job to finally finish his first marathon in 4 years.
Absolutely. He was the pace runner for Sinead Diver's record run in 2018. He's won the half marathon 3 times over the last 3 years. And Jack Rayner will now etch his name on the honour roll for the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So he comes around the second last corner. He's ran absolutely beautifully, fluently he's ran. He's about 150 metres away from the next turn, and then he'll come into the MCG finishing line. They're pumping up the noise. Big crowd here.
They're all on their feet. They're all clapping for Jack, bringing him home with 50 metres to go. Let's go, Jack.
Oh, what an athlete he is. What an Australian runner he is. He's a legend. Jack Rayner, 3-time half marathon winner. Now he's got the full marathon under his belt as he passes through the gates. Goes through, and there it is. What a win, Mitch.
He'll absolutely love that, Jack. He's a guy who won't give you a lot. He won't tell you a lot in terms of when he's very proud of himself, but I can guarantee you this, he loves that one. That is just such a moment for him, such a weight off his shoulders. It's so hard to break down what it's like when you can't finish a race, and the psychological side of that can be really difficult to process. But Jack he's waited a long time. It's 4 or 5 years now since he's been able to finish his last marathon. He obviously had that crack at the Olympics. There he is. Matilda, his lovely partner, it looks like, down there alongside of him. So he'll be absolutely stoked to share this moment with her. But what a performance from Jack Rayner. It was just metronomic over the back stages of that marathon. He found his rhythm. He committed to his rhythm.
And we see Ryan Gregson heading into the MCG. I think he might get a PB.
I think he will, Nana. He was 2:14, was his best here last year. So hand in hand is Ryan Gregson and Melbourne Marathons, because they seem to absolutely love each other sick. 2:12.53 on the clock here. Well, he's going to go close. He's going to be around that 14 marker again. He should get under. But look, he looks stronger than he did closing last year. In fact, he's going to run under 2:13.30. I'm overestimating how far away that distance is, but Ryan Gregson, if you're a young kid at home and this is the first time you're watching Ryan Gregson, go back and watch this man over the metric mile, because he is one of the greatest we'd ever seen. He stepped it up to the marathon. He took on the challenge that many thought he couldn't, and he has gone one better, Grego. 2:13. Oh, he'll be just ecstatic with that. What a performance, what a legend of running Ryan Gregson is.
I'll tell you what, 2 years, 2 marathons here at Melbourne. And obviously he's beaten that time each and every time, but to get second place, he's been an amazing athlete, and another great performance, Nana.
Definitely, I think he's learned a lot from last year's Melbourne Marathon, and he's come and he's done a lot better, and he's coming home with the PB. What more could you want?
So all eyes will be on our third place runner, who was Christopher Dryden. Looking at our updated list, Reece Edwards was fourth, and then the big story will be the women's side of things with Jen Gregson. I dare say Ryan will be waiting there with patiently for his lovely partner to come through those finishing line gates, that is for sure. But so many great narratives already here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Great morning so far, and still plenty more to go. But yeah, all eyes are going to be on our third place runner. And Jess, let's go downstairs with Andy Buchanan, who's our winner of the Nike Half Marathon. He's with Danny.
We are down on the finish line. What a day it's been so far. The Nike Half Marathon. I've got the winner in the male division, Andy Buchanan. We've just been chatting, mate, just off camera. Mate, just tell us, how was that for you today?
Yeah, it was awesome. I love doing Melbourne Marathon weekends. It's a unique weekend in Melbourne, and to win the half is just a dream come true. So I was really stoked.
Yeah, we were just saying, like, maybe there was a little bit of wind. You got a personal best today, is that right?
Yeah, I ran a PB. I can't remember what the time was officially, but a big PB, so I'm happy.
And also you're saying that maybe there was a bit of wind out there that, and you had such a lead on you. You weren't even sure how far the people behind you. I don't want to make that sound arrogant, but you had such a healthy lead. That's such a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, you don't know though, and you're always scared they're going to catch you, and you don't want to look around. So I was asking people as I was running past them how far second is behind me, and they had no idea what I was asking. So it was a bit confusing, but yeah, thankfully I held on.
That's amazing. What an incredible feeling to know that you are so clear of the pack and you're so comfortable. I mean, the preparations leading up today, is there anything you did, especially for this race today?
No, not really. I've got a marathon in December, so I'm just kind of gearing towards that, and this was a nice stepping stone to there. So I'm really happy with where I'm at.
Mate, you look like you had, running even up Brunton Avenue, you look like you had way more in the tank there. Is that part of the game plan, is to just preserve that energy? I mean, we've got a bit of heat today. Do you take that in, and how do you keep that consistency right through?
Yeah, the last K is always easy because you're nearly there. So it's actually kind of from 15 to 18K, that's the tricky part. Anyone can finish well in that last K, so it's easy to look good there. So it's actually the hardest part's towards the middle there.
Mate, I look forward to presenting you with the winner today of the half marathon. It won't be too far away. I'll give you a bit of a rest here. But Andy Buchanan here, the winner today, taking out first place in the Nike half marathon. Congratulations, mate. We'll see you in a bit, and we'll be back more shortly for the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Thanks, Danny. Back on the road. Our sights are all on Jen Gregson in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. I'll tell you what, she's ran beautifully. So we're just over 39 kilometres. Their next marking point is going to be that 40-kilometre mark to get a bit of an idea of what she's doing time-wise. But looking at her at the moment, Mitch and Nana, what are your thoughts, as she's got probably just under 2 kilometres to go?
Oh, I mean, I think she still looks comfortable, right? Her form actually hasn't dropped. Obviously, the pace is not quite as quick as what she was earlier, but that's marathon running. I think that she'll want to finish this strong for herself, right? She'll want to finish her year strong. She won't want to finish on something where she would have wondered how much faster she could go. Maybe she's not going to get that course record, and that is what it is. But what you can control is your effort, and she's one of the toughest athletes in the world. So I can imagine she's going to want to continue to push hard when you're on your own. Obviously, Brian, the expectation was to get to 30. For him to roll 33 or 34, wherever it was that he finished up, was a great help. But now she's on her own, and she'll finish this to the absolute maximum of her ability. But it looks like Dryden here in third is going to roll through and finish off our men's marathon. For those waiting at home, he's absolutely cramped up. He's grabbing both hamstrings, so I hope he hasn't done an Adam Treloar on the wing here a few years ago. But he's going to rocket through and be third in the Nike Melbourne Marathon, which is amazing. But, yeah, at the front of it here, I mean, you just take your hat off to Jen Gregson and just how special of an athlete she is. And, look, she'll still be around that 226, which is still quick. Sarah Klein's just outside of it, or just inside of it, 229.56. Kate Mason in 233. So Look, Jen's done a phenomenal job. Maybe what she'll try and do now is start to look at those athletes in the half or the 10 or whoever it is that are finishing, and, you know, she's going to run past them, but she can use them as a checkpoint, a psychological checkpoint to say, by this period, I want to reach that person. And you can start to do those things over the back end of these longer distances. But look, hopefully for Jen's sake, she can just continue to push, and you know, she's going to win the marathon. She's going to get a good payday. She's going to cap off an incredible career year. Reese Edwards enters the MCG here now as well, and yeah, she'll still run a fast time.
Her progression over the distances has been enormous, Nana. And you look at what she did at the Olympics this year, and she obviously won the half marathon last year in Melbourne at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Her progression up the ranks, she seems like a very determined runner, and when she's got a goal in mind, she'll go hard at it.
Definitely, it's so interesting that we've seen Jen at 3 Olympics for 3K steeplechase, and then we're seeing her in Paris for the marathon. So it's just showing the diversity that these athletes have, that no matter how many laps there are, they are able to adapt, and they are able to change their training styles to get them to the distance that they want to complete.
So a nice aerial shot there, and as you said, obviously no pacer to run with, and running by herself, but she's just past the Arts Precinct, and will make her way. She'll turn right past Federation Square, and will make her way towards the MCG. Hey, we're going to go downstairs. We've got the winner of the Nike Half Marathon, Leanne Pompiani, and she's with Simon downstairs.
Oh, yeah, thanks, boys. How good is this? I am with Leanne. Man, Leanne, this is your second, right? But first win, how are you feeling right now?
Super pumped. I'm so relieved. You know, I knew this was going to be a really tough race, probably the toughest race of 2024, coming up against Izzy and Jess. And gosh, they made it tough, yeah.
Well, that's what we saw, this blanket line finish. All three of you within 10 seconds of each other. Were you aware of the girls hot on your heels as you came into the G?
Yes, I think that's what made me just find that extra little bit in the last sort of couple of 100 metres. But I knew that anyone, Izzy's quick, she could come from nowhere. Jess was pushing the pace. It could have been any one of us. And I think that's probably the closest finish we've had in Australia in a while.
Oh, I've got to say, everyone was beside themselves down here. During the race, how did you feel you were running? Where did you decide to position yourself? Talk us through that.
Yeah, so the three of us, we had a good pack for nearly the whole way. And it was just sort of, we sort of took turns in who was sort of in front, and it did get quite windy out near Albert Park, which we weren't expecting. We had a couple of guys as well. But yeah, it just sort of kept switching, and obviously the half marathon is, you go through a wave of emotions, and I couldn't imagine the marathon, but yeah, you go from feeling great, then not so good, then great again, and yeah.
So we've just seen that happen there with Jack Lee. It's amazing stuff. Do you think you're going to step it up, now take on the big dog, the marathon?
Yeah, it's coming. We just have to lock one in, but it's definitely coming. I think I'm made for the marathon, and hopefully shake it up next year sometime.
Oh, this is really amazing. Thank you for the opportunity to chat to you. We'll let you be with the other girls 10 seconds apart. Boys, how good is this?
Thanks, Simon. Great work there. And Leanne Pompiani, what a great win it was in the Nike Half Melbourne Marathon. Here's our women's marathon, all a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and it is Jen Gregson who's leading the way. So she's on the home stretch, Nana. She's going beautifully, and well, I think she's just ticked over the 40-kilometre mark. So that estimated time she's looking at 2:27.20. Obviously, things can change in the next 2 kilometres, but it's been an almighty run already, hasn't it?
Her form has not changed, and as we say, it's a credit to her mental strength and her physical strength. She has a goal, and she will cross the line, whether she does it or not, knowing that she gave everything and she emptied the tank.
So to go from half marathon in 2023 to progress up to the marathon in 2024, it's been a great progression. An Olympic marathon in between has been a great progression, hasn't it, Mitch? And she's just, we've said it many times this morning, and we'll probably keep on saying it until we come off the live stream. She's just an amazing athlete.
She's an incredible athlete. I don't know if there's anybody else in Olympic history that's competed in 3 steeplechases and 2 of those Olympic finals, and then stepped into an Olympic marathon as well. So, you know, she might be in rare air in terms of that. But you talk about the longevity of Jen Gregson's career. It's just phenomenal. A torn Achilles as well, mind you. Not just a little, you know, strain of it, not just something like that. Torn Achilles. To come back from that, to pick up an event as grueling and as difficult as the marathon, and to really dominated. You can see now, I think, Jen's in the pain cave here at the moment. I think she's now just really trying to get to the line. I saw the head go back there. I reckon she's going to have some help here, though, and I'm not sure if that's intentional or unintentional, but she might be able to work off our gentleman in front of her here who's finishing off his own marathon. So I think, hoping Jen's okay. Like, obviously she'll finish off, but this is probably the first sign of real fatigue that I'm starting to notice now. So hoping that Jen's okay. She's not far at all from the stadium, but it's, a luxury for me sitting in a commentary booth to say you're not far away at 1K, let alone have run 41 before that. So, 1.2K can feel like a marathon at this stage. So, look, Jen's staying close to that railing. She's trying to cut off, as minimum amount of distance as humanly possible. But at the moment, it's just let's get Jen to this finish line and crown her the Nike Melbourne Marathon champion. And yeah, you talk about, the last year, obviously Valencia last year as well, December, which I anticipate Andy's either running there. He just mentioned he's gearing up for a marathon in December. He'll either be there or in Japan that he'll be featuring at too. So, it is such an important stepping stone to these sort of global marathons and really being able to assert yourself in a really positive way. And like I've said, I feel like I'm beating a drum here, but, Jen is tough. If you had one word to describe Jen Gregson, it's tough, and that's a universal.
Perfect word to describe
her. A universal word at that. So, hats off to Jen for going and getting after it. She, never sets an easy goal. Always something it's hard to achieve, and to her credit, she's going to crown herself, hopefully, touching wood, the Nike Melbourne Marathon champion this year.
Well, she's 2 minutes and 53 seconds ahead of Sarah Klein. That was at the 40-kilometre checkpoint. Sarah running a really nice race as well, Nana. But, it's all about Jen at the moment, isn't it?
It is. She is the woman of the hour, or the 2 hours and 25 minutes so far.
Correct. So she's just under a K before she comes into the MCG. And Jen Gregson, what a year it's been. Olympic representation, finishing 24th in the marathon. Obviously a great run at Valencia at the end of 2023. Melbourne Half Marathon winner of 2023. She was third in the Gold Coast Marathon last year. So her last 18 months has just been enormous, Nana. And, is she one of those athletes just seems to be getting better with age as well?
Yeah, aging like fine wine. And I love the story behind her and Ryan and their son. They're doing it all together. You never see them travel apart. It's like a big family goal of theirs.
Yeah, it's a great narrative in itself, isn't it? Husband and wife, accomplishing so much. And Mitch, I know Ryan will be just there waiting eagerly for his wife to come there. I just see him at the finishing line. He's got the hand over the eyes to cover the sun, and just watching that scoreboard, as closely as he can. And Jen, she's only just on the outside the concourse of the MCG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're such a beautiful couple, those two, and great point, Nana. They do everything as a family. Little Arch was running the 2.5K mini marathon yesterday with Jen, although she said it was a struggle. He threw the tantrum before getting out there. So, these guys, and it's such a beautiful thing that they have, both being elite athletes. They can empathise and be there for one another in such a unique way, and they do absolutely everything together. You can see right on Ryan's left-hand shoulder is Jen's running wife, and that's Jess Stenson. So, it's a tight group and it's a tight community as Jen now rolls into the MCG, and the relief will be enormous. This bloke thinks he's got the G cheering for him. He's got the muscles out, he's flexing, but it's all for Jen Lacar, Jen Gregson. And, look, the superlatives are endless that you could use to describe an athlete of Jen Gregson's caliber, but she now is going to crown herself the Nike Melbourne Marathon winner, and nobody more deserving to have that title than her.
Oh, what a performance it's been by Jen Gregson. So just over 150 metres until she makes that finishing line. She'll have the crowd in her favour to get her through that final 100 metres. So she's nearing that final turn into the straight. She's waving the crowd. The crowd is cheering here. Jen Gregson is into this finishing line straight, and she will take out the 2024 edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. What a win it's been. Husband Ryan at the finishing line. The fireworks will go, and Ryan will be there to greet his wife. And they celebrate. What a win, what a performance. And I'll tell you what, another great narrative of this great running festival.
I think they're the fastest family at the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Oh my God, that'd have to be.
First and second isn't too bad. It's going to be a great car ride home.
Oh, that's fantastic. No, I mean, honestly, nobody more deserving to win that marathon than Jen. You know, obviously he was experiencing some pretty high level, whether you want to call it cramps or fatigue in the body late, but to be able to push through and continue to move is awesome. Sarah Klein on your screen now. This is our athlete in second, as mentioned, 3-time World Champs representative, 14th at the World Championships in Eugene, Oregon in 2022. It looks like she'll be just outside that 2:30 again, the elusive 2:30 marker, but an impressive performance nonetheless to come away with the second place here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and just been a stalwart of road racing in Australia for a long time now.
Hasn't she had a great year as well? Obviously, you know, Gold Coast, she finished in 5th place a little bit earlier in the year. Milano Marathon, 4th place. So she's had a really strong 2024. Her best in those races were 2:31.58. So I dare say, you know, if she can better that Gold Coast Marathon run, she'd be happy with that. But to be second place, she's ran an enormous event as well, Sarah Klein, and she's just on the outskirts of the MCG as well. A terrific runner, very humble runner as well.
Absolutely, yeah, just such a great person and a nice person, Sarah Klein, and very deserving to be here for second place. It's 2:28.13 for those playing at home was the official time there for Jen Gregson. So that's your winning time. Your second place time will probably be around that 2:31 marker. So look, obviously it's a marathon. It's going to get tough at the end, but it looks like the backstage of this marathon have certainly been a challenge when you're out by yourself. You know, the only person that's made it look remotely comfortable was Jack Rayner, and to a degree also Grego there in that 2:13. But you know, Jen and Sarah are two world-class athletes and two multiple-time Australian representatives. So to have them here hitting the streets of Melbourne at pace is honestly just such a thrill. So Sarah Klein, she'll have 250 metres remaining here, Trent, and it'll feel like an eternity, but she'll come down as the second place getter here in this women's Nike Melbourne Marathon.
It's been a terrific morning here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, that is for sure. The narratives, the storylines, they remain endless. We knew that the start line list was enormous in each of our categories, and I'll tell you what, they haven't disappointed the elite runners, and Sarah Klein will come second, and a very gallant second, to Jen Gregson in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Just ticking over 2:31.
So a good time there from Sarah Klein, and I guess that sun looks like it's just increased that little bit of hardness as well on the runners. So I wonder what sort of impact that's had on the runners in that latter part of the race as well. But a terrific effort. Kate Mason was the third runner at that 40-kilometre checkpoint, so we'll keep an eye out on for her to see if she's still the runner.
That's the best thing ever. So sorry, I don't know if you can see this on the screen. It could be distressing if you don't want to watch it, but one of our competitors here is done. His body is done. The wheelies are out. Now, one bloke was humming to the finish line. He has stopped. He has propped him up, and I think he's going to walk him over the finish line, and he is. This is what marathon running is all.
You talk about community.
This is amazing. This will get the biggest cheer of the afternoon and the morning, I can guarantee you that. Hats off to this man for stopping his race 50 metres short. It's easy to run past. It's easy to let somebody struggle and suffer in that way.
He did not hesitate.
He just wants him to that finish. He's moments away from the finish line. And he's got him there. And that is marathon running. That is incredible.
Those are the stories that will be told for the test of time. And now he's finished his own race. Big round of applause.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, I hope that guy's okay. Like, he was really medically not well. The body was shut down. But to stop a race like that, you know, with 100 metres to go, he probably had a time in mind.
Selfless.
Awesome.
So all happening here.
It's our third place getter in this marathon. I think, you know, I could be wrong here, but I have a feeling that's why the camera is...
Well, this is Rebecca Lowe.
Has panned to Rebecca Lowe.
So she was fourth at the 40-kilometre mark. So we'll just keep an eye in as she's not far away from the MCG as well. But here's our third place marathon runner here. And I reckon that is Kate Mason. It's just come into the MCG. So she's on that outer side. She's got the red singlet on that outer side. So Kate Mason, what a great run it's been by her as well. Heading into the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2024. a seriously strong start lineup. And to come third across the line, Nana, is going to be an impressive effort by Kate.
In an Olympic field too, she's done a remarkable job, and she will just be ticking over, I feel like, 2 hours and 34 minutes by the time she gets to the finish line.
So lifetime best 2:35.15 for Kate Mason. So it looks like she's going to actually knock underneath that here as well, which is massive. She was at the Gold Coast Marathon earlier in the year, so she's done the double Australian Marathon. But Kate Mason is going to, well, 2:35.15 is going to be obliterated here. She's going to become a 2:34 marathoner, Kate Mason. So a huge round of applause for her to get up for third.
Geez, there have been some good time reductions, haven't there, throughout the course of the
we've
morning.
seen some PBs
Whether
in
it's
our top
been in
threes.
the half marathon or the full marathon, it's been impressive by the runners. So obviously Melbourne does that to you, Nana.
We've got good weather. It's 16.2 degrees down in Melbourne. The sun's out. It's perfect time to do a PB.
And a nice little congratulatory cuddle there from Sarah Klein to Kate Mason. So terrific work down there at the finishing line.
And we see Lowe about to finish off.
Rebecca Lowe just finishing in fourth. So some great work here by all of our runners. But the story of the morning, Jack Rayner, our Nike Melbourne Marathon champion, Jen Gregson, our Nike Melbourne Marathon champion, Andy Buchanan, our Nike Half Marathon champion, and Leon Pompiani, who's, I think it's a great story. What a year she's had in 2024. She is our Nike Half Marathon champion as well. So many great storylines already, Nana. And your thoughts? Has this got you motivated to potentially jump in a marathon in the years to come?
No, it's got me motivated to watch more, but I don't think it's got me motivated enough to participate. I'm going to leave that to the professionals and the 42,000 people who have entered the Nike Marathon Festival.
I'll tell you what, it's a great sight now, though, as we see a lot of our half marathoners come into the MCG, and we'll see a lot more of our marathoners come in, and they really just appreciate that support on the sidelines. The Great Southern Stand is in our background, but we've got the members stand here, the Melbourne MCC members below us, and they've got a lot of people here supporting all of our runners making their way to the finishing line. It's a great finishing place for a marathon, and as you said, it's like no other in the world in the fact that this is a world-class stadium. It's renowned on the international level, and to finish here is absolutely amazing.
The Sports Coliseum, as you said it before, Trent, I don't think there is a better place that you can finish a marathon. And having the spectators and the fans and the family that close to you when you're finishing, it's got to be something special. You get a bit of chills when you see people blowing kisses to their family members and their training crews, and they know how hard they've worked over the past, some people a year, some people 12 weeks. So it's really good that you can be so close to your running community and your support system as you cross the line at the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
We speak a lot about the elite, Mitch, and we have across the morning. We've followed the elite, but I guess, and I say the word story and narrative is a different for every runner out there. And this could be 2 years in the making for some runners. This could be 6 months in the making. But everyone's got their motives of why they want to do it, and whether it's for charity, raising money for charity, if it's a it's a bucket list item, whatever it may be. There's just so many great stories, and when you see that finishing line area, you've got the volunteers hanging out, the finishing medallions. It's just, it's really heartwarming.
Oh, it is, and I mean, call me crazy, but yeah, I get a lot more out of watching, these everyday runners. These are the people that have full-time jobs. These are the people that are getting up early before work, after work, around kids, around their busy schedules, and finding time to run a 10 or a half or a marathon. And anybody that finishes today has achieved something incredible, and I love watching this. So these next few hours for me, I've got a lot of mates out there, so I'll be watching on intently, but just so special to watch, and a realisation of, like you said, a 6, 2, 3, 5 month dream come true.
Hey, let's go down to the MCG. An absolute legend, if not the biggest legend of marathon running in Australia, joins Simon, and I speak of Steve Monteghetti.
Yeah, lads, how good is this moment? Steve Monteghetti, he's here at the finish line. He's soaking up the atmosphere. Steve, this is pretty elating stuff for the runners, hey?
Oh, yeah, and to be welcomed back with such a great crowd and atmosphere here. And, and I think it's a pretty good day. It might get a little bit warm, but we've seen some really fast times in the marathon and certainly in the half and the 10K. So, obviously, it's a pretty good day out there.
Well, as a runner, I mean, this is coming, the finish line, but do you ever expect this, or do you actually draw on this moment?
You sort of do, but you don't want to sort of focus on it too much. You try and be in the moment and just getting your body and your legs to operate like they should and like you've been doing in training. But I reckon once you come under the sort off Brunton Avenue and into here, it's pretty hard to deny that this is a pretty good place to finish.
I heard you talking about the runner's high yesterday. So it's now, right? This is where your body's not hurting, or it's going to still hurt for a little while. But this is the elation, this moment now.
Yeah, it is hurt, but the elation is so high, the hurt just waits for a few days because you are just, the adrenaline's pumping. Obviously, you're sharing the moment with so many other people. It's a bit overawing, to be honest. You want to sit and think, is this real? Is this actually happening? Have I run a marathon? Yes, you have.
Well, Jack Rayner, we saw him. I mean, he's done the half 3 times, and then to come out and put a display like that, that's going to be massive, right?
Oh, yeah, and good to have him back. He spent some time back on the track and come back out in the marathon and have a really positive run. That'll be great for his confidence, and, who knows what the future is for him in the marathon. We love to see him back out in the marathon and punching out some sub-210s, and in 2:11 today on this course is really fast running. So great result, and then Jen in the women. So just a good all-round day.
Oh, Jen, looked like she was struggling a little bit there at the end, but she's a true champion.
And what I love was she was appreciating the crowd, and I've heard that there's really good spectators out on the course. So she's acknowledging that by being, while she was really hurting, she wanted to make sure she acknowledged the support she's had today.
And the support is amazing at the moment. I mean, I can't get over the people, the hugs, the crying, the tears. I mean, it's probably going to last for a lot longer than just this day.
Yeah, and it will continue today. I mean, we've heard, from some of the elites and the first finishers, but the stories go on throughout the day, right to the back of the pack. Everybody's got a story to tell today, and those stories are unfolding out there on the road right now.
We've got our Spartans, Murrays, and those guys there, the wheelchair athletes. I mean, this is amazing stuff. Thank you for your time. I'll let you get back amongst it. Oh, we're having a great day down here. It's all part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival 2024.
I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart, it's down in my heart. I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
we need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
It is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8, only from Garmin.
Lockie, what are you doing?
Oh, Simon, we're running a marathon.
A marathon? But you can't run a marathon.
Oh, yes, we can. We're running the Premier Marathon Challenge. And you can too.
Oh.
It's a virtual challenge that everyone can be a part of.
Oh, so you can also run, you can cycle, swim, roll or walk.
Exactly. Sign up to the Premier Marathon Challenge now and help save the lives of sick and premature babies.
Yeah, just go to the Premier Marathon Challenge website to find out more. Come on, Lock, let's go.
these beautiful things that I've got. Please stay. I want you, I need to walk on. Don't take.
Visit the SoundCloud booth now for your chance to win headphones. Visit the SoundCloud booth now for your chance to win headphones.
I've got this. Brace the biceps. Engage the core. No. Slow down. Not the bird!
So down here at the finish line, the 2024 Melbourne Marathon Festival, we get to meet some of the biggest names in athletics, in running, in history. We've got Jessica Hull here. Hi, Jess, how you going?
I'm great, thank you.
How are you finding the Melbourne Marathon? You must have run it, right?
No, I haven't run a marathon, and that's a fair way into my future, but this is incredible this morning. It's really cool seeing everyone achieve their goals and come across the line so excited and cheering for each other. This is incredible.
Does it actually make you want to put on the shoes and go for it one time?
You know, it really does. And I knew that would happen when I was getting ready to come down here this morning. I was like, I've just come off a break, but I knew as soon as I got around this, I'd be like, oh, I wish I was racing.
Still got the bug, right? Well, you're a champion, you're Olympian, and I'm not by any means, but I do have some questions. I don't get to meet champions very often. Can I ask you some really beginner running questions?
Of course you can.
Have you ever had to run in fashion sunglasses?
I haven't yet, but some of these Nike ones are pretty fashionable, so they could probably pass.
Can I ask you, where's the best place to keep your keys when you go for a run?
Ooh, there's always a little compartment in the shorts nowadays, so somewhere in there.
Do you have any running gear that you absolutely know that you are never ever going to wear again, but you just cannot throw away?
I absolutely do, and it's every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, I need to do a clean out, but I'm like, oh, I had a good workout in that top like 5 years ago.
You just can't, sentimental. And do you have, I imagine, I think I know the answer, do you have a whole part of your wardrobe devoted just to running gear?
Yeah, more than half.
Jess, that's all I wanted to know. They're just the questions I think we all wanted to know. Thank you so much for coming down. Maybe we just get you in the running shoes to do a half or maybe a marathon next year.
Yeah, one day.
We'll see how we go. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Danny, and great to have Jess Hull here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Rang that bell beautifully to start our events earlier this morning.
Like an expert.
And was absolutely sensational. And what a year she's had. Obviously, silver medal at the Paris Olympic Games.
World record.
World record,
2K.
absolutely. So she's just taking the world before her and doing everything well. So congratulations. And yeah, it would be nice to see maybe a Jess Hull run a Melbourne Marathon event, a Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival event over the coming years.
I don't think she'd do too bad at it, to be honest with you.
Well, everyone else seems to be going well from the upgrade.
Everyone else seems to step up not too bad.
Absolutely. So, as you can see, the finishing line shot there. Lots of runners coming through for the Nike Half Melbourne Marathon, which is absolutely sensational. And we're going to have a look at the leaderboards. So, the Nike Melbourne Men's Half Marathon, 21.1 Ks, and Andy Buchanan, the boy from Bendigo, he's had a super 2024 year. Got line honours, taking it in an hour, or 61.41, an hour and 1 minute and 41 seconds from Haftu Strinzos, who I'm intrigued by. I think he's got a lot of talent and certainly someone we'll be keeping an eye on over the next couple of years. Liam Bowden from Queensland finishing third, Seth O'Donnell fourth, and Liam Cashin finishing fifth. I reckon Brett Robinson, who might have finished seventh across the line, but a really great half marathon field, and Andy Buchanan, Mitch, absolutely sensational.
Yeah, he's such a class athlete, Andy. And as I've said, he's getting his reward for effort. He's been chipping away at it for so long, has Andy Buchanan. He's been a name on road racing circuits and cross country and everything of the likes. But yeah, to cap his year, or his half marathoning year at least, he's got a marathon in December. With this sort of performance, stoked for him.
So Andy Buchanan, he got line honours, and I don't think presentations will be all that far away for our half marathoners as well. Let's look at our female category, and Leanne Pumpiani, 1 hour and 9 minutes, a 69 minutes half marathon. Jess Stenson, well, what a career she's had, and a great supporter of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Second behind the line, only a couple of seconds. It was really close, but Leanne just had enough space in that final stretch here at the MCG. Izzy Bat-Doyle, she was third. Caitlin Adams fourth, and A.B. Robertson fifth. But Leanne Pompiani, Nana, she was absolutely sensational. And it was a great finish, between the three stars are at the start line, and they were the three stars that were coming into the finishing line. It was amazing.
Yeah, we saw with about 1.5 km to go that Leanne took the lead, and then she just held it. And then while we were going into the MCG, we saw her stride away to have about a 25-metre gap from Jess Stenson, and then following fast and finishing off strong was Izzy Bat-Doyle.
So we've got a wheelchair athlete coming into the MCG, and I'll tell you what, an almighty effort. Great to have the wheelchair component here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and it's a long way, and I'll tell you what, the amount of power in their arms to get through the course, it's very inspiring stuff, Mitch.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Congratulations to them. That is an almighty effort. I could not even imagine just how much lactic is going through the shoulders and the biceps and the triceps and everything in between. So an incredible effort from them. Congratulations as we continue to see just an absolute plethora of runners make their way through here in the half, in the full. They're all sharing an experience, and yeah, there'll be plenty rolling through here. If you're tracking at home, you'll have an idea of where they're at, which is, you know, one of the best parts of it, really. Just watched one of our mates, Tom Robertson, just finish off his marathon. So he's done and dusted. So, you know, it is great to be able to follow along this interactive experience as well. So, yeah, look at the numbers in that shoot. I mean, it's just crazy.
You think about what's in the MCG and the support on the sidelines. The event village, there's heaps going on out there as well. It's a really big festival event. And I know we'll get some more content throughout the later of the morning for our event village. Let's go to our Nike Melbourne Marathon leaderboards. And Jack Rayner, 3-time half marathon champion here at Melbourne. He stepped it up to the 42-kilometre event and won the event in 2 hours, 11 minutes and 48 seconds. Ryan Gregson, a PB, obviously after last year's event, was an impressive debut, and he's come back bigger and better and improved his time on a personal front, becomes second behind Jack. He was only 1 minute and 5 seconds behind. Christopher Dryden, third across the line. Reese Edwards, last year's winner, fourth. And Tomoya Hanahari from Japan in fifth position. But Mitch, Jack, an amazing run. It was an interesting one in the fact that it was Jack, Ryan and Reese for the early parts of the race. A breakaway from Reese was only short-lived. Jack and Ryan, they all come back together. And then Jack was just able to get a nice little distance away from Ryan. That buffer ended up being a winning buffer in the end.
Oh, absolutely. And as Mona said, you know, it's such a great thing to see Jack really take control of a marathon again. You know, it will do nothing but the world of good for his confidence. I think everybody within the road racing community always knew that Jack was capable of it, but to step back and run another 2:11 in Melbourne, you know, on almost like a refreshed debut is a great move forward for Jack. And yeah, he'll be really, really proud and pumped with that.
I think it's also great to see Jack be healthy finally and run a healthy marathon and have a clear mind going into the race that this is the time I want to do and this is the position I want to be, and not worry about his body for 42K.
Let's look at our women's results, and well, Genevieve Gregson, we're just amazed at her feet. 2 hours 28:12. She was able to get the job done, and at one stage we were thinking it was going to be a course record the way she was travelling. Sarah Klein second, 2 minutes 51 behind, and Chelsea Josie 5 minutes 35 behind in third. I reckon it might have been Kate Mason might have been third, but we'll get the official word on that one. But Jen Gregson, an amazing run, and as I said, Nana, we thought it might have been a course record there at some stage because the way she was trekking, it was below course record.
The first half of Jen's marathon, we were all talking privately and we are going, she is on fire. She did not drop the pace. Then it got a little slower during the mid-pack, and then she had the pace and Bruce continue on with her for a bit further than the 30k originally discussed, and he went to 36k, and then Jen did all the work, and then obviously with about 2k to 1k to go, we saw the fatigue really hit into Jen, but it was great to see her with a smile on her face. You could see that she executed most of her race plan, so I think Jen will be pretty happy with finishing off that Melbourne Marathon in first place.
Her evolution into the marathon space has been absolutely sensational. We're going to go back into the MCG, the mighty MCG, and Simon has got a special guest at ground level.
Look, it gets pretty tough, lads, when you're here at the finish line. I mean, 40 weeks with the bed seat in the house. I couldn't help but notice that Jess Denson was lying down, relaxing, enjoying the sunshine. Jess, this is one of the most random places, right?
This is the dream. It's the first time in my life, in my 10-plus running career, that I've been able to lie in a bed post-race.
Well, you've even got our shoes on as well.
Yeah, that feels a bit wrong. Bit naughty.
Jess, you're our gold medalist marathon winner. You ran the half today, got second. How did it feel out there?
I really enjoyed the race today. The atmosphere was phenomenal. I love that feeling of entering the MCG, and to see on the clock that I was about to run a PB really topped it. We had a very competitive field, and the girls really helped me to squeeze everything out of myself, and to come away with a PB is a good feeling.
It must be great. I mean, when you train, you don't obviously think about that, but you know your markers. And did you feel like you were tracking that way?
I felt from looking at training like I should be able to run a PB, but to actually execute it can be a different story. I'd never felt like I've nailed the half marathon in the past, but today was the first time in this distance where I felt really strong in the back end, and I just had to make the most of that.
Well, you talked about the camaraderie and the girls out there and the team. So, yeah, what was it like? The vibe from the actual runners as well? Everyone was very helpful of each other?
Yeah, we ran as a pack for most of the race. It did get windy at points, so to have a couple of people there was really helpful. I love running on home soil, and particularly today there were just so many people calling our names out, and it really does give you a push when you need it.
Are you one of the people that loves lots of pillows on your 40 Wings bed?
I'm not a big pillow person. I'm all about sort of the mattress, and I'm a tummy sleeper. So it makes the pillow, you don't want anything too bulky there, and I'm not a two-pillow person.
Okay, see, these are the hard-hitting questions we need to know of the people that are out there. Well, look, this is amazing. Thank you for having this opportunity with us, being here on the bed seat in the house from 40 Wings. And you are right, it's pretty cool to just sit back and relax, hey?
Yeah, I might spend the morning, even the afternoon here, to be honest.
Well, you know what? We're having a lot of fun, and I know someone else is having a lot of fun. Samantha, you're having some fun of your own out in the village, is that right?
I sure am. I tell you what, I don't know if you can hear me. I can barely hear myself. It is absolutely vibing out here. I'm in the Nike Run Club. There's so much to do out here as well, whether you've just come to support runners or you've just run yourself this morning. Of course, we've got the DJ pumping the tunes. We've got a customization station where you can get any of your Nike gear customized. If you've run the race, we've also got a smoothie bar over there. So come down and get yourself a free smoothie. There's 3 flavors there as well. We've got the Femi Run Club as well for any ladies that are a part of Nike's Femi Run Club. Come down, you got some giveaways. And right over the back there, you can see the girls giving us a wave. That is where, if you are a Nike Run Club member, you can come down, hand in your shoes that you just run in today, and get yourself a brand new pair. That's pretty cool. If you've got a few Ks in those shoes already, come down. There's plenty of water going around. There's fresh fruit being handed out. There's heaps of stuff. There's heaps to do down here. Oh, here we go. Right on cue. Thank you very much. Get a banana. I didn't run today, but I do need fuel. Thank you. Plenty happening down here in the Nike Run Club. If you haven't already, come down, check it out, and join in the vibes.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
so we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart. It's down in my heart. I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
discover a city full of surprises, where every meal is a culinary adventure. Explore art and history at world-class galleries. Browse beautiful boutiques and find unique treasures. Uncover the city's vibrant atmosphere and hidden gems. Find what you weren't looking for, only in the city.
It can start small, a knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
Welcome back to the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and look at the MCG. They are coming in thick and fast, our runners. We've got half marathoners finishing their 21.1 kilometre journey. We've got marathoners coming through and finishing their journey. It has been an enormous morning so far. And whilst we've really highlighted the elite runners, you know, your Jack Rayners and Jen Gregsons and Andy Buchanans and Leanne Pompianis, now it's the turn of our novice runners and our runners that have been setting themselves for a long, long time. And it's been a great morning so far, Nana.
It really has, and yesterday I put to social media, if you have any family members running at the Melbourne Marathon, let us know, and you just see all the stories and the reasons why, whether it's a personal goal of yours, bucket list, doing it for a charity, doing as a team, with teammates or your run club. Running is such a big community, and it's taken Melbourne and Australia by storm, and it's great to see so many people having so many supporters, and you can see on the screen there people are pointing when they spot their family members and whatnot, and those are the stories you want to share and you want everyone to hear to keep coming back. And I think that's another reason why this sold out. There's so many people with one common goal, different journeys, 42,000 different journeys here today, depending on what distance you're doing, but they've all come together for this festival.
Absolutely, and you've probably seen a lot of familiar faces too, in the fact that over the years we've seen someone do the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre event. Hey, let's progress through and have a go at the Nike Half Marathon, and we'll probably, and you know, without identifying everyone, but there's probably a lot of those runners out there that have just, as the years have gone by, they've progressed the distance because they know how much this festival is, how great it is. and it's another challenge that they can set themselves, whether it's 10 kilometres into the half or the half into the marathon.
Well, funnily enough, yesterday the festival actually started with the mini 2K walk for the kids from ages 6 to 12. So hopefully in a couple of years' time, they'll be laughing back and looking all at the photos of them doing the mini marathon and getting to the 42K when they're a little bit older.
And I guess the draw card too is, and we know how great of a stadium this is, and we've made mention on it on the stream so far this morning, but to spend the last 300 metres in the MCG, one of the greatest sporting stadiums, if not the greatest, and that's probably a little bit of bias from us Australians.
Us Melburnians.
Absolutely. it's one of the greatest. But I guess, you're out on the road for such a long time, and to then come into the MCG probably takes your mind off a little bit, that last 300. You might be really struggling and, battling fatigue, but to have that 300 metres where you can sort of just try and block that out in some sort of shape or form, that's a real draw card as well.
I think especially when you sight the tunnel and you go under it, you just see a third wind come from a lot of people. The smiles on the faces, the numbness goes away. You know that the finish line is so close, and everything that you've been working for, whether it's been 6 months, 12 weeks or a year or years in the making, you're finally going to achieve it as you run under the Nike Marathon banner.
I'll tell you what, it's gotten bigger since 1978 when they started the very first one, and it was the run down Frankston up St Kilda Road. Now it starts at Batman Avenue and finishing the MCG. We've 42,000 runners. We've still got a couple of events coming up a little bit later this morning. Obviously the Big M 5-kilometre event, and symbolic of Big M, they were the initial sponsors of the first Melbourne Marathon back in 1978.
I know when we were talking a couple of days ago, we were saying we'd love to see some of that merch back. I think it would be pretty cool, pretty vintage for us to see some of that Big M merch after them being the founding sponsors of this event.
And then later on this morning, we'll have the Jabani Fit 2.5 kilometre walk, and that's always a nice one. And we see a lot of our younger audience participate in that one, especially a lot of our ones that are charity partners. We have CPEC that have a real big following in that event as well. So it's almost a sellout, that Chobani Fit walk as well. So a little bit to look forward to later on this morning, but it's been a terrific morning. And Mitch, back again for another year. It just brings a smile to your face, and such a great event, and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And how big can this event get?
Oh, it's massive. I mean, I don't know why it can't be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, marathons in Australia. I know obviously Sydney's pushing to become a major, and if that happens, obviously that increases their numbers. But, mate, even getting downstairs just then to go and grab myself a coffee and something to eat, I could hardly get through. It was just bumper to bumper. There were people everywhere. There's, parents hugging kids and partners kissing partners, and, mates everywhere. And, I saw that sign, bad day to be a marathon, let's go Zachy boy. I mean, there's people everywhere that, will be inspired. There's people in this crowd who will be inspired to run one themselves next year, or have watched somebody commit to their first marathon or run their 10th marathon and want to break a certain time. And, you could throw a rock and get a new storyline somewhere in the MCG. So it's pretty special. I reckon there's more numbers in here supporting inside the stadium than we saw last year. I think it's, really started to increase. So, big hats off to everybody who's finishing around this 3-hour marker now, because some of them wouldn't have obviously started right when the gun went off. So massive shout out to everybody getting it done, also in the half marathon too.
Oh, you look at the signage at the MCG as well, well supported from commercial partners. Obviously Nike, the naming rights partner of the Melbourne Marathon Festival, but Garmin, Gatorade, Coinbase, Sri Lankan Airlines, Chemist Warehouse. We had Simon on the 40 Winks bed down at this finishing line, Morton, Fitstop, Grilled, St. Ali Coffee. So the commercial support of this event's increasing forevermore as well. Shoal's been a part of it. City of Melbourne, we had the Lord Mayor join us at the start line, who ran the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines event as well.
I wonder how he went.
We might have to do a bit of a search up.
Might have to do a research on him, how he went down there. But everybody wants to run this event now. It's just starting to become that sort of aura. People want to be in it, and it's, I don't want to say it's cool to run a marathon, but I feel like, to your point, Nana, it's gaining traction where it's people put respect on it. And to me, it's always felt like in this scene at least, the people getting into running, it was always the tan. It was like, what's your tan time? And that was you know, a benchmark of, how fast are you really? Now it's starting to become, what's your 10K, what's your half marathon, what's your marathon? And that's just going to drive participation numbers. You have to give credit to what run clubs are doing and you know, even what our elite athletes are doing and how much more exposure they have in mainstream media and how much more time they have to be able to tell their stories and bring people along on that journey. And, you know, you can't put a value on what that is for the community. And, yeah, you know, I've been dragging on it, but like Jess has been here for about a week and just been going to thing after thing after thing after thing. And it's great to see the caliber of her personality more than anything being shown to the public.
I couldn't agree more with the mainstream media coverage that we're getting. And I guess, you know, we're in a society where we're results driven, and Australia is delivering on that world stage. So that's becoming more and more into our lounge rooms, into our newspapers, onto our social media. So we know who these Jess Hulls, we know Lyndon Halls, we know Brett Robinsons, we know all these runners coming through, and you know they're getting traction. They're, you know, obviously we've got our cricket and our football, you know, our mainstream sports in Australia, but these runners are just getting as popular as what, you know, some of these athletes are in the other sports.
No, without a doubt. And I mean, also you can even go further than that with our best world juniors ever recently over in South America. You know, we're spreading the board of talent, and you know, I've been spruiking this for a while that what we're about to enter into in Australian athletics is more exciting than what we're in at the moment. And if that's anything to live up to that height, we just won 7 medals at the Olympic Games. You know, we've had this incredible tenure over the last 2 years, and we've just won bloody about 20 of them at the World Juniors. You know, like, you've been a part of those teams, Nana. Like, what they've just achieved this year is remarkable.
Yes, I remember when I went to World Juniors, we had 2 gold medals, and that was such a big achievement. And then, you know, 8 years later, you're seeing, I think the progression of athletics is producing results, and the fact that we have events like this where you can start with an Olympian and you can see a goal that you might be trying to achieve in the next couple of years. You know, we've seen Andy do the Melbourne Marathon Festival before, and now he's winning the half marathon. So people in future years can go, it is possible with the consistency and the environment that Melbourne and the running community is bringing to the sport of athletics.
And you look at the young ones that are coming through, and we've highlighted a few. Bronte Oates that won the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines event earlier this morning, an emerging talent. Have to. Strinzos as well, who's another one that, you know, you've been spruiking a little bit this morning. Brett Robinson spoke about in your interview with him yesterday. So they keep on emerging, and I think that's due to the great work that, you know, the likes of Athletics Victoria, Athletics Australia, and the amount of work that's going into these running clubs that are, you know, progressing our runners to push themselves to go higher in what they're wanting to achieve.
Absolutely, and brands and everything are really on board with everything, and Nike does such a good job, obviously, at spruiking their own athletes. They have the handful of them here competing today, so, you know, they're doing a great job.
So it's been a great morning thus far at the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon, and great to see a lot of Nike merchandise getting around as well. You look at a lot of the finishers, and gee whiz, there's a lot of people wearing Nike, and we know it's such a great brand, and we're really appreciative of Nike jumping on board, being that naming rights partner once again. If you are looking for merchandise, you're watching the stream out around the event village, you can go between gates 2 and 3, the merchandise store, and get all your Nike Melbourne Marathon merchandise. It's certainly well worth to take home, and a nice little memento to take home as well. And I dare say it'll get plenty of use over the next 12 months before they return for another effort at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, Nana.
Definitely so. I think the fits, I always say you look good, you feel good, you run good. And I saw a lot of fluoro colours at 5 a.m. in the morning this morning, and people getting out of their cars with their funky socks and outfits. So I think that it put the mood already. Everyone was excited. I love, especially when I'm running, packing my race kit before, putting out what I'm going to eat, what I'm going to drink, what I'm going to pack. So you could tell that everyone was prepared for today.
I'm always intrigued on the likes of, say, a Brett Robinson, who's obviously a Nike-sponsored athlete. What he wears today, how much will we see of that in the coming months worn around the streets, you know, of the novice runners or the running groups? obviously they set the scene with the newest the gear. I'm looking forward to sort of seeing how many shirts I might see for running singlets I'll see similar in the next couple of months of what Brett Robinson was wearing today.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they influence the community so much, particularly in shoes as well. Like, I know there's a lot of shoe geeks out there. I mean, I don't really know too much behind the tech of shoes, so I'm not even going to tell everyone that I do. But I do value and respect how far it has come. I live in the camp that, sport and technology move hand in hand, so new shoes are inevitable and they should be worn and they should be used. But I can also see how tech is going pretty fast. So there'll be a point where it gets regulated, I think, like it was regulated a few years ago. Won't be surprised if it happens again. But yeah, it really does influence it. And the thing that's cool about watching this segment of the marathon, you're seeing people finish and, complete their day. Like I tend to find that you don't get too many opportunities in your weekly life to publicly celebrate. And what I mean by that is everybody who's coming down the line is arms up or fist pumping or looking for someone in the crowd, and it's just accepted and it's celebrated. And that is so good for the soul. So I love seeing that because you don't know the journey that the elites have been on. It's public. You watch it, you see it, you bring it to the audience's eyes, you can ride along with it, and that's great. But these people finishing now have had their own struggle, their own journey, their own success, and it's just cool to see people celebrate that. And this guy here, double arms out, about to hit the Cobra. There you go, fist pump through the air. You just love to see that sort of stuff. So watching the elites for me never makes me want to run a marathon. Right, I'm never
it's not inspiring you.
I respect I'll tell you what, Jen Grigson, mate, they want to run a marathon this morning.
I respect it so much.
Jack as well.
And I'm like, oh my God, these guys are amazing. That is how much work they put in. I love that. But it's your everyday Australian that's gone out and kicked a goal off. And for me, I reflect, I'm like, I always say I don't have enough time, but there's 40,000 people here that found the time to do it. Well, what's my excuse? So I draw so much off these, call them athletes, because they are. These athletes finishing now, I just love it. So it's one of my favourite days of the year. And I said this yesterday, it's Melbourne Marathon and Grand Final. No matter what, it's good weather. I don't know why, but Melbourne always turns it on for these 2 days of the year, so it's awesome to see.
So is what you're saying is next year we'll be calling you running the Melbourne Marathon. You heard it here.
I would love to do it. I've got to psychologically psych myself up to put my body through the pain cave, but it's on my bucket list to do at some point, is to kick off a marathon, because I just feel like it would be such a euphoric feeling at the end of it.
Maybe at the end of the day we'll just start at the tunnel
and
we'll give ourselves a little run.
Yeah. You'll beat us pretty easy with your running background, Nana.
I don't know if I could sprint that far though. It's a bit long.
I don't know. I reckon I've run against Nana in our younger days, and she was absolutely smoking me then, so you'd absolutely dust me now.
It depends on what distance.
No, you'd get us over a long way. I'd do a hamstring.
Same, actually.
Funnily enough, I reckon a couple of years ago, we did do a commentator's race towards the end of the day.
Really?
Yeah, it was 4 or 5 of us. And it
Don't
was,
give them any ideas.
It was hotly contested, I assure you.
Oh, yeah. It's competitive. I'd want to win. I just know I wouldn't. Yeah, I just know I'd be out. Here's some paces. So the paces here, you can see with the big things on their back, volunteer. Amazing.
Absolutely. Hey, let's go to the event village. Samantha's got some great things happening down at the event village. We'll cross over to her.
Yeah, you're right. There is so much happening down here. Something for absolutely everyone. Now, if that vibe inside the Nike Run Club wasn't quite your thing with all the loud music, check out down here in the Runners Village. And down here they are, if you have a look at this barcode here, if you sign up on this QR code, you can go in the running to win yourself a set of headphones, and you get to join in the silent disco that is starting at 11 a.m. just inside the village. If you head through the village gates and turn left, you'll see people dancing what seems like to themselves, but they've actually got headphones on, and they are dancing to Soundcore Silent Disco. Like I said, something for everyone. There's also heaps happening down here. We've got Chobani Fit there, there's Bupa, Fit Stop, Chemist Warehouse behind me. Come on down to this little expo down here and check out everything and all the great.
So presentations for the next of our events here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival won't be far away. we'll enjoy just our runners coming through thick and fast into the MCG.
I reckon that's us next year. I reckon we can become one of the dancers on the sideline. That looks all right.
I think everyone would love to see you in a crop top and a
Yeah,
sign.
wouldn't be the first time.
Well, it's a party atmosphere because you've got the dancers coming into the MCG. You've got the DJ just on that last 100-metre stretch. The silent disco going on at the event village. There's so much
actually
happening.
just pulled that bloke out of revs, unbelievably. Actually, they've literally just said, mate, can you keep spinning? Unbelievable. He's been here since they're rotating, but the first DJ was here
At
when
5
we got
a.m.
here at 6 a.m. Yeah, so there you go.
And there's a little DJ just inside the, I guess, the concourse of the MCG as well. So there's plenty going on. It's a party atmosphere, and
love it.
That's what it's going to be like for the next couple of hours here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. But the sun is shining. Melbourne, you have turned it on once again, and it just never disappoints Melbourne and what it does for the Nike Melbourne Marathon, that is for sure. And what a sight that is. Pretty inspiring. You're coming into the MCG, you see yourself on the big screen. You've got 300 metres to run, Nana. It's not a bad place to finish.
It is the best place to finish, not a bad place. It's the best place to finish, and the sun is looking amazing right now. And just look at the hands up. I'm inspired. Not inspired to do it, but I'm inspired to give myself another goal to do something like this.
And you speak about the paces too, Mitch, just before, as we see a couple of our Nike Melbourne Marathon paces coming through. Like, you know, that's a great thing that they're offering to ensure that others have a really positive experience in an event like this.
Absolutely, they're volunteers, the pacers, so they do a remarkable job to make sure people can stay on pace, and obviously they have to wear the big banners behind them so that you can see them if you fall off or you fall on. But they've done an awesome job, and you know, for the most part, they're very consistent. Like, I don't hear too many times that they're out of pace. So yeah, they do a great job. As you can see, more finishes here. The Better Beer can is making...
That's impressive.
That is impressive, because that would be very Better Beer. Yep, shout out to the Inspired Unemployed boys. Maybe they can get out here and put... Maybe it is one of Falcon or Jack in there, but that is very impressive. I hope they've paid him handsomely to be in that for 42.2, because that is an all-time effort as we continue to see some more athletes roll their way through here and complete their marathon journey.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. Better Be going nice and strongly in the event village as well. We're going to go back into the MCG and catch up with Danny for the next of our presentations here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Oh, welcome down, ladies and gentlemen, 2024, the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Hey, Steve, please to the stage. Steve Monaghetti, everybody. Hey, Steve, good to see you, mate. Wow, what a day it's been so far. I tell you what, the ladies there, the half marathon, what a finish.
It was great seeing them so close. Even I didn't know who was going to win. So terrific when and they obviously all know each other well. So great camaraderie, but also great competition between them all.
It really must push them on. I mean, yes, you said they know each other, they know each other's style as well. But mate, the way does it spur you on to get across a little bit quicker?
Oh yeah, obviously, you know, you worry about running a fast time, but being competitive and winning the race is more important than a time. So once you're in that competitive situation, everyone wants to win.
Absolutely right. Well, look, let's get them on the stage. Let's meet them. This, of course, is the presentations for the Nike, the half marathon. We're going to get Steve, if you could stay over here for us, and we're going to hand some awards to you, and if you could present those, that'd be great. For our female athletes today, in third place with a 1 hour 09.09, third place is Izzy Bat Doyle. Our second place today with a time of 1 hour 09.04, Jessica Stenson. And our winner in the female category for the Nike half marathon, with a time of 1 hour 09.01, it is, of course, Leanne Pompiani. Absolutely superb effort from our Nike half marathon female runners. Give it up for our top three winners today. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. In the males today, 3 incredible runs. In third place today in the Nike Half Marathon with a time of 1 hour 02:32, Liam Bonden. Our second place today with a time of 1 hour 02:24, Haftu Strinzoft. And go Scott. And our winner today with an incredible time. We chatted to before. It was an incredible run today in the time of 1 hour 01:42. It is Andy Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Give it up for our Nike Half Marathon places, first, second, and third. Thank you so much, guys. We have the presentations for the full marathon coming up very, very shortly. More presentations throughout the day, but this is an absolute party. Congratulations, gentlemen. We will be back shortly. Keep cheering, keep the love.
Geez, there are winners absolutely everywhere here today. I'm down at the Runners Expo at the Chemist Warehouse stand, and all of these people, I don't know if you can see this line, it goes for ages. All these people are lining up to have their chance to spin the wheel. All you need to do, obviously, is line up like this lady has done here. Give it a bit of a spin, depending on what it lands on. That's your prize. There's something for everyone. Then you come in here to see these lovely ladies. And of course, we've got ink bars, we've got sunscreen and face serum, thanks to the Cancer Council. It's all thank you. Thanks to the lovely staff at Chemist Warehouse. So come on down, have a look, grab something to eat, have a dance at the silent disco, then head on over to the Chemist Warehouse stand and win yourself some prizes.
I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart. It's down in my heart. I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
it is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8, only from Garmin.
It can start small. A knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
Discover a city full of surprises, where every meal is a culinary adventure. Explore art and history at world-class galleries. Browse beautiful boutiques and find unique treasures. Uncover the city's vibrant atmosphere and hidden gems. Find what you weren't looking for, only in the city.
can start small. A knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
We are, of course, down here on the finish line here. You know what? People run for very, very different reasons. And one of the reasons that people might run is for a charity or an organisation that means a lot to them. Beyond Blue is an extremely, extremely important organisation. I know we've all heard of them. I've got Caitlin and Sharon here to explain a little bit more about what happens here. First of all, Caitlin, you've just come off the run. Let's just talk about that quickly. How'd you go today?
I went better than expected, I'll be honest. I am so pleasantly surprised, but the vibe gets you through. It really does. Everyone's awesome, supporters with great signs, cheering each other on, and the best bit was seeing other people in the BB Blue and knowing that we had a team out there. It was just awesome.
It's such a wonderful organisation. We were just talking about it before. It means a lot. Now, Sharon, what is it like seeing this many runners getting behind Beyond Blue?
Oh, look, it's absolutely incredible. As you say, everyone that's out there running for us, we've got about 4,500 people out there running for us, which is incredible. But there is a story behind each and every one of those people, whether or not is that they're running for their own mental health, whether they're running in memory or in support of someone. And it's just such an amazing community coming together. And to show that support, to show that people aren't alone, it's just incredible. So thank you.
It really is prominent. In these days and times when things are not always easy, and Beyond Blue are always there. They are always, always there for you. Can you tell us a bit about the money that's raised, hopefully by these runners and people that are supporting it? Where does that sort of money go, and how does it help Beyond Blue?
It goes towards the Beyond Blue support service. So from my understanding, Sharon, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, about $66, every $66 raised answers one call to the support service, can put someone on the road to long-term well-being, long-term support that they need. And obviously when they get that support, they can extend that to the people in their lives as well. So this is not just about today, it's long-term impact for so many people. It's amazing.
It really, really is. You can't, get behind it enough. Can you? Is there any stories that I might have just sprung this on you, but any stories that spring to mind, inspirational stories that can come out of what the amazing work you guys have done?
Oh, absolutely. As I said, there's a story behind every one of the runners. One that really resonates with me at the moment, because it touches on all of the reasons people do run, is a gentleman by the name of Brent, who came along and saw some of our team a couple of days ago. So Brent is running. He's actually a school teacher, and he really wanted to do the run to actually encourage all the kids to get behind, talk about mental health, and really challenge them and show them that they can make a difference. Brent, unfortunately, also lost a dear friend in 2021, and I know that he's reached out to that friend's wife, and she's just delighted that he's running in honour. And he was also running because it looks after his own mental health. And I think that this is just so indicative of so many of the stories, whether people are running for themselves, for others, or to inspire people. So the most beautiful bit, if you don't mind me sharing, is that apparently Brent told our team the other day that all the kids at the school have made this great big mural for him to wish him well, and they've all written all of their great mental health messages forward to. So if that isn't inspiring a community, what is?
It really is, and it's lovely to know that maybe there's another generation coming through that will carry on the incredible work that Beyond Blue does. That's super, super important. My last question is, how can we support, how can we reach you guys if needed?
Well, I will be back next year. Everyone should come back next year. But Beyond Blue, I love it because it's a community. You can volunteer. There are so many events to get involved in. Talk openly about how you're going, your mental health. That will encourage the people in your lives to reach out for support when they need it. And it's never too early. There's no problem too big or too small to have a chat and let people know when you need some support.
And for us to be able to support financially, is there a way that we can help?
Absolutely. So get on board, and you can make donations at any time at beyondblue.com.au. We have already raised from the runners today over $415,000, which is just incredible. So that means that over 6,250 people are going to get that support. But there are more people out there. So get online, get on and make a donation to Beyond Blue and get involved in these sorts of events. There's lots of these things going. So really thank you for everyone who has supported.
Yeah, it's lovely to raise that amount, but of course more is always going to be better to help what is a very important organisation. I can't stress that enough. We thank you so much, Caitlin and Sharon, for your timeless and incredible work you've done. Well done on your run today. Congratulations. We love Beyond Blue. We're so supportive of what you do, and we thank you for the hours that you put in and for what you've done today. All the best, guys. Thank you. So, but that's one of the charities, Beyond Blue. I can't stress how important it is to get behind them. It's one of the many things, the many stories that happen as part of this big day today for the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
It can start small, a knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
I've got this. Brace the biceps. Engage the core. No. Slow down. Not the bird!
There's just so much to see and do down here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. I am all over the place, but I've headed over to the Chobani Fit Cool Down Lounge. Apart from the beanbags and an area to cool down, Laura's here with some wonderful Chobani Fit protein yogurt. So come on down and refuel with these guys. And they've also got a photo booth over there where if you didn't, like me, cross the actual finish line, you can jump in the photo booth and have a photo with the finish line and then make it look like you did to all your friends. So that's where I'm going. Grab my yogurt. I'm heading over there now. Let's come down and see us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to grab this moment and this opportunity. This Melbourne Marathon is just steeped in history, and I've got a young man with me here, Charles Murray. He's just run the Melbourne Marathon, the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and he's done it because his great-grandfather was the very first official Melbourne Marathon winner in 1898. So he ran a time of 2:58, but you reckon you've got him by a minute?
I reckon I'm going by about a minute.
Hey, Charles, you're wearing this, talk to us about this singlet that you've got on.
It's the Melbourne Harriers men's club, and it was part of the first official track club ever established in Melbourne. And yeah, he was a big part of the establishment of that club, and yeah, pretty proud to have that history in my family. You should turn around for a second. I want to see the back. Look at this. This is the, it's cut out of someone's old sheets, I think is how they did it back in 1898. Hey, your great-grandfather, I mean, is that what got you into running, obviously, the family history? I only started running about a year ago, and I think the history of my family sort of has come with that journey, and yeah, it's pretty inspirational and gives me more motivation every time I get on the track.
Mate, big shoulders that you've got to carry the weight of the expectation of the world. But you're happy with your preparation as going into this marathon?
Yeah, had a 10-week block. This is my second marathon, and I was pretty happy, pretty interrupted. Got up to about 85 Ks odd, and yeah, I think today was just to tie or beat him, and I think, yeah, did that quite easily.
Mate, that was amazing. Now, just looking at the singlet on the right-hand side, it's like the moths have gotten into it.
Yeah, I think the moths got into the old grandpa's shed, but okay.
They got into grandpa's shed. You can see here, boys, it's all chewed up and tied up. Well, Bill Murray, I mean, this is amazing stuff. Bill Murray, not to be confused by the actor, obviously, the great-grandfather of Charles Murray here. He was the very first official Melbourne Marathon winner. I mean, boys, it's pretty amazing stuff.
Thanks, Simon. What a story. And funnily enough, Nana, you're just saying that you actually have some kind of connection with Charles through your work at Wesley College.
So I'm an athletics coach at Wesley College, and Charles is actually a part of our athletics program. So I didn't know that he was going to do the Melbourne Marathon today, but I know he's been training really hard, and it's great to see that family connection. And I know Tim O'Shaughnessy will probably be laughing at it, not realising that this was his goal.
Oh, what a great effort. And I guess, you know, a long time ago, and to wear the original strip and that as well, that was, you know, it's
cool.
Pretty cool.
Oh, absolutely. Like, this is the whole point. You would never know that storyline unless you get the opportunity to ask it. So, pretty pumped that he got great granddad as well, he seemed. He was pretty ecstatic to beat the original Melbourne Marathon winning time. So, I mean, what is he now? Was he 17 then?
He's 18, so he's in his final year of school.
Okay.
So he's got some exams coming up, but I'm sure this is one of his goals.
Yeah, no, it's a good way to step out of exam study, I suppose. So, no, pretty cool to have that singlet and, yeah, hear that story. That's amazing.
You speak about singlets and so forth, and I'm just looking down at the MCG, and I'm looking at some of the sponsorship signage, and we spoke about Big M being that inaugural sponsor back in 1978 when the Melbourne Marathon was Frankston down the Nepean Highway, and obviously a lot's progressed from that time, but wouldn't be cool, and we sort of said it earlier, it wouldn't be cool to see one of those original Big M retro singlets that might have been worn back in 1978, some 46 years ago.
I reckon my granddad's got one at home somewhere. He ran the Melbourne Marathon a long time ago, so I reckon that's floating around somewhere. Any retro gear you can get your hands on is always a commodity, so it would be pretty sick to see the old Big M floating around out there. But yeah, I mean, so many great major sponsors: Chobani, Gatorade, Garmin, Coinbase, Sri Lankan Airlines, obviously. You know, the list goes on and on. So, yeah, the old Big M. Do you reckon they ever bring back the Frankston to Melbourne? I think that's done. I think they've nailed the course now. But I do remember my old man running it when I was a kid and watching him trudge on out to Frankston and make his way back. So
maybe on a big milestone, like 70 years or the 100th year, we go back to the original
back
course.
To Franger.
Yeah.
So in 4 years, because this is the 46th,
the
back
big
to
50,
Franger.
Definitely.
The big 50. Yeah, who knows?
Melbourne or Frankston.
Absolutely, but another one of our paces coming through. the 3-hour 50 mark, and they're hitting the finishing line. A great effort by them, and a big shout out to the volunteers as well. We've got a plethora of volunteers that are handing out medallions and making sure everyone's getting through that finishing line area in a really orderly fashion, because it's good chaos down there. Absolutely sensational.
Organised chaos.
Absolutely sensational chaos down there, but just a really good feel here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. You know, obviously started yesterday. I seen Mitch on the socials with Q&A with some of our great elite athletes. We had the little minis go through their work and have a go. And I guess it's just a nice way to start that festival feeling with, some events from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was really busy in here too, in that village. I mean, there was stuff going on everywhere. There were heaps of people, not just collecting race bibs, but also getting amongst a lot of the brand activation stuff that was going on. And yeah, always a pleasure to sit down with, the likes of Jen, Ryan and Brett and, chop it up with them pretty casually. Nothing too serious about the way that I interview. So it was nice to get their insights and, just, I guess, learn what the process is going to be like for today. So it is a weekend-long event. It's an event that, it takes a lot of manpower. IMG and Nike obviously do so much work to bring this event together. We deal with them in small doses, but seeing some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, it is a mountain of effort. So, it's just lucky that the weather turns itself on. That's something you can't control, but yeah, the way that they get this event up and underway and get people involved, and it's just awesome. So just genuinely, like last year, this section that I know you can't see it on the stream, but we're obviously up in the commentary booth here on the wing of the MCG, and just about all of the MCC is filled in this bottom stage. Outside of the back corner of it, it's pretty well stocked. So it's got to be such a great feeling for these guys and girls, finishing off their event and trying to find their loved one in the crowd or whatever it may be, and just the general support as a whole. It's it's palpable down there at the moment, the energies.
We've got is that Deadpool? Deadpool rocking up, finishing off the marathon. I think he's a bit hot in there. And the samurai swords in the back. I love that.
There's so many great costumes you get. I reckon there was a few years ago that we had like the old 80s footballers all dressed up and they had the football. They must have got the football. Someone before they entered the MCG
just
had the football,
handed
and they were taking bounces on the wing, the Great Southern Side wing, and then. It was amazing. But, yeah, Deadpool's into his final 100 metres.
Says he has no time to train for a marathon, but Deadpool's making movies.
That's what I mean. This is what I'm talking about.
Running the Melbourne Marathon.
Yeah, Deadpool, that's motivation, if nothing else. I mean, God, he has to be hot. He actually moves like Deadpool too. I don't know whether he's trying to imitate him, but he's done a bloody good job. I'm looking at it. So do you guys, now we're in this stage of the marathon, do you have any friends, family, people out there that might be finishing around now or shortly?
Oh, I'm obviously from Warrnambool, so regional, and there's quite a contingent of runners from Warrnambool that have made the trek up here, and they do it every year. It's a really hot ticket. It's funny when you speak to the general community down there, how many runners, and they've got a really strong running club down there, athletics club, that once Melbourne Marathon entries open, and even Great Ocean Road Running Festival entries open, they're the two big ones that they want to get and be a part of. It's amazing.
Oh, I love
Hottest
that.
ticket in Victoria, those two
What about
events.
you, Nana? You know anybody out there?
I know some in the 10K, and I know some who are doing the 5K. My friendship group doesn't expand that far.
Doesn't get out to the marathon.
It doesn't get down there.
No, fair enough.
Anything that can be done on the track, they're there.
Is where you want to be. I respect that.
But what a day it's been. And obviously, as we said, it started yesterday with a little mini marathon. Today we've had the features. They've been run and won. We've still got a couple of events a little bit later on this morning. At 11:30 we'll have the Big M 5-kilometre run, and that's always an interesting one. You see a lot of young talent at the start line there, and they go hell for leather at the start.
Oh, yeah.
And usually you'll see a lot of youthful winners come across the line, and obviously the Chobani Fit 2.5-kilometre walk, which will be a little bit later on as well. And that's a nice little way to finish that starting line party atmosphere that we have, starting all the way back at 7 a.m. when we get the marathoners out onto the course proper. But it's been a terrific day thus far, and great brand activation. There's plenty going on in the event village, and I know Sam has been busy out there going through all the different vendors and looking at what's available for people to get involved with. They've got the live stream screens out there with the lounges. Nike's got a lot of things happening out there. BMW, we can't forget them. You know, the iX2, I've got my eye on that. I wouldn't mind driving that around.
That'd be all right, yeah.
You know, around the town, or the I4. So it's
Where
been
can you see fast cars, run 42K, eat a grilled burger, and have a nap?
And a better beer as well.
And a better beer after your race. You name another place.
And then you're thinking about, you know, holidays. Sri Lanka. I've seen a lot of imagery of Sri Lanka recently, and I'll tell you what, you know, thinking about Sri Lankan Airlines as a place to book that next flight to Colombo. I know they do regular flights to Colombo and do a great job there as well. So, yeah, there's a lot to think about once you're in here, and a lot of things to think about, you know,
now
after the race.
I need a holiday.
Yeah, you do, Nana.
I do need
I've been thinking that all year. Like,
yeah, Nana needs a holiday. Well, Sri Lankan Airlines, hopefully he's here to help.
Straight to Colombo. Heard nothing but good things about Sri Lanka. I'm watching out for my uncle. He's somewhere close. And he runs literally like 20 marathons a year. So this, yeah, he's a sicko. I don't know how he does it. But yeah, if any of my cousins are watching on at home, hello to you. Trying to find George, but I can't see him out there. We've got another body down here at the finish line of the marathon, although he's got a little bit further than what our last guy did. But again, it looks like we've had two competitors stop to try and help him, and one's gone now. Maybe it's his mate that's trying to help him out. This has to be difficult. Like, you're so close to that finish line. You know, you've put everything into it. I hope for his sake he can get up, but it looks like the medicos might take him away here. But it just goes to how grueling this event is.
And it's what people are pushing their bodies through as well. You know, they're pushing themselves to the absolute limits, and 42 kilometres, it's a long way, but it's a great thing that we're seeing here is that camaraderie as well. And they're on their feet and they're making their way. And again, we speak about community, camaraderie, support. And these guys might have met each other out on the road, and have, you know, spent that bit of time out on the road running together, whether it's 5, 10, 15 kilometres, and then wanting to do it together at the end. So applause to that runner for assisting our runner there, who's just battling towards the back end of this event. And we're not going to go far away. We've got our marathon presentations occurring very, very soon with Danny once again. So looking forward to seeing Jack Rayner and Jen Gregson getting those winning medallions. We're going to take a break here on the live stream of the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
I've got this. Brace the biceps. Engage the core. No. Slow down. Not the bird!
Lockie, what are you doing? Oh, Simon, we're running a marathon. A marathon? But you can't run a marathon. Oh, yes, we can. We're running the Premi Marathon Challenge. And you can too. Oh. It's a virtual challenge that everyone can be a part of.
Oh, so you can also run, you can cycle, swim, roll or walk?
Exactly. Sign up to the Premi Marathon Challenge now and help save the lives of sick and premature babies.
Yeah, just go to the Premi Marathon Challenge website to find out more. Come on, Locke, let's go.
Let's go back to the MCG stage with Danny, who's going to do the next of our presentations here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Thank you very much. We are down here on the finish line, but of course, it is presentation times for the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Our full marathon runners have finished, and we do have our 1, 2, and 3 for this big day today. We're going to announce our winners. We're also going to announce some other various special awards coming up straight after that. But let's get into it. Our female 3, 2, 1 for today for the Nike Melbourne Marathon. In third place today with a time of 2 hours 34:08 is Kate Mason. Our second place today with a time of 2 hours 31:05, Sarah Klein. And our winner today of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival 2024 full marathon, first place with a time of 2:28:13, Jen Gregson. And we'll grab a photo, ladies. Thank you so much. We'll grab your photos. What a wonderful day it is. Great to see you down here. What a feeling. What a great turnout. We now move into the men's category for the Nike Melbourne Marathon. In third place today, with a time of 2:18:10, Christopher Dryden. In second place today, with a time of 2:13:31, Ryan Gregson. And of course, in first place, the man himself, with a time of 2:11:49, the man, the one, the only, Jack Rayner! And of course, we just grabbed the photos here. There is another special part today, is the Karen McCann Memorial Award, a very important and significant award that we have a big winner for every single year. I would like to introduce one of Karen's family to the stage. Jenny, if Jenny could come forward. Jenny, the Karen McCann Award, very important. If you could just tell us, for those that don't know, a little bit more about it, please.
Well, obviously Karen made a big impact in the MCG when she won the Commonwealth Games, so this is in her honour, which I love because it just keeps her memory alive. I'm just happy to be here to be able to hand it out.
And we are very, very honoured to have an award in her name as well. Very, very special person. I'd love to keep you here just so that you can give the award over, which is a very important award today. The winner of the 2024 Karen McCann Memorial Award is Jen Gregson. Give it up for Jen Gregson, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And Steve, thank you so much. Well done, Jen. Steve, I might invite you back here. Thank you so much. Steve, I might invite you back here. We do have one more award, and it is, of course, the Steve Monaghetti Award. A very, very special award indeed. Steve, I'll just grab you for 1 second here. Tell us a bit about this award and what it means to not only the one who's won it, but to you personally.
Oh, it's a great honour for me, and it's nice to have that tradition and the succession planning, you know. It was my era, now it's these guys' turn, and it's lovely to have that recognition. And I know they will have run hard and enjoy the win, but it's also nice to think they might get a medal for their efforts.
Absolutely right, and I might let you do the honours. Our winner this year of the 2024 Steve Monaghetti Award is, of course, Jack Rayner.
Oh, thanks, Danny, down there with the presentations for the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And obviously the Karen McCann medal and the Steve Monteghetti medal for those first Australian runners across the line, Jack Rayner and Jen Gregson, those recipients. Hey, let's have a look at the highlights of this year's Nike Melbourne Marathon. And we started off this morning at 7 a.m, a big rollout of runners at Batman Avenue. And as we sort of forecasted, the names that we spoke about, Gregson and Reese Edwards, along with Jack Rayner, and then Jen Gregson, Sarah Klein, they were the ones we were expecting, Mitch and Nana, to really set the standard early.
Yeah, and look at the droves of numbers following behind them there, right? Like so many people out on their marathon journey. But yeah, it got out there quick, and you can see here that it was these three that really asserted themselves quite early, as you said, Trent. They were the ones that we expected to see. And geez, what a morning that was put on by the weather gods here in Melbourne. But it was Rayner, Gregson back to Edwards early, and look, Jen Gregson was able to find herself in this beautiful pack, beautiful coverage out with Brian Fay and the rest of them. But yeah, it was Jack that they tasked with the job early, and through Albert Park, it was this 1, 2, 3 fairly consistently throughout. And you can see here, though, this was the time where it all got broken up. Nana and Reese had enough.
Yeah, Reese had said, I'm taking the lead, and he had about a 50-metre gap at 15K in front of the boys, but honestly, Jack and Ryan really worked together for majority of that marathon until we got down halfway through Beach Road. We saw Jack break away, and sadly, Reese moved to 5th place.
Obviously an interesting ploy considering what we saw Reese do last year when he did claim the event. What would you reckon Jack Rayner would have been thinking when that occurred? Like, would he have been happy with a move like that, knowing that if he just keeps running on his term and his pace, that he knows he can finish off strong?
Yeah, I think Jack would have backed himself in for sure. I mean, he's a 2:11 guy. He's run 2:11 here again, but without a doubt, there's always a worry whether or not they can continue to run up the road. You don't know how fresh the legs are, but you can see there that Jack pegged it back. It's Brian and Jen back on your screens here now. So really, Jen was by herself for a long way, and then Jack on the tram tracks. Brian here at 33K, just leading through Jen, and that was probably the last point we saw her look that comfortable. You know, the back end of the marathon really started to rear its head, particularly in this heat and in the sun along St Kilda Road there. But once she was out on her own, Jen, she just gritted her teeth and tough. That was the word I used to describe her, and that was what she showed out here this morning. And Jack into the MCG, it just would have been such a weight off his shoulders that, you know, marathon hoodoo, and, you know, to come down with 2 hours 11, you can see here he starts celebrating at least 10, 20 metres out, and he said, who else but Jack Rayner? And absolutely loved it. There's Stewie on the tape there as well. I'm surprised he actually let it go, Stu, and thought he'd do something funny, but no, I mean, a very popular winner and a very deserving winner was Jack, and to get down into the 2:11s, it's doesn't leave too much to the imagination what's next. There we go with Tilly, his beautiful girlfriend, and you know, Jess and Stewie watching on in the background. And Grego wasn't sniped this year. He had some legs at the back end.
No, absolutely. And I guess the thing is, though, too, you speak about Jack Rayner. He's starting to get into that conversation of being a great at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. 3 half marathon wins. Now he adds a full marathon win to it, Nana. His resume here at Melbourne's just forever getting impressive.
No, and I think we can finally throw the stat away that Jack hasn't completed a marathon in 3 years, because not only has he done it, but he was just off the PB.
Absolutely. And here's Jen Gregson running into the MCG, and what a run it was. You know, as you said earlier, had the pace of Brian, who you know, did a great job for majority of that race to really guide Jen, and then she was able to finish off, and the smile and the applause and the cheer at the MCG was enormous. And for this young lady who's been such a great athlete for a number of years, her 2024 years just gotten even better.
Oh, absolutely, and you didn't think it could, right? But to cap it off here with the Melbourne Marathon win is something that she'll be incredibly proud of. And, you know, to go 1-2 with your husband is a pretty good feeling. I'm sure they went and found young Arch and took him out of the grandparents' custody. So,
well, Arch was the first runner of the family.
Arch was the first one of the family. Yeah, they said we're not going to force him to be a runner, but it's all he likes to do. So, it seems like he might follow the trajectory of the parents. We see Sarah Klein here as well. Mentioned a few times that she would have loved to have got under that 2 hour 30 barrier, but second place here in the Melbourne Marathon is a great result for her, and, you know, just continues to build on that resume of domestic and international marathons that she's been able to compete in. So a really good step forward there for Sarah Klein. And Kate Mason comes through for third, and, you know, a minute personal best. And, you know, you can name a lot of things that Kate Mason achieved out here today, but she's a third place getter in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So incredible, and an awesome morning across the marathon.
Here's the 5 kilometre start list, the Big End 5 kilometre. That's going to be underway very soon. We're going to take a short break here on the live stream of the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Visit the SoundCloud booth now for your chance to win headphones. Visit the SoundCloud booth now for your chance to win headphones.
It can start small. A knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take.
Welcome back to the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival and the Big M 5 kilometre event not far from getting underway. A sold-out field and another one of our great events occurring here at the Melbourne Marathon Festival. We might go to the start line and catch up with Samantha for a bit of a feel of what's happening at the start line for the Big M 5 kilometre run.
Thanks, guys. It is super exciting down here. We've been down here all morning, but I tell you what, these guys that are just moving up to the start line now for the Big M 5 kilometre are super, super pumped. The vibes have not dropped all morning. I tell you what has risen as well is the temperature. It's starting to get a bit warmer out here. There's a little bit of a breeze keeping us cool. It's nowhere near as chilly as it was this morning, but alas, still a beautiful day to run around glorious Melbourne. It is, of course, the Big M 5 kilometre, which some of you do Monday mornings anyway, so it's lovely that people have come down and registered. Of course, we're raising money for some wonderful causes as well, so you can see them all lining up over there, getting ready for the Big M 5 kilometre. We'll check in very shortly. The start is about 5 minutes away.
Oh, thanks, Sam. Great work there at the start line. So you can see the signage there. We've gone back to our grassroots of the Nike Melbourne Marathon with the Big M being back involved for 2024. And tell you what, still big numbers there at that start line shoot. Any familiar faces, Nana, or Mitch, that we can see that might be ones we watch out for over the next, half an hour?
I haven't seen any familiar faces, but I have seen some familiar singlets. It's great to see the club athletes, some Runner Paradise ones, some VAL athletes, and we've got some kids at the start line too, so it's a great group of diverse people.
I think that's Dale. What's his name? Come to me, but I think our winner from last year is out here, so he'll, I'm sure, be ready to rip again. But I'm going to try and get it in front of me here. We're about to see the course.
Absolutely. So 5 kilometres. I'll start in Batman Avenue, as we have had all day. And then they'll obviously make their way through the Yarra, along the Yarra. A nice little bit of a run along there, checking out the sights before they make their way around into Swan Street Bridge and over to the Printer Street Bridge, following past the Flinders Street Station, the famous Flinders Street Station, Federation Square, making their way down Wellington Parade South before they make their journey back into the MCG. And Nana, look at the sight of the 5 kilometre runners, and this is where we see a lot of our young superstars. So we saw a lot of our younger ones do the mini marathon yesterday for day one of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. But again, this is probably their first real foray into the Sunday side of things, where that 5 kilometre event might be that real appetizer.
I think it's a sweet spot for a lot of teenagers and some people getting into middle distance. It's not too hard to push yourself, but it's just the right distance. And I think it's the perfect time to run a 5K. It is 18 degrees right now, and the sun is fully shining over the MCG. So while they finish, they're going to have some great weather to join them.
Absolutely. And, a really different demographic of runners for this one. We've got the young ones, we've got some older runners as well. So looking forward to seeing what transpires very soon when we get the race underway. Let's catch up with Danny and Simon down in the MCG before we head back to the start of the Big M 5 kilometre run.
Boys, I don't know about you, but Danny and I are absolutely buggered.
Absolutely done.
We're sitting down here, the grilled burger team came along and said, "You want a burger?" We went, "Well, why not?"
Well, I said it's got to be grilled, otherwise.
Yeah, you're not touching it.
Otherwise, I'm not going near it.
Like, I know you guys are doing a tough time up there, and all the marathon runners, obviously, and all the half marathoners, and those Singapore Airlines 10K runners. But sometimes you just have to take a moment, sit down on the grass at the MCG, and smash a grilled burger.
Don't get to do this every day.
No.
But today we are. Hey, and also, if you are running today, and there's plenty of you here, $10 burgers are grilled. $10. Just head down to grilled. Maybe don't all go to the same grilled. Or maybe you do. Just see how hard they work.
Yeah, that'd be odd. But actually, do you reckon we can look after the boys in the commentary?
We could speak to someone.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry, lads. I know how much you love your grilled burgers. We will sort you out. But everyone else that's out there, and you ran today, just another way to say thanks and to be part of the fun. Grilled burgers, $10. It'll be coming your way.
Oh, sense of jealousy there. Nana and Mitch.
Flat out.
Tell you what, they've got the good gig down there, aren't
hungry.
they? Yeah.
So if anyone wants to order me a Wagyu burger from Grill.
Wagyu,
yeah, I'm a bit fancy.
$10.
$10 for a Wagyu burger. Sign me up.
Giving it away.
Oh,
Here we
look
go,
at
the Viking.
We've got
the
the Viking coming through. That's an impressive effort as well, and that's what the Melbourne Marathon brings. It brings those characters out that
Do you
whether it's
reckon he put
Deadpool
them
or the
down
Vikings or
when he wanted a gel, or is he chucking the gel in the corner of one hand with the axes?
Strikes me as a man who doesn't do gels.
Jeez, I hope it's not a heavy duty suit that they would have worn many years ago with the Vikings.
He's just raw dogged it. No food, no water, just 42K.
He's just gone and done it.
And his 2 axes.
That's tough. That is tough.
That is very tough.
So back at the start line for the 5 kilometre Big M run, and having a bit of a closer look at the start line, can you see anyone there, Mitch, that might stand out?
Chris Dale in the red singlet. He's the one who won the 5K last year.
And won it well last year too.
And convincingly last year. So a lot of, you've already mentioned this, Trent, but a lot of youngsters will get out and compete in this. It's at a probably more amenable time of the day for parents and stuff like that as well who aren't running the marathon. 11:30 is a bit of a nicer start than the 7 a.m, I'm sure. So I would anticipate Chris Dale will be another one to watch, but as they flash up on our screens, we'll get a better indication of who's around. But yeah, it'll be good to see.
So just waiting for things to just be ticked over in the right manner down there at the start line with Jimmy and Aaron, who are looking after proceedings down there. But it looks like runners are sort of nearly going to get into position and get their journey underway. But the sun is shining. It's been an awesome day here in Melbourne. The weather's been turned on once again. And to be brutally honest, we can't think of the last time the weather wasn't that great for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
It's remarkable, I know. This and Grand Final Day, they're hand in hand with always being a good day. This will be good fun. Well, your mates are apparently in here. Nana asked you if you had any in the marathon. You said they're in here. I've got a couple in here as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they go out and get after it. But 5K is a good distance to get out and have a crack over.
What was Chris Vidale's time last year?
14-something.
I thought it was just under 15 minutes last year.
14-something for Chris Dale. So if he can replicate anything like that, I think it'll be hard to beat.
For us athletics dummies, how good is 14 minutes for a 5K?
Sub 3-minute K pace for 5K, Nana. So that's pretty good. 72 seconds on an athletics trap per lap, if you want to break it down that way.
So we're under 10 seconds from our event starting, and Samantha, who's been doing great work down at the start line, is going to be ringing the bell as our guest starter. So all eyes are going to be on our starters for the Big M 5-kilometre event. They've got the countdown, and there's Samantha ringing the bell. And the sold-out field, off they go.
Here we go.
Clicking their garments as they just hit the line.
Has to be on Strava.
That is my favourite thing about middle distance and long distance running. I wish we could do that in the sprint. The little click.
A little click.
I don't get the best rep for wearing a Garmin in my short races sometimes. I've had to stop wearing one.
What? You were wearing them in the 200?
Yeah, I love wearing a watch to run. I mean, there's no use for it, but...
Just the look of it? Or?
No, but when I train, I time the little reps.
I'll be asking Tony about that.
Yeah, the 150s.
I'd hate that.
So we've got about 5 out the front there, and on the right, the red singlet was last year's winner, Chris Dale. So no surprises there, but I guess we won't probably really know until about 2.6 on who were some of the main players in this 5-kilometre Big M event.
Yeah, well, it's strung out. Look at the young fella on the far left as well. I'm absolutely loving that. So I can see some of our women just at the back end of this front pack as well. So it's all pretty tightly bunched. It looks like now Chris Dale's going to slot in. So maybe he takes a bit of a different approach to last year. Last year it was a bullet out of a gun. This time it looks like he's going to sit around and enjoy the pack, the elastic band. There you go, Nana. So you learn something new every day. There you go.
I'm going to be saying that for weeks now.
Yeah, you'll sound like a savant.
Yeah, you'll be saying that at training with all the kids.
I know. Stick with me.
Don't snap the band, guys. And they'll go, what the hell is Nana talking about? But
well, you've got to go back and watch the Nike Marathon replay of the live stream.
And then they'll get it. So you can see they're already checking their watches, so they're already maintaining the pace here. So I know you talk about the 150s. They've only run 500 metres, so maybe your justification for the watch actually makes sense, Nana.
I appreciate the 5K runners backing me up.
Yep, they've got you in spades. So it's strung out, but there's probably about 15 to 20 in the opening pack. And look, it is competitive here. Everybody wants to win, that's for sure. So they do the little hairpin early, and they make their way back towards that start line.
Yeah, so a bit of an unknown at the moment. But we'll certainly, as we said, 2.6 kilometre, that's the checkpoint. That'll give us an idea of who our front runners are. We obviously know Chris Dale's in there, and he's been a person that's been a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for a number of years now. So he'll be certainly one to watch out for as more runners are just starting their journey. And as I said, the demographics wide. We've got a lot of our older runners. We've got some really younger runners in there too. And, some are probably really starting their running journey or their Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival journey. So we've got a little breakaway now, guys, with 4 runners. And Chris Vidale is one of those runners sitting in second. So not too far behind, a bit of a chasing group of about 4. So we'll see what happens over the next 5 or so minutes. So they're just checking their watches, making sure that they're maintaining their pace that they're sort of wishing out to set. But it looks like it's going to be a pretty hotly contested event this year.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to go all one way. So it's they make their way back through inner parts of Melbourne, and a lot of watch checking from our man in front. So he's mindful of the pace, or maybe has something in mind that he wants to be able to run. As much as it's great to win, you want to run fast at the same time. I was always taught when I was a kid, if you run fast enough, or you race to win, the time will take care of itself. Usually, if you win in races, you'll be quick enough. So, race to win, the time will take care of itself. Hopefully, a couple of them have that mantra. Nana, you got the same piece of advice.
No,
did you?
I like that saying.
Okay,
is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's run to win, and the race will take care of it. So Chris Dale on that inside, waiting for the times to flash up to get a look at who that is on his outside shoulder. But at the moment, the pace is on, and the crowd is huge. So these guys haven't even started their 5K, and they're celebrating those that are running it. So how's that? These guys are 1.4 kilometres into their journey, and there's thousands that haven't even kicked off.
You just do a cheeky
Amazing.
U-turn and stuff.
Yeah, jump in.
Jump in.
And that's why we've said it all day. It is the hottest ticket in Melbourne in October. Don't worry about Oasis and these bands that come in. The Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival ticket is one that is far and wide reached by many. And I'll tell you what, great support there on the finishing line. So they'll make their way along that Batman Avenue area, and they'll go over a neck of the woods that you know pretty familiar, Mitch, around that Richmond area. They'll go over the Swan Street Bridge,
yeah, my
make their
backyard.
way around, and then obviously the Princess Bridge and that as well.
Yep.
Before they go past Federation Square, down into
the beautiful Yarra River.
Yeah.
Absolute snot missile there early as well on camera, which we love to see. But yeah, in the backwoods there of Richmond, this is one of the most beautiful parts you can run in Melbourne. One of the most scenic parts as well. The tan would have to be synonymous with Melbourne running, you would think. So they're making their way towards the tan. You can see the Holden Centre in the background there, or whatever it's called now, Collingwood's training facilities. So these gentlemen will continue to ramp up the pace, and they're definitely running at a decent clip. Done well to clear the path as well, because it is a public path they're running on now. They're not on the roads anymore, so it's is a public path. So they've done well to stay out of trouble. And it's this group of 4 now who continues to press. And like I've said, he's checking the stopwatch an almighty amount here at the moment.
I think they're going for a time.
Yeah, it
this
must
race.
be. You would think, with that much attention into the stopwatch. But this group of 4 doing a good job to continue to push on. Jeez, you're ducking, you're dodging in between
Natural.
signs and everything else all the urban planners have put up. And so this group of 4, geez, it couldn't be a better advertisement for the festival as a whole. This sort of day and these sort of conditions, and what you're looking at here, it is really A1. What we've been blessed to have been given here in Melbourne for the 2024 edition of the festival, the 46th running of the Nike Melbourne Marathon as a whole.
So our leader, sorry guys, just to chime in, is Ash Cowan from Balaclava.
All right, so Ash Cowan and Chris Dale, that's 1-2. Sandringham singlet at the back there, Nani. Talk about club singlets.
I know, the good old club of Sandringham.
Yep.
Is this ideal weather for a 5K, or is this
I would say it's a
hot?
little, well, we haven't been outside in a while, so we couldn't exactly tell you, but 18 degrees is probably not bad. You're definitely sweating, you're definitely feeling the pinch, but yeah, it's not like you're running up north and in the humidity and all that kind of jazz. So I would say for the most part, it's pretty good.
Got a nice wind breeze.
Do have the nice wind breeze. You can feel a little bit up here. No grilled burgers on the G, but I mean, it's pretty nice up here, I will say.
We've got the best view, just not the best burgers yet. Yet.
So they're moving along pretty well. They're about to get to 2.5. And trying to see if there's a clock, but it hasn't started up here. So they're at 2.5. You're running off the fact that it probably started a little bit after 11:30. They're moving at a pretty decent clip.
So I'm just trying to pick up that third runner with behind Ash Bowen. And I reckon it could be Jake Hilson from Huntley. 6:43.19. It's either 6:43.19 or 6:43.18.
He's doing a good job out in front. Checking the shoulder, though. He wants to see who he's got alongside of him. So Hilson, you said it was?
I think it may be Hilson, yeah. But Ash Cowan out in front from last year's winner, Christopher Dale. And looking pretty, the rhythm, his pace, things look comfortable out there for him.
They are controlling their speed quite well, and no one seems fatigued yet. which is always a good sign, especially for such a short race where there probably will be a sprint finish with these top 4 to 3.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, you know, it's Jack Hilson maybe who's a little bit off, but he's been there just about the whole time. So I think he's in a pretty comfortable position. Don't know necessarily whether the pace has increased at all. In fact, it's probably been pretty sustained over the 5K. So it doesn't look like it's decreasing all that much either. And you say that, but it looks like Chris Dale's the first one to maybe break ever so slightly. There was a little bit of a grimace on the face. There's another one there. So maybe if you're Ash Cowan, you obviously can't see that because he's on your back shoulder. But if he can continue to push this tempo, he might find himself one out heading into the G, because I think the two behind him are a little tired, but also Cowan's not showing you anything right now that looks like he's going to kick off the front. So
poker face.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how they round into the MCG. They've got about 2 kilometres until they get there, but it is certainly going to be a good 3-way battle heading into it.
So Cowan out in front, Dale behind, and only just over his shoulder is Hilson from Huntley. So an interesting race in comparison to last year's, where Dale had the run. He had the run, he had the gap that just wasn't going to be pushed, but a 3-way race here makes it a lot more interesting in this big M5 kilometre event. So they're just almost past the 2.6 kilometre mark. So we'll get a bit of an idea of just timing and where they're situated on the Garmin timing tracker. But Cowan, he's led from the start and he's looking comfortable out there, Nana.
He is in control. He does keep checking his watch though, so I don't know what the magic number is, but I'm sure that he's not only going for the win, there's a time in mind for him.
Like if I'm running this 5K and I'm Chris Dale or I'm Jack Hilson, every time he checks his watch, I'm feeling a little bit more confident. Like you're too focused on one part of the race. It kind of gives you, to me, I always felt like some form of mental edge that you can maybe start to push the tempo and throw it off. But now at the same time, Ash Cowan clearly maybe was behind pace or right on pace because he's put in a little surge here. So Dale the first to grimace and back there to Hilson, but you know, maybe Ash Cowan is using that watch as a metric for him to know where he needs to be. But look, Chris Dale does have a good kick, but Cowan once again checks the watch one more time. This will be interesting over the closing stages.
So he's just got that little bit of a buffer, only by a few metres, but he's out there just marginally in front from Dale as that little bit of a downhill run as we're getting towards the back end of this 5 kilometre Big M event. And Hilson certainly dropped off, so without knowing too much background from Jake Hilson, it looks like it's going to be down to 2, and it's whether, you know, Cowan can maintain the pace that he's running and whether how much left in the tank Dale's got.
Yeah, he definitely looks strong out in front here, Cowan. Dale, look, he's been grimacing for a while, and he's a good athlete, so I don't anticipate that he's going to go away lightly. He's still within the realm of possibility of chasing him down. Yeah, so he's certainly not out of it. It just, if you were to base it off form, if you were to look purely to the eye, it is Cowan who looks the best. In saying that, though, the quick check of the right-hand shot, there's indicators here that he's fatiguing. I mean, you anticipate Dale's fatigued. He's behind you. So you're expecting now in front. You're like, all right, I need to make the separation now. I need to continue to push the tempo because I can't let him in and give him some form of inkling that I'm vulnerable here. But the checking of the shoulder, you know, Dale's running the lines a lot better as well. He's staying close to the shortest part of the track. You don't want to be running left, right, wayward. The sunnies are up now for our man in front and Cowan. So there's just little things that you can pick up on if you're Chris Dale, that if you have it in you, that's the problem now. If you have it in you, you can pick it off. But during this part of the race, you're pretty gassed.
I think about 300 metres ago, the fatigue hit when I saw him pour the Gatorade in his face instead of the water. So I think the eyes, and he's getting a bit blurry. I think that's why the sunglasses are up.
He had to put the fogs on. Yeah, he had to get the wipers on him. Well, Chris, you can see this. It's got to be 5 metres. Well, he likes the sunnies now. They're back on. So, well, if you're Ash Cowan, you don't want a Chris Dale on your shoulder. He
has got a good turn of speed, and he is someone that's got a good closing speed as well, Chris Dale. So intriguing race, Nana. A good one to finish with one of our major race of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
I think this will also be one of our closest races of the Nike Marathon Festival.
Without a doubt. So shout out to Ash Cowan because he's pushed the tempo. He's done the right thing. He's done the hard thing. It's not always easy to be that one out in front. And, you know, he would have loved to have completely broken Chris Dale by now. There's no better feeling than rolling into the stadium and you're on your own and you know that you've got the win. The challenge late is what kills you, and that's what Chris Dale is going to give him, because he's maintained, if not brought back 1 metre or so. And you could see Ash, see that? The look, he wants to know, where he is, because as he comes into the G, Chris Dale is going to give him absolutely everything. Ash Cowan, 5-4-3-2. The lag as they come into the G. I won't be surprised if he's got 1 metre on Chris Dale. He does.
Oh, they've closed in.
So he's got him on the shoulder. So this is going to be an absolute kick down here. Ash Cowan to Chris Dale. Cowan, he's going to lift a little bit here, but Dale runs the margins all that better. He's on the inside, Cowan's on the outside. I can't make a lot of that, but Ash Cowan, he's throwing everything at Chris Dale, and it's going to take a top shelf performance for Dale to get there from here.
Jeez, he's just increased it over that last sort of 20 metres, and it's broken away, but he's still got that inside running. Dale, Cowan's still out in front with about 120 metres to go. I reckon he's increased that distance just a little bit more as they go into the home straight. He's just had to alter his run to go into the right lane, but I reckon Cowan's done enough to take out the Big M 5-kilometre run here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Great run and a great chase there by Dale, but Ash Cowan from start to finish always looked in control.
Oh, I don't know if we always looked in control. That last 200 to 300 metres, I think he was a bit stressed, and I think they may have run 5K.1, to be honest, after that.
Yeah, he was running in the marathon finish for a while there. I was wondering what was going on.
Hilson comes third, so he gets the third podium place across the line. So the intrigue now will be our first female.
14.56 for Ash Cowan unofficially. So there you go, another one under 15. And Chris Dale settles for 15 flat. It's about 18 to 20 degrees here. It'd be about 20 on the track, to be fair. 18 degrees outside, but about 20 degrees Celsius, that is, on the track. So look, it's warm for sure. Our first female competitor's coming through here now as well, so she's in a good group there. That's going to be really quick in the 16s, I would think, which is a great performance. So we'll get a read on exactly who that is. It'll pop up for us shortly, but what a great performance here. Yeah, here we go. So one of the team tempo athletes, one of the South Australians, and just a great run, and continues to push down to the line in that, so well done. Here we go, the winner of the women's 5K is done. 64821 is the bib number for her.
Tessa Ebert.
Tess Ebert, so well done to you, Tess. Yeah, a good middle distance runner out of South Australia, Tess Ebert. She's performed pretty well at a couple of national championships over the last few years.
16-13 officially for Tessa.
Wow, that is quick.
Just clicking off the Garmin. Our second female coming into the frame as well. So 64300. We'll get a name for you. 64300. Erin Mariner from Mitcham will be our second place female in the Big M 5-kilometre run this morning. We're still on this morning. We're before lunchtime, 11:47.
And our third female is about to turn the corner into the final stretch.
So they're coming thick and fast, and a big starting group at the start line shoot for our Big M 5-kilometre runners. But well done. But our winner, Ash Cowan, 14.56. A chase there from Christopher Dale. And our third female is just on the screen as well.
Looks like a Glenn Huntley runner.
Serena Bryant will be our third runner across the line in the Big M 5-kilometre event. So here she comes. Serena Bryant, third across the line in the Big M 5-kilometre event. Let's go down to the boys, down at the start, the finishing line at the MCG. Danny and Simon.
Oh, Danny, hey, what? Okay, why are we wearing these silly hats?
Just call me Sleep Dog, Simon. Okay. Hey, we are down here because we've had a competition.
Yes.
And somebody's won it.
Well, it is. It's the 40 weeks before this event. You could enter and you could register yourself to see if you'd win the bed seats in the G. The bed seats in the G.
It's a clever joke, and we have found our winners. We are down here. Let's go back. Oh,
look out.
Look at this. And let's just have a chat here. Mum, I'm going to presume. No? Auntie. Hello, Auntie. What's your name, please?
Christina.
Lovely to meet you. You've been here all day. I would presume for this wonderful man here. Could you tell us, how'd you go? How'd you win? What did you have to do?
Oh, we just had to do this beautiful competition. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
That's my slogan here.
Yes, that's your
And
slogan.
I did, and it won.
Well, congratulations. Well done. The kids are already all over this. Well, what are we going to say here? You've obviously just run. How did you go today? How was your run? How far did you go?
I did the marathon, did well. I was happy with my time. Raising money for Lymphoma Australia, so get on board.
Absolutely right. Simon, the kids, they're all over it.
I'm going to ask a question. Do you think you probably don't have enough energy. I'm looking at the ankle tape. But, Auntie, I think you need to get on the bed and jump with the kids. This is what it's about.
That's
The
what it's
40
here
weeks,
for. All
bed
right, kids,
seats
are
in
you
the
ready?
house. Let's
3,
go.
2, 1.
Jump!
Let's jump!
Jump! Pillow fight! Pillow fight! Oh, the bed seats in the house.
All thanks to 40 wigs.
How good. It's all part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
I think they've got the best job in the house. These guys, they're eating burgers. They're just resting on there. Next
Yeah,
thing
we're going to have a chat with someone. I mean,
well, the next thing is I'll
how do
probably
we get
bring
a
out the
40
better
weeks?
beers. The better beers.
Oh, if that, I'll tell you what, if that happens, we're rioting up here. How do we get a 40 weeks bet up here?
He's got a crane.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's amazing.
Fantastic stuff. So we'll go through our top 3 with our men's and women's Big M 5 kilometres. So our female, Tessa Ebert, was first across the line, 16:13. Erin Mariner, second across the line, 17 minutes 20. And Serena Bryant was our third runner across the line in 17:46. Whilst for our males, we had Ash Cowan run a time of 14:56. Christopher Dale, second across the line in 15 minutes flat. And Jake Hilson, 15:16 was his finishing time, an average of 3 minutes and 4 seconds per kilometre. So that's the Big M 5 kilometre run done and dusted for 2024. And, well, still to come will be our Chobani Fit 2.5 kilometre walk in a really nice, gentle way, because everything's been fast-paced through the start of this morning at 7 o'clock. A nice, gentle way to finish off this Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
I think this is the event for me. A nice, brisk walk in the sun. Maybe I might join them down there.
That's literally me after the event. Walk home. That sounds great. The old Chobani 2.5. That sounds lovely.
I'll tell you what, they've had a lot of great activation stuff in the event village too, Chobani Fit. They were down at the Great Ocean Road Running Festival earlier in the year, and the team are back here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and they've got a great product. And I've got no doubt that a lot of our runners and visitors will be circling their activation zone and sampling some of their finest Chobani Fit. So great to have them on board for 2024. Things have just spaced out a little bit with our runners coming through into the MCG. It's not obviously a big headline of runners at the finishing line, but they're still coming through thick and fast. So looking forward to seeing what occurs over the next hour here in Melbourne. But we are going to take a break on the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Plenty still to come, and we'll be back right after this.
I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart, it's down in my heart. I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. It's down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
It is a shame for a person to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which their body is capable. You have the tools. You have the knowledge. You have no excuses. Train to perform with Phoenix 8, only from Garmin.
Lockie, what are you doing?
Oh, Simon, we're running a marathon.
A marathon? But you can't run a marathon.
Oh, yes, we can. We're running the Premi Marathon Challenge. And you can too.
Oh.
It's a virtual challenge that everyone can be a part of.
Oh, so you can also run, you can cycle, swim, roll or walk.
Exactly. Sign up to the Premi Marathon Challenge now and help save the lives of sick and premature babies.
Yeah, just go to the Premi Marathon Challenge website to find out more. Come on, Lock, let's go.
I've got this. Brace the biceps. Engage the core. No. Slow down. Not the bird!
We're going to head down to the start line and catch up with Sam for the last event, which is going to start very soon. It is the Chobani Fit 2.5 kilometre walk. What's the feeling like there, Sam, for the final event of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival?
Well, the feeling is it's almost about time for me to take this hoodie off because it has warmed up to a balmy 21 degrees down here at the starting line. And this is much more of a casual feel down here. There are people from all walks of life also wearing all sorts of things. We saw some chickens just before. It's not necessarily your career runners. It's just people out here for a good time. You can walk, run, jog, however you want to get through this 2.5K at a leisurely pace if you like to. There's lots of people in groups that are like, I've seen some bridesmaids down here. There's people raising money in all sorts of fashions, and that's what we love. People coming together for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, just having a really, really good time. It is a buzz down here. It started so early and it's still going, but it's sad to say this is the last wave of people going through for the Chobani Fit 2.5K. At the start is not very far away.
Thanks, Sam. Great work down there all morning as well. And I guess it's a bit of the family event for mine, is the Chobani Fit Walk. As Sam said, a lot of families down there, a lot of big groups of people, whether it's raising money for a certain charity or it's some of our different organisations that are wanting to promote some sort of awareness. They certainly use this event as one of those tools, but a great way for the family just to enjoy the Melbourne Marathon Festival, the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
And the beautiful weather.
Absolutely. What would you want to do else? Be in Melbourne, sunny day, go
Absolutely
for a walk?
nothing. Not a singular thing.
Maybe commentating.
Maybe commentating. Well, we're in the box.
Don't encourage people. No, we want to
them.
come back next year. Too many people will put their hand up.
No, we want to be down there.
But I'll tell you what, a
I
great
might run
sight. We'll get you mic'd up for next year, I reckon, Mitch. And
I
you
would mic
GoPro
myself
the
up.
whole thing.
I actually offered to do that for another marathon this year, and it didn't get taken up. So
Don't worry, I know some people at the Nike Marathon.
yeah, I would definitely mic myself up next year if that was on the cards. I'll talk you live through how it feels to be out in the Nike
Step
Melbourne
by
Marathon.
step.
Yeah. I'll be like, well, guys, I'm in hell.
You do it, no worries at all. So we're not far away from starting the Chobani Fit Walk. As we said, it's the final event that will be started in Batman Avenue for the 2024 edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, the 46th edition, and it's been one hell of an edition as well. We've had so many great winners across the line. We've had a lot of people that have run and finished their respective journeys, whether it was the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines event, whether it was the half marathon, the Nike half marathon, or the full marathon, and we've still got plenty inside the MCG making their way to the finishing line, enjoying the surrounds. And I tell you what, the crowd hasn't really shrunk too much in the member stand where they've been located all morning supporting their loved ones. your first one with us, Nana, in regards to being a part of the team. What's your feel been like? Have you enjoyed it? And obviously the vibe that the event brings is just so uplifting.
Definitely, I have training after this, and watching everyone run here has inspired me to get out there. And I'd love to be a part of it again. I've never seen a marathon. I've never fully watched a marathon. So to have one in your own backyard once a year, that literally your neighbours, your co-workers and your friends, that you can all go support and watch and be that close, it's very exciting, and we're very lucky here in Melbourne, the sporting capital of the world, to have such a great event like this.
Absolutely, and you look at a lot of the runners and people that are participating, they're returnees. A lot of them are returnees, whether they've been through the process of the 10-kilometre run and made their way up into the half marathon and marathon stage. But this event just has such a, it's so well credentialed and it's so well respected that people just want to be a part of it, and that's why it's all sold out. You know, every event sold out.
In 48 hours.
I know, it's amazing, and I tell you what, with the way things have transpired this year, I reckon that time will be cut back even further when entry is open for the 2025 edition.
Maybe they'll just have to open it up for more people.
They might have to.
So Wallen is in readiness for the final event. We've got the young fella there at the start line just bopping a few moves there as well.
He's got the Velcro shoes on.
Hey, let those knees fly, son.
He's ready to go. Got the bandana on as well.
There's no way that kid's walking.
No, he's
he'll be
running
ready.
the whole way.
He said, see you to his sister.
Oh, no, he's powerful.
They all got in their head. They were like, damn, we're meant to be walking.
They had to hold him back. He was going to run out like Roadrunner.
Oh, God, I want to sprint so bad.
Maybe you can catch him down there and get an interview from him, Mitch.
Off they go. The Chobani Fit 2.5-kilometre walk. It's the family event for mine. And you see all the mums and dads and uncles and aunties, nans and grandpas there just walking with their loved ones, all the young ones, just getting their first taste of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And you look at the numbers again, they've just, the line up to get past that starting line area has been enormous all morning.
Oh, it's been absolutely outrageous. Yeah, and there's still so many people here as well. So to now finally have the final event underway, it's a big testament to everybody involved in making this day possible. So, yeah, nice 2.5K walk, or for the littlies, it looked like a 2.5K sprint. And we're underway.
I can't wait, say the next, 10 or 12 minutes, seeing that young fella who's just bopping the moves at the start line is one of the first that come across the line. So I reckon it could be an almighty celebration once he hits that finishing line.
I reckon arms out across the line, diving into the Chobani Fit banner.
Absolutely. He might be just whipping out the old sprinkler dance moves or,
hope so.
or the shopping trolley or something along the lines. But, yeah, always a fun one to finish off the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, that is for sure. Hey, we're going to go back downstairs into the MCG, and Daddy and Simon, what are they up to next? They've had a great morning down there so far.
Hey, Simon, what are you doing?
I'm auditioning to be the lead vehicle driver.
Well, two things, Simon. One, they don't go, they go. And two, I don't have a two, I stick on one.
No, you're right. These electric BMWs, mate. This is the full electric BMW here, the i4. It's amazing, actually. I'm just sitting back inside of it. I really wish I was out there driving this thing around the course.
Well, it's pretty awesome. This car is absolute knockout here. I can't help but think that one of the perks of our job is that we do get freebies every now and then, like a burger. Maybe if we say BMW a few more times, we might be able to get one of these for free.
I reckon we could be on with that. How many times would BMW need us to say BMW for BMW
It's
to give us a
438, Simon. We got a way to go, but and even then I can't guarantee. But mate, what a knockout car! We got the BMW. It is of course the i4, the first electric vehicle from BMW. Stunning vehicle.
Oh, it's amazing. It's the ultimate driving experience. And look, all these runners are just still steaming past us. I feel really guilty. We're eating burgers. We're sitting back in the Beamer. I mean...
Don't feel guilty, Simon.
Yeah, well, I know. I know you guys are jealous up there as well, but I think it's pretty awesome what you're doing. Hearing the commentary coming through, it's exactly what all these people need to hear. You're keeping them updated and informed. We're going to try and keep this crowd entertained down here inside the G, because it is absolutely electric. As you said, the 2.5K walk, it's just started, so we've got that to finish.
Well, the crowd's electric, the car's electric, It all makes sense. We'll
what
see
you
you
did
back
there.
down here shortly. More for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
They have been in fine form, haven't they, Danny
they're
and
rubbing
Simon?
it in a little bit.
I
They're
love
having a
it.
great day.
They are having a great day. And I'll tell you what, love the sound effects, though, from Simon. But he's right. Danny is right. There is no noise coming from those BMWs. That
electric
I4,
cars,
they are
silent.
absolutely. So if you're looking for a vehicle, go and check out your nearest BMW centre and test drive one of those i4s because they look absolutely amazing.
Maybe when everyone's finished, we can do a little hot spin.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if BMW, if you can hear us, I don't have my license, but I'm sure I'll be great around the MCG.
So they've got the i4 and the iX2 available, and I know they've been a part of the journey all week as well. And great to have BMW on board for 2024. Hey, let's go back to the start line. She's done an amazing job all morning giving us an insight of what's happening down at the start line. So for the final time, we're going to catch up with Sam down at the start line.
Oh, thanks, guys. To be honest, it hasn't really been much of a job. It's been so much fun down here. What a beautiful, positive way to start my Sunday, surrounded by all these excited, let's call them athletes, because they've just either run a marathon or a half marathon or a 10K, a 5K, or even, as we've just seen now, the Chobani Fit 2.5K walk, run, jog. The final people are just crossing the start line now and heading your way to the mighty MCG. What a beautiful morning to do it too, to see the sights of Melbourne. It's been awesome, but that is it from me down here at the start line. No more starters. It is simply to see how they finish. I'm going to head down to the village now, grab myself a smoothie in the Nike Run Club and take my shoes off. It's been a wonderful morning. Back to you guys, and thanks for having me.
Oh, great work, Sam. Great to have you on board for 2024. You've done an amazing job all morning catching up and getting us started. Give us an insight of the field down at the start line because there's been a lot of enjoyment at that starting line in readiness for everyone's journey for 2024. And, well, it just seems like it's gotten a little bit busier here at the MCG, especially the finishing line. We sort of had just that little bit of a lull where there probably wasn't as many coming through. We had a lot of finishes, but now starting to get busy again.
2.5 Chobani. And have we spotted our friend with the magic knees?
No. I'm keeping a good eye out for the young fella with the magic knees, a dancer. He was a little mover and groover. But they are coming thick and fast. The Chobani Fit 2.5 kilometre walkers. And a lot of them are coming into the MCG as we speak.
Well, I was just signalling out to one of my best mates, my old housemate out there. And anyway, he's finished the 5K. And his dad had entered both of them because his dad wanted someone to run with. He's absolutely dusted him and left him about 7 minutes behind. So he's trying to find him now. He's all nervous. He can't find his old man. So it's competitive out here. It doesn't matter if you have a plan to be together. His son's just dropped his dad off at the cleaners and said, I'll see you at home. So anyway, I'm sure there'll be a lot of, mums and dads and parents and kids and family members of all sorts competing against each other today. We see another of our wheelchair athletes finishing off the marathon as well. So it's just a great day, and it's a great day to compete. And whether you did run together, I had two other mates, two brothers, ran every step together. Whether you're choosing to run together or you're doing your own thing, it's just a great day.
Absolutely. I tell you what, I'm loving all the the phones and devices being used by our runners, just getting that last moment here at the MCG, and no doubt that'll be shared up on social media, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or Twitter or whatever it may be, TikTok. Make sure you do the hashtag #MelbMara because we want to see all your action shots from what's been a great day here in Melbourne for the 2024 edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And I'll tell you one thing too, speaking to people that have ran these events over the last few years, and you speak about that word community, friendships are formed as well on a day like this. Like you might be running as an individual, no friends running in that particular event, but you run with someone and you build that bond.
You help each other get across the line.
Absolutely, and it's amazing how that friendship can really sort of develop after doing that with a fellow runner.
Definitely, and I think that's why running has skyrocketed in the past 12 months because you're finding friendships, communities, new best friends, and just a group of people that you may have not had anything in common with, but you wouldn't have found, all purely because of your love of running.
So look at the 2.5 kilometre Chobani Fit runners coming in. They are coming in droves.
Thick and fast here.
Into the MCG. And just watching a few of the younger runners, they're just running off from mum and dad. Don't worry about being with them in the last 100. They're getting out line honours. They want bragging rights when they get home. And then I've just seen a dad here just trying to outpace his young daughter.
The paranoia of the duality of parenting, where you want your kids to succeed, but don't get lost in the crowd.
Correct.
Yeah, no, go sprint, but I'm actually, please don't get lost. Yeah, I'd like to get home.
Hasn't the sideline crowd out on the outskirts of the MCG
huge.
been enormous? Like, the support's been enormous, and you just hear the noise out there and the support. Earlier on when we had Jack Rain and Jen Gregson in their way to the MCG, their waves, the cheering, the shouting, the waving, absolutely amazing. And Melbourne, the Melbourne community support this event so well. Hence why it is the greatest marathon in Australia, the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Sporting capital of Australia. It's it just consistently shows that no matter the event, no matter what's happening here, everybody comes out in numbers. And I just think, yeah, this event, I mean, it's always been big, but it just continues to go from strength to strength. And obviously as media changes and being able to take more photos and videos and everybody put it on social media, like, it just goes such a long way. So yeah,
Look
you
at
can see
this
a couple of
one.
these kiddies absolutely bolting
I love that headband.
into
on
the,
it.
yeah, you might have to ask him where he got it from, Nana.
I can see you wearing that on the track, Nana.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I
I
can
used
see
to.
that.
You know what? I used to wear a
groove
hopping
it all right.
headband.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No,
Are
that
you
was
a
a
sunglasses wearer as well?
No, I try to do it. I don't get it. I don't know how they stay on. I don't know how you want something in your face, especially
warmers
for like
operator, aren't you?
42K. Oh, I'm not bold enough for an arm guard. I think you got to know you're going to win the race if you're wearing an arm guard.
Yeah, well, yeah, you were pretty good there for a long time. Still very good. It's, yeah, the fashion. So look at him go. Just pumping the arms.
His rhythm's been good.
Yeah.
Since he's come in from into the MCG entrance.
Yep.
He's been sound this young
He's
fella.
clearly distracted. Like, I see a lot of myself in him because he's looking at every other person and he's going like, I can beat them. I want to get in front. Look at him. He's boxed in. Let him out. Open him up. Here he comes.
Hopefully in
Oh,
20...
he's getting chopped everywhere.
And they say running's not a contact sport.
Yeah, he just needs some clean air, this young fella.
Hopefully in 20 years' time, we're seeing him running a marathon.
Yeah. That would be a great storyline.
Look at those arms.
Oh, there's a little girl absolutely rocketing on the inside of the track in the pink as well. So they're all fine in form. Still more of our marathoners finish off their journeys as well. We're into the 5-hour territory now. So they're coming towards the end of their racing. Great work to get through 42.2 kilometres is no mean feat by any stretch. Looks like most of our half marathoners are all done. Maybe a couple still rolling through, but for the most part, we now focus the attention on the 2.5, the rest of our marathoners, and our 5K Big M competitors.
And they obviously did that in a few waves as well at the start line. Obviously, we saw, you know, the first of our 5-kilometre runners come past, you know, back into that start line area, and a number had hit the track at that stage. So they've done that in a few ways, but that just shows you how many competitors were at the start line. It, you know, wilted all the way back, nearly to the Swan Street Bridge. There was that many there. So an enormous amount of starters in all of the race categories here this morning. The 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. It started yesterday. They had the mini marathon. Did you catch a bit of that, Mitch?
I didn't get to catch it, but I obviously spoke to Jen about it. And yeah, outside of Arch Run, and I didn't get to see too much of it, but it's a great initiative, and it encourages people to come down and actually experience the village and get amongst all the brand activations and everything else that goes on the day. It's the first time I'd come to the Saturday before the marathon, and it was actually great. I'd spent a little bit more time here than I thought I would, so it was fantastic. But yeah, having the mini marathon on beforehand just gets people excited, and you know, gives mum and dad something to do as well, and it's a good family vibe here at the Melbourne Marathon as well.
And you speak about the activation, you know, walking last night and having a look around, the history, you know, the different honour boards and the landmark locations that are on the concourse and so forth. There's a lot of history involved in there as well. So absolutely terrific, and yeah, a great weekend. Hey, we're going to go downstairs for the last of our presentations, and Simon is the man who's going to be doing our Big M 5-kilometre presentations at the MCG.
Yes, thank you, gang. I got to say, it can't all be pleasure. It's time for a bit of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Big M5K presentation. So with the ladies, I would like to welcome to the stage, in third place, Serena Bryant. We are blessed to have Steve Monaghetti here as well, helping with this presentation. In second place, Erin Mariner. And in first place at 16:13, it is Tessa Ebert. Some very, very happy winners there on our Big M5K run. The young girls taking it out. Getting to shake hands with Steve Monaghetti is always a pleasure and a thrill. Thank you so much, ladies. One more big round of applause. And we will now intro and now to announce the men's category. In third place, Jake Hilson. Second place, Chris Dale. And in first place at 14:56, Ash Cohen. There we have it, our Big M5K runner champions for 2024. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Great presentation there by Simon, the Big M 5-kilometre runners, and Ash Cowan, our winner in the men's, and our female winner was Tessa Ebert with a 16:13 run. And look at that, even mum and dad are
that's how I want to do a 2.5K. I want someone to carry me.
That's tough.
That's a nice starting point, isn't it, for the young ones?
Yeah.
Just, enjoy the ride first, and then next year we'll get you to walk the course, and then maybe run it the year after. So there's a 3-year plan.
Yeah, it's a succession plan in there. Yeah,
From the Pram to the mini marathon to the 5K.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. There's a lot of succession planning there and a lot of entry points, that is for sure. But, yeah, well done to the mums and dads that are pushing the prams and carrying the load with their young ones coming across the line, that is for sure. I know our next presentations for our wheelchair competitors isn't far away, but we'll just keep enjoying the scenes and the surrounds of the mighty MCG here. October 13th, the 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and that sun is absolutely sensational. Conditions have been absolutely superb for all of our competitors here this morning, and 42,000 runners will hit the finishing line, or they started at the starting line, hopefully the finishing line, but an amazing number, and this event's just getting grander by the year in regards to participation numbers. Nana?
42,000. I think they could double that next year. You can see from the amount of fans that are here and the amount of family members to the competitors, I think that the Nike Marathon might have to open up the sign-up sheet for a little bit longer and make sure the internet connection's working so the site doesn't crash.
I'll tell you what, as we've said, it's the hottest ticket in town, especially when it comes to marathon and distance running, that is for sure. And hopefully the runners here that maybe have had a Melbourne Marathon taste might be looking to 2025 already and looking, I want to come back. But before I do, maybe a little tester might be that Great Ocean Road Running Festival in Apollo Bay during the in the months of May, which is a great event in itself as well.
Absolutely. There's so many events in and around Melbourne, Victoria, even, all across the country. And it just speaks to the boom of distance running in this country. But look, you'd be hard-pressed to find one that's run better than this. So it's been fantastic in Melbourne on a Sunday morning here in Naarm. It's been just wonderful. It was great to, I'm not sure if it was on the stream, I hope it was. The Welcome to Country we saw at the start of the day was fantastic. And you know, just to have the likes of Jess down here, who we've talked about quite a few times, but even Steve Monaghetti, you know, he always gives up his time for Nike and the Melbourne Marathon and other events across the year. And, you know, it's a tight-knit community, obviously. Like, distance runners look out for distance runners and love to see the sport grow and get bigger. And there's certainly no, you know, entitlement or animosity around like, oh, well, you know, we're the elites and all this sort of stuff. It's just everybody getting around everybody and loving it and supporting it. And it's just a good, positive vibe down here. It's like a hug from mum at the Melbourne Marathon. It's just good and wholesome and a good vibe. So, yeah, good to see more of our marathoners, you know, ticking off a life goal and getting their Sunday done.
Absolutely. And I look at this as well. Like, you know, we're in awe of people that do so many great things. And the lineup we've had today with our half marathoners, our marathoners, like what they've experienced and they've achieved in their running lives, you know, to be on the same course as a Brett Robinson or a Jen Gregson or a Ryan Gregson, that's pretty cool in itself.
Oh, 100%. Like, you're sharing the roads with, you know, well, Brett is the fastest marathoner we've ever had in this country. You know, Jen's the third. You know, she was 24th at the Olympics this year. So, yeah, you're sharing it in and amongst royalty. It's pretty cool.
Hey, the wheelchair presentations aren't far away on the MCG with Simon and Danny. We're going to take a short break here on the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2024.
I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart. It's down in my heart. I've got a joy, 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 joy down in my heart. It's down in my heart today. I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay. And it's a joy that needs revealing. So I just want to say,
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Discover a city full of surprises, where every meal is a culinary adventure. Explore art and history at world-class galleries. Browse beautiful boutiques and find unique treasures. Uncover the city's vibrant atmosphere and hidden gems. Find what you weren't looking for, only in the city.
It can start small. A knot in your stomach that just won't go away. Maybe you start staying in more, or you just can't concentrate. You don't feel like you. But if you act early, you can stop small problems from becoming big ones with free help from Beyond Blue. Our online tools, web chat, phone, coaches and counsellors can support you however and whenever you need. Before things get beyond you, there's Beyond Blue.
Welcome back to the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival 2024, and a lot of our Chobani Fit walkers making their way into the MCG. It's been a big morning and a big early start to the afternoon. 42,000 competitors starting in their respective races here this morning at Batman Avenue, and some great winners. We are going to look at the leaderboards and have a look at our top place getters in each of our categories here this morning. So we'll start off with the men's 10-kilometre event brought to you by Sri Lankan Airlines and Dale Carroll. It was a great race. Dale Carroll, Adam Goddard and Matthew Buckle really leading the charge there, our top three. Come down to that 8-kilometre mark, didn't it, Mitch, where Dale Carroll had a choice to make. Did he sort of stay and just be happy with what he was doing, or did he make a little mark and he was able to break away from Goddard and Buckle to take out line honours here this morning?
Yeah, he really did. He just made that move up the hill, and really the boys couldn't quite respond. He made it brilliantly, and obviously tested out his own wheels in the process, but was strong enough to hold on, and he claimed a very impressive men's 10K victory there.
Let's look at the women's 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airline results. And Bronte Oates, the 20-year-old, absolutely sensational. Got under the radar a little bit. We didn't forecast her in the starting line when we were looking at the competitors, but she ran a 32.59. Melissa Duncan, who's had a great 2024, who was second across the line, and Georgia Hansen, 33.50, was third place. Elizabeth Winter, fourth place across the line. But a great run by Bronte Oates, 20 years old, Nana, and I think someone she's going to be, we're going to keep an eye out on for the next couple of years.
Definitely. We've heard the name here today, and I think we're going to hear it a lot more, as Mitch said, coached by Ben St. Lawrence and Run Crew Sydney. I think we're going to see her in a lot more competitions, roughing out with our Olympics and our up-and-comers.
All right, let's move on to our next category here this morning, which was the Nike Half Marathon. I'm going to go to you, Nana. Andy Buchanan, 61.41 from Haftu Strinzos with a 62.23, and Liam Bouden with a 62.31. But Andy Buchanan from the start looked very strong, controlled, ran at great pace, and a terrific result in the end from the man from Bendigo.
I know, we were a bit worried at the start. We couldn't track him, so we weren't sure if he was actually in the race. But then with about halfway, we got to see him, and he had the lead from the start and all the way to finish, and he was so strong. There was a moment during the race that we thought that he was on record for the Australian record, but Andy is amazing. The King of Bendigo has shown us again that persistence and hard work, and continue to chip at it, and look at the results he's had in 2024.
And we look at Brett Robinson there too, a champion of the sport. He finished in 7th place with a 66.28. Let's go to the female half marathon results brought to you by Nike. And Leanne Pompiani was our winner with a time of 69 minutes from Jess Denson, one of the races of the morning. Only 3 seconds behind Jess, so it was a real race. And then Izzy Pat Doyle, who finished third, was a further 5 seconds behind. So it was a real great finish here in the MCG. We didn't know how it was going to play out. Stenson looked like she was going to really charge hard home, but Leanne Pompiani was able to hold off and take out line honours, Mitch, and she's had a terrific 2024.
She's had an incredible 2024. She's had an incredible last 365 days, Leanne Pompiani. So it's really a testament to her, and now we wait and see what happens if she steps up to the marathon next year or the years beyond, because she certainly put herself in a good position after that.
Let's have a look at the Nike Melbourne Marathon results, our top 8. And we'll start with the men's, and Jack Rayner, another 2:11 marathon, 2:11.48. He ran from Ryan Gregson, who ran a 2:13.30, a better time this year than his debut run last year at Melbourne. Christopher Dryden, 2:18.09 was our third place getter, and Reece Edwards, last year's winner, ran a 2:19.54. But Mitch, Jack, he's an unbelievable athlete, so much talent across multiple distances. His first proper marathon run for a number of years, and he's achieved the highest you can achieve here at Melbourne.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely chuffed with that, Will Jack. So he can go away now and say that he's remastered the marathon and approach, I guess, how he wants to. He's great over the 10K. We've seen that numerous times, but I guess now he can really decide where he wants to be, and he's got plenty of time to do that. But a 2:11.48 on his Melbourne Marathon debut is pretty handy for the win.
And Ryan Gregson as well. Ryan Gregson, another amazing run. Like last year was 2:14, this year's 2:13. You know, obviously second again. I'd love to see him come back and have another crack at it, trying to get even a better time and potentially take that chance to, to be the number one.
Just one of the good guys in the sport is Ryan Gregson, and he's been that for a very long time. He's someone that, as a young athlete, I looked up to. So to see him now coming out here and crushing the marathon the way he is, it's a true testament to the level of character that he's got. So always happy to see Grego running quick, and to run a lifetime best is even better.
And great to see Dave Ridley there, another person that runs a lot of Melbourne marathons as well, in 8th position. Let's look at the women's results, and well, we speak about great years, and Jen Gregson's one of those runners. Ran at Paris in the marathon and had a great finish. She was able to win this year's 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon with a 2:28.12. Sarah Klein, a great run with a 2:31.04. And Kate Mason, 2:34.07. Rebecca Lowe, Millie Clark, a former winner, finishing in 5th. Nikki Curry, Grace Liebelt and Tess Marks rounding out our top 8. But Nana, Jen Gregson.
A name we love saying up here.
I'll tell you what, if every time we said the name Jen Gregson and we're getting $1, I reckon she'd be millionaire already.
We might be able to buy a BMW X2.
Correct.
No, Jen, I mean, a testament to the past 4 years of injury, changing events, having a child. She's done it all. She's done it with a great support system. I'm sure that when the going gets tough in a marathon, having Ryan by her side and her kid waiting at the line, I think motivates her a lot. And she's just a true athlete. She's a tough athlete, and I'm excited to see what happens next, whether she has a rest, whether she gives up for a flat surface because she's feeling so good. Mitch mentioned before, she's not one to rest. She recovers and bounces back quite quickly. So it'll be interesting to see after a big year. The Olympics can be exhausting, many do say, mentally and physically. So it'll be interesting to see what Jen does.
Absolutely. Hey, let's go down to the presentation stage for the very last time this afternoon. Let's go to Simon with the last of our presentations.
Well, thank you so much, gang. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here now for our final presentation of 2024. A man, it probably doesn't need much introduction for those of you that have been here a few times, and he is definitely no stranger to the podium. It is our wheelchair marathon first place winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Gainey. Here's Ian. Ian, this is his 32nd marathon here this time around. I mean, he's part of that Spartans, those inaugural guys that just keep coming back. Steve Monteghetti there with the presentation. Ian Gainey back again, 32 marathons, I should say. The Melbourne Marathons, that is. What a moment. It just shows, folks, that no matter what you want to do in life, if you want to get on out and be a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, you can do it. Get involved. There's so many organisations, so many groups out there to help support and make this a memorable moment for you. Well, that's it from the presentation side of things. The party's going to still stay. We've got the village out there. I know Samantha's been killing it out wide. We're going to be in the village here, entertaining, having fun with all the crowds. We're looking around, and there's so much bling down here. It's crazy. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon as well.
Plenty of bling, all right. And I'll tell you what, I reckon that'll be well and truly on display at some of the local watering holes around Melbourne throughout the course of the afternoon. But also too, the social media. It's going to go nanas. It's usually Monday, Metal Monday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll see a lot of bling on Metal Monday. Melbmara, hashtag Melbmara. That is for sure.
Let me tell you, there'll be plenty of medals being thrown around the pubs in Richmond and the cafes and everything of the like, or wherever it is you choose to knock back a cold one in celebration. It's always great to see. And if you can't see the bling, if you see someone hobbling to the bar, it's probably fair enough to suggest they've been out here this morning. So, no, everybody who runs and competes deserves it without a doubt.
Speaking of medals, let's have a look at the medal for 2024.
Oh, yes.
And the medal bite.
Here we go. So the medal bite is a real thing. And if you bite it hard enough, you can leave an indent in your medal. I'm not kidding. I'm being dead serious. You know where I learned that?
Where?
Matt Denny in Paris. He walked off, and it was actually the same time that him and I think it was Nina got their medals at the same time. And I saw them, and Matt was biting the absolute hell out of his medal. And I was like, what are you doing? He said, you bite it hard enough, you leave a mark. And sure enough, if you ever inspect Matt Denny's bronze medal at the Olympics, it's got his big chompers in there. So I reckon these guys are on the same path. They're going, let me just leave a little indent. If you bite it hard enough, drink your milk, kids, because then you can bite the absolute hell out of it.
Jeez, I hope they don't have any issues with teeth in the dentist visit afterwards.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. And he said, are you going to do it, Nina? She said, absolutely not. So, look, Denny might be the only one with the bite marks in his medal, but I'd be biting it after watching that. Yeah, you'd be biting it.
Why
for
not?
Sure.
Tomorrow on Monday, I expect a lot of suits.
With the
and
medal?
medals.
Okay.
You show those medals loud and proud.
Yep, you've earned them.
Hashtag Melbmara, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, you name it. Melbmara is certainly on. And we saw some imagery there of people wearing CPEC T-shirts. So that's the Cerebral Palsy Education Centre, who have been a long partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. They always are well represented for the Chobani Fit 2.5 kilometre walk each and every year. And great to see him in high numbers once again. The team from the Cerebral Palsy Education Centre doing great things and trying to raise awareness and research in regards to cerebral palsy, that is for sure. Gee, the music's nice and loud out at the MCG on the ground, and they are enjoying the festivities there. The runners and the volunteers, they are loving what's occurring out there, that is for sure. And yep, the big dog's out there just making his way across the last sort of 200 metres of the event here this
Yeah, he's enjoying it too, the big dog. So
big dogs.
the big dog.
Plural.
Yep, the big dogs.
2 of them.
Here we go. What would, if you had to dress up as something? What would be your costume of choice?
A Disney princess of some sort.
Okay. Disney
princess.
Bit
Definitely.
of Frozen.
Yeah. I'm
Elsa.
thinking Ariel, maybe
Okay.
a mermaid. I think, you know.
I like that.
The queen of the sea conquers the land.
Under
you
the
know,
sea.
red.
I'd get right into that.
What about you, Mitch? What would be your choice?
I don't know.
You made me guess it on the spot. So
Yeah, maybe like it'd be pretty funny to do it as Spider-Man. I reckon I'd get into that big time. Put the
Would
kit
you
on.
fly across
I'd
the 42K
I would try.
with your
Yeah,
web?
I would try and shoot a couple of webs out there, but it'd be a struggle.
I back you.
Okay.
I love it. We've seen a few costumes. We've seen the Viking one today too, which was
the
pretty
Viking one
impressive.
was special, wasn't it?
It absolutely
I
was.
reckon, I don't know if these dogs are going to finish. I reckon they're just enjoying the moment of being on the G, to be honest.
Maybe it might be looking to be the last ones across the
Yeah,
finishing line
they're
and finish on a
cruising.
high. But absolutely. Hey, we're going to go back downstairs to Danny and Simon for another bit of an insight of what's happening down at the finishing line.
Hey, thanks, gang. Danny, mate, we have really got the best seats in the house. We've been down here all day. It is just electric. It's amazing, really.
It has really stepped it up. I know you could say that it sounds like a cliche every year, but this year has really gone another level. You can see it. The crowds have been massive. The sold-out event all the way through, and the feeling in here, I mean, I feel lucky to be down here. It's just been amazing all day long.
Well, we can see at the back behind us, the dogs are walking. I thought there was a rule you weren't allowed to bring your dogs on the walk, but there's 2 inflatable dogs back there.
And one of them had the idea to do it, and the other one had to agree to it.
Yeah, well, that's what mates do. They don't leave each other hanging.
I don't know how that goes, but listen, well, let's have a look around here. You can see there's still people, there's still like smiles on the faces, there's still tears of joy. All good stuff. All what we want to see. Have a look here. How are you guys going? How'd you go out there today? Was it all good?
Yes, we pretty much enjoyed. This is the 5th time we have been participating, and with the
5th time? This one wasn't even born, huh?
No. With the elder one, this is the 3rd time, and for me, it's 5th time.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Isn't that just beautiful? We love seeing that. Simon?
Well, there's still some people as well. Like, the struggle's real for some people. We've seen our medics. I do want to put a big shout out to our medics, our medical team here on the finish line. They're standing out in the heat. They're in all of their gear, and they have just been helping people left, right, and centre. Like, little things from a little bit of chafe through to proper exhaustion. People breaking down over the finish line, which is obviously an unfortunate byproduct sometimes of pushing your body to the limit. But our medics have been true professionals and just absolutely doing a stellar and amazing job down here.
Yeah, I wish we didn't need them, but we do. As we do need the volunteers as well, who are here usually from CPEC or Beyond Blue, or those incredible organisations, and we're happy to be fundraising for them and raising over $2 million in charity for those guys. So You can see around here the crowds are still here in the amongst the G. Lots of people just cheering on their family, their loved ones, and just really get behind it. They've seen that story over the last few months.
Oh, look, I don't want to cut you off, but the boys are talking about Spider-Man, running as a Spider-Man. We'll have a look here. Here's Batman. All right, what's your name?
Samar.
Samar, what did you just do? Were you out there? You were on that walk for us?
Yes.
Well, you got the 5K bib on there, the Big M 5K run. Was it fun?
Yes.
All right, and who's all your friends here?
Darwin and Sahar.
Darwin and Sahar, were they good companions?
Yes.
And are we going to see you guys on the big stage with the big marathon one day?
Yes.
Great. Look at that. They're training them young. The Big M 5K run gets them involved. They see all the excitement. They see all the, what's going on. So they get themselves involved and they want to be part of the marathon.
Yeah, as well, the Chobani Fit, the 2.5. You see these guys crossing here, and there's some people running for, in the memory of, and that's really, really important and sentimental and really means a lot. So whatever reason you do the run or be part of the festival is your own reason, and that is absolutely perfect, and we love those stories.
It's actually I actually want to take the camera this way for a second. Just follow me, because this is that sensation. We never really gave a true sensation of what it likes to look down this one. When you've made your way through, you've got to keep going like these people are doing. The medals are waiting for you there, the water, the recovery, and the stories that are flowing, it's pretty awesome.
It's not just that as well. When you get down underneath the G, there are massages and all these sports therapists that can help really get through those troubled times. There's people that have put their body through a lot today and still crossing that line with a smile on their face, because this is what they've been training for. This is what they've been dieting for, waking up early, doing all those things that they, wanted to do.
Hang on, massages?
Yeah, remedial massages. Let's keep this nice and G-rated.
Are we allowed to go down there and get massages?
Maybe we are a second fiddle to everyone that's actually done some work today. But look, we are very grateful. We've had some incredible sponsors today. Obviously, Nike is our major sponsor today. We've met the guys from Beyond Blue. We've had Chobani Fit, we've had Sri Lankan Airlines, BMW, Coinbase, Bupa, Gatorade.
It's Garmin as well for getting us on it. Hey, you know what? That's what it's like down here. It's been amazing to be a part of it. Your host, Simon and Danny, we are here. We're going to keep the party alive. It's a 2024 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Oh, great job, Danny and Simon. They have worked absolutely beautifully there this morning. And if they get a massage, I'll be dirty, because they've had burgers, they've had a BMW, and then
probably
getting a massage.
Had a better beer as well.
Yeah, they've had a better beer. They've slipped one in. Hey, guys, we're nearing the end of the stream for 2024. Now, I'm going to start with you. Your thoughts of the day and maybe a highlight that's been the thing that's probably stood out to you the most today.
I think my highlight of the day, as much as I loved watching the elites and seeing some familiar faces run, the amount of people that have rocked up to this event, I think it's very telling when you have over 42,000 people lining up with one goal to make it to the finish line, whether they're supporting their family, their friends, charities, or in memory of loved ones, as the boy said downstairs. I think that is very telling of how special this event is today.
Yeah, it's a great element of it, that is for sure. Mitch, what about you, mate? You travel and see the world, and our Spartan...
Nifty Nev. Nana and I know Nev. Nev is a member of Box Hill Athletics Club and is hands down one of the best blokes of all time. Oh my, that's just about my highlight, seeing Nifty Nev walk across the line here and get another Melbourne Marathon done. That's insane. But yeah, no, I've been very fortunate to be a lot of places all through the year, but definitely today, probably twofold. One, to see Jack Rayner retame the marathon and really reassert himself in that conversation, but then also Leanne Pompiani, the arrival of her on the roads was really special. Trent, you've done this a lot of times. What caught you?
Exactly the same. I'm a big fan of Jack Rayner, and to see what he's been able to do. But I think looking at the runners and just their adaptability to different distances and accustom themselves to those distances is great. But Leon Pompiani's result for mine was amazing. And Jen Gregson too. I can't forget her. We were looking at the way she was going with her pace, and it was looking like it was going to be a course record. but that was certainly one that stood out for mine.
Love nifty Nev. Well done, Neville.
So we're almost out of time here for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2024. A big shout out to Simon and Danny down at the finishing line. We had Samantha at the start line, the team behind the scenes, the volunteers, IMG, all of our sponsors. Without their support, this event just certainly wouldn't go ahead. We hope you enjoyed the coverage, and we look forward to seeing you for the 2025 version of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.